Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I'd like to announce that there will be a District 3 quarterly meeting on this Thursday, May 4th, from 6 to 8 p.m. at Fairfield Missionary Baptist Church. That's at 1004 Dickerson Road, and we'll be discussing a potential project on Dickerson Road as well as other matters pertaining to the district. So that is May 4th, 6 p.m. at Fairfield Missionary Baptist Church. Thank you.
Councilman Syracuse.
Thank you, Pro Tem. To my Maple Crest neighbors, tomorrow night, May 3rd at 6:30 p.m. will be your first traffic calming meeting. That will be via WebEx, which you can get the link to if you go on the website or contact me, and I can get that for you. Maple Crest neighbors, Fairway Drive traffic calming meeting number 1, 6:30 tomorrow, May 3rd. Contact me for the link. Thanks, Pro Tem.
Councilwoman Hurd, are you ready for your presentation yet? Okay. Okay. Any other announcements while we wait on the presentations? Councilman Rutherford.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I'm happy to announce a District 31 office hours that will be at 10 a.m. Saturday. That's this Saturday, May 6th. And it will be held at the new Duncan that's located at 191 Burkett Commons Avenue. That is in the vicinity of Burkett Road and Nolensville Road. So come on out and let's talk about some Metro issues and enjoy the brand new Duncan in District 31. Thank you.
And I have an announcement for District 2. There will be a District 2 community meeting, rezoning community meeting next Tuesday at May 9th at 6:30 p.m. at the North Precinct in the community room. That's 2231 26th Avenue North. It is a rezoning community meeting. There will be 4 presentations, 504 through 506 Yoakley Avenue by Taid Properties, LLC, 2125 Buena Vista Pike by E3 Development, 4808 Buena Vista Pike. That's the Production Road project that is currently pending before the Planning Commission, and 1230 West Trinity Lane, which is the Riverside development. Again, that is next Tuesday, May 9th, 6:30 p.m. In the North Precinct Community Room, 2231 26th Avenue North.
You do this. Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Mr. Floyd, the Jefferson Street poet, would you please come forward? Do you have any guests with you?
I do.
Would you like for them to come and stand with you? Mr. Floyd, I just want you to know that it's been decades since we've known one another. And I am so grateful for all of the things that you taught me about Jefferson Street and helped me transform that community with your gifts and the love that you have for that community. And we're so proud to have you so we can offer a proclamation recognizing your works. Proclamation recognizing James C. Floyd as the Jefferson Street poet.
Whereas Mr. James C. Floyd is author of the book of poetry, Some Gentle Moving Thing, creator of the poetry videos God and Invisibility, Incorporated, Untold War Story, The Darker Brother, The City, and writer of the play By and By, produced at Tennessee State University, and whereas,
Mr. James C. Floyd has worked with disenfranchised youth and drug addicts as a mentor and life counselor since 1977. And whereas Mr. James C. Floyd was host of the First Amendment Center poetry readings at Vanderbilt University. And whereas Mr. James C. Floyd has presented poetry and short stories for Tennessee Humanities Council's Festival in the Schools. And whereas Mr. James C. Floyd has presented poetry and short stories, and also poet in the Artist on the Road project for the Tennessee Arts Commission. And
whereas Mr. James C. Floyd has presented poetry at the African Street Festival, the Carl Van Vechten Gallery at Fisk University, Windows on the Cumberland, Tennessee State Prison for Women, Riverbend Maximum Security Prison for Men, Turney Center Prison for Men, Be About Change Youth Program, Ryman Auditorium, Nashville Summer Lights Festival, Southern Festival of Books, and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. High School, and...
Whereas Mr. James C. Floyd will forever be recognized in Nashville, Tennessee, and throughout the land as the Jefferson Street poet, I, Sharon W. Hurt, along with my colleagues of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, do hereby recognize and honor Mr. James C. Floyd for his significant contributions to the community and wish him continued success. Signed the second day of May 2023.
You want to have a word? Yeah, okay. I'll make this brief. I'd like to really thank my family, my friends for coming out. They're the ones who keep me going. I accept this royal honor on behalf of my blood ancestors, my spiritual ancestors, teachers, and people who buy, share, and read banned books. If you'll indulge me, I will leave you with a poem. Being I'm a poet, anybody who's around me will tell you that. Yeah, they'll tell you I'm going to give you a poet if you're around me 10 or 15 minutes. This poem is dedicated to all people who love truth. And it's dedicated to the people of Iraq. It's called Devil's Creed. I have no shame for the rivers of blood I have shed. I respect only power. I deify the evil dead by honoring slaveholders and Indian killers, naming holidays for treaty breakers and fork-tongued wheeler dealers. There's no need for me to justify the things I do. My truth is a lie, so my lies are true. I glut the natural resources of third world nations. I invented terror and genocide as tools of public relations. I create radioactive filth, spread pestilence, disease. At the moment, I'm in the process of bringing the rainforest to its knees. I have weapons of mass destruction to create the proper atmosphere. I make stress the norm, because that's why I'm here. I am the master of deceit, greed, and lust. When I am victorious, I will dance and pee on the dust. Thank you. Sure, yeah, of course.
if you'd like to hold your resolution in the center, that'd be great.
We're gonna turn it around this way. No, we're gonna turn this way.
You come this way? There you go.
Are there any other council member announcements? Councilwoman Evans?
Thank you, Pro Tem. On Monday, May the 8th, in Hermitage, we have a community character manual plan amendment meeting at the Hermitage Police Precinct. This impacts portions of John Hager, Stewart's Ferry Pike, and Old Hickory Boulevard. We'll be meeting at 6 p.m. again at the Hermitage Police Precinct. Thank you.
Any other announcements? Councilman Pulley, are you doing a presentation today? Okay.
Help read? You want to help read? Okay.
Yeah, of course. He was in, it's in her, the school's in his district.
Is he ready, Councilman Bowie? You have the floor.
It's on.
You're good to go.
It's on.
Is Marissa here? Thank you. Little resolution from Marissa. Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate this honor. Right now, we get the honor of recognizing one of our own, Marissa Frank, as a recording artist and Grammy Museum 2023 Music Educator Award finalist. So she really got down to, I believe, the last 10 people nominated for a Grammy for a music educator, and I thought that was a fantastic accomplishment. So we're here tonight to honor and recognize this accomplishment, and I would also like to have anybody who came here in support of Marissa to come forward and join us. Don't be laughing, just get on up here. Just leave Marissa a little room so she can make it to the mic. Outstanding support. Thank you. We will now read this resolution. Whereas the Recording Academy of the United States and Grammy Museum annually present Grammy Awards for outstanding achievements in the music industry, regarded by many as the most prestigious, significant awards in the music industry worldwide, and right here is where I left off.
So a little side note, for those of you who don't know, Marissa and I had a very heated contest in 2015. It came down to the wire, and somehow, some way, we've remained really good friends, which is really a testament to her.
We're here to talk about Marissa, not you.
Whereas 10 music teachers from across the country were selected as finalists for the Recording Academy and Grammy Museum's 2023 Music Educator Award, an award which recognizes educators who have made a significant contribution to the music education field, and
whereas the 10 finalists were selected from more than 1,205 initial nominations from 47 different states, and whereas 2023 Music Educator Award finalist Marissa Frank is the director of music at Explore Community School, a K-8 Tennessee Reward School in East Nashville in my own District 6, and
whereas Ms. Frank is a music teacher, choral director, and children's music songwriter, and whereas Ms. Frank is the founder and director of Music City Kids, an organization that elevates the voices of Nashville's youth and brings together K-12 students from across the city for unique performances and recordings of original songs written by and for children, and whereas, under the direction of Ms. Frank, the robust music program at Explore Community School is part of the fabric of an organization that serves a diverse population of students, many of whom have little to no access to music education outside of school, and
whereas Ms. Frank uses her education and skills to create a music program that inspires students to make the world a better place and use music performance as a healthy means of processing and expressing strong emotions like sadness, anger, and grief. And whereas each week at her direction, all students participate in rigorous choral and instrumental music lessons and perform as one choir, showcasing songs that encourage and celebrate growth. And whereas the creative works of Miss Frank students have been selected as first place winners in the National Songwriting Competition Sing Your Anthem through the nonprofit Citizenship, judged by Grammy Award-winning artists Darius Rucker, Jason Isbell, Rian Giddens, and Genesis B. And
Whereas Ms. Frank's creative work with children was featured online by the Grammys in December of 2020, and whereas Ms. Frank has led her students in performing for members of the United States Congress, the Tennessee Governor's Office, the Tennessee General Assembly, the Nashville's Mayor's Office, the Metropolitan City Council of Nashville and Davidson County, as well as performing as featured guests at the Nashville Skirmerhorn Symphony Center and the official Nashville Christmas tree lighting ceremony. And whereas Ms. Frank has served in schools across our city for the past 15 years, including Gower Elementary, Julia Green Elementary, J.T. Moore Middle School, and Nashville Classical Charter School. And whereas Ms. Marisa Frank demonstrates a strong commitment to music education in our metro schools, and her dedicated teaching inspires and supports countless students in our larger Nashville community. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County that the Metro City Council hereby goes on record as recognizing Marisa Frank as a Recording Academy and Grammy Museum 2023 Music Educator Award finalist and expresses its gratitude for her service to our city. This resolution shall take effect from and after its adoption. The welfare of the Metropolitan Government and the Nashville and Davidson County requirement.
Thank you. I tell people that I have the very best job in the world. I make music with kids. It does not get any better than that. To the Metro Council, thank you for making the effort to recognize a teacher and the important things happening right here in our Metro schools. To the families and colleagues that support me every day, I would be completely lost without you. You are total rock stars in my book. And to my students, I have a very important message for you. I wake up every single day excited to see you, and I truly mean that from the bottom of my heart. I am not at all worried about what the future holds for this country, the state of Tennessee, or the city of Nashville, because I know you, and I can't wait to see all the big things that you will do. If you're an elected official here in this room, I ask that you do everything within your power to keep these kids safe, because they are very, very special. Thank you so much.
All right, that concludes the announcement period.
Tonight's meeting of the Metropolitan Nashville and Davidson County Council is coming to you live from the council chambers at the historic Metro Courthouse. It's a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pat Nolan, your announcer for this program. Tonight, the 15th Metropolitan Council holds its 90th business meeting of a 4-year term. This is the 13th council meeting of 2023, including 4 special sessions this year. This is the 5th consecutive week that the council has met. Tonight's agenda is 40 pages long, containing 110 items. That includes 2 resolutions and 38 second readings zoning ordinances that are on public hearing tonight. There are also 25 regular resolutions, 9 first reading ordinances, 20 second reading bills, and 16 ordinances on third and final reading. Council will also consider Mayor John Cooper's renomination of a long-serving member of the city's Civil Service Commission. If confirmed, he will serve a multi-year term as an unpaid volunteer. Also on tonight's agenda, there's a proposed council rule change adjusting the procedures regarding the council filling vacancies in public office, such as the state legislature. Remember, the council recently unanimously reappointed State Representative Justin Jones after he was expelled by the Tennessee General Assembly. If approved tonight, this rule change takes effect in 30 days. Passage requires 27 or a 2/3 vote of the council. That's affirmative votes. That's out of the 39 members that are now serving in the council. It appears likely the most controversial bill tonight will be BL 2023-1829, a second reading zoning measure on public hearing. The rezoning involves the renovation of the Belmead Plaza out in West Nashville. The plan has been hotly contested by surrounding neighborhoods. In addition to the public hearing, there's also going to be multiple amendments being offered effort, including by the district council sponsors and some others. This bill was unanimously approved by the Planning Commission at its recent meeting. However, that came after a 4-hour public hearing. Looking at the number of people who are here tonight, I don't believe we've got enough people here right now to make a 4-hour public hearing, but you never know. Sometimes people come in late. We'll see what happens. It is fairly early on the agenda, but not right at the very beginning. Among resolutions, the council will look at 7 different resolutions regarding the Federal American Rescue Fund plan monies that have been sent to Nashville. The resolutions will either clarify or change the time to spend previous resolutions or appropriations. 4 of the resolutions will make new American Rescue Plan allocations. New appropriations are for RS 2023-2143, which appropriates over $471,000 to Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Middle Tennessee in partnership with Tennessee State University to provide mentoring services for first-year college students through an initiative called Big Futures. RS 2023-2144 allocates over $400,000 in American Rescue Plan funds to WeGo in partnership with historically black colleges and universities in the area to allow students, faculty, and staff access to public transportation. RS 2023-2145 appropriates over $621,000 in ARP funds to the Nashville Food Project for Feedback Nashville. This is a project of community-engaged systems transformation initiative that drives Nashville's food system towards equity, justice, sustainability by facilitating increased collaboration and collective impact between nonprofits, businesses, governments, and community members. Finally, RS 2023-2146 allocates $2.5 million in American Rescue Funds to 50 Forward to build the Bordeaux Connection Center, a shared community space in Bordeaux, with the primary tenants being 50 Forward and a group called Creative Girls Rock. Other ARP resolutions involve extending the effective date and relief already allocated, include $1 million to the vendors at the Nashville Flea Market, $3 million to provide reef and mortgage and utility payments for eligible Davidson County residents, that's income-based, and $20 million in American Rescue Plan funds to create the Nashville Small Business Recovery Fund. With approval tonight, those allocations, we'll have out of all the allocations, the city would have appropriated almost $256 million out of the total ARP grant, which was about $260 million. First half of this amount was received by Metro in July of 2021. The second half was received in July of this year, or will be received in July of last year. The grant award must be fully obligated by the city by the end of December 2024 and must be spent by December 31st, 2026. Other resolutions on the agenda include RS 2023-2134. The council is being asked to accept a grant from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. It will go to the Metro Historical Commission. The grant size is $496,000, almost $497,000. There'll be no cash match required. We're going to provide funding for improvements to 4 historic buildings at American Baptist College, as well as funding for historical markers, signage, and a civil rights walking tour on the campus. RS 2023-2135 appropriates $100,000 to the Pencil Foundation. Funds will be used to provide services pertaining to the enhancement of student engagement and career development. Another resolution, RS 2023-2136, appropriates about $90,000 to the Nashville Public Library to work with various nonprofit organizations for the provision of free and high-quality summer programming through Nashville's After Zone Alliance program. Under memorializing resolutions, the council again will consider RS 2023-2121, which requests the Metropolitan Employee Benefit Board to reevaluate its decision to offer a group Medicare Advantage plan to the Metropolitan government pensioners as their only option. The council will also approve a resolution honoring victims of the Covenant mass shooting that occurred on March 27th and also recognize the heroic actions of the Covenant school staff on that day. The council will also recognize Fisk University's All-American basketball player Maya Buchanan, designate June 25th through July 1st, 2023 as Nashville Caribbean American Heritage Week, and honor the retirement and service of Metro Water and Sewer Services Systems Services Division Assistant Director Leanne Scott. On first reading tonight, there is one bill that could perhaps create some controversy. It would change the fireworks law within Davidson County right now. Shooting fireworks in Davidson County, unless you have a permit and you're a professional doing it, is illegal. There's some concern about this bill. In fact, the fire department has already sent a letter to the council basically opposing this particular bill. So it's possible that this bill will be taken up out of order tonight and not approved on with all the other first reading bills in one vote. So there may be a separate vote on that, and we'll see what happens if that comes up. On second reading bills, there are 2 potentially controversial matters to look for. One is BL 2023-1688, which would change the city's regulation of animals. It's a bill that's already been deferred twice by the council, and earlier versions of the bill have been unsuccessful as well. Another substitute bill is being proposed. There is also BL 2023-1740 on second reading, which would regulate the discharge of weapons in Nashville and Davidson County. That bill was deferred 2 weeks ago. Finally, on third reading, the council will consider BL 2022-1471 to amend the definitions in the Metro Code of dwelling unit and family. This bill's been before the council since last September and has been deferred, substituted, and amended multiple times. The major sticking point of the bill remains how many unrelated people can live in the same dwelling unit. There is a substitute ordinance, again, another one being offered tonight as well. We'll see if any progress is being made towards a final vote. It will take 21 affirmative votes to pass it tonight. If you want to follow tonight's council meeting as it progresses, you can find the agenda and the staff analysis online. Just go to the Metro Council portion of the Nashville.gov website, then to the Legislative Information Center. We're placing the bill numbers on the screen when they come up for consideration so you can follow along and keep up where we are on the meeting agenda. Let's now go to Vice Mayor Jim Shulman. He'll be gathering tonight's council meeting into order shortly.
Bang that 3 times. Right here. Right on that thing. Just go bang, bang, bang. It's okay. Yeah.
Here, let me do it for you. Ready? Ready? Go.
Thank you. That was even. All right, will the meeting please come to order? We welcome you to the Metro Council. Today is Tuesday, May 2nd, 2023. Will all members of the council, as well as the public, please rise for invocation. Remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Invocation tonight is brought to us by Pastor Dwayne Lewis of the New Season Baptist Church, a guest of Council Member Toombs.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for this opportunity. I want to thank Councilwoman Toombs for this opportunity to share tonight for this invocation. I can't express enough the gratitude and the honor it is to be before you this evening. Each of you are on a special assignment in the greater city of Nashville. You are each in a powerful position to set policies and pass legislation to keep Nashville as the it city, the go-to city in the Athens of the South. I know greater is coming to our city because of you. Thank you for having a listening ear just as Jesus did and continues to have today. As a pastor in this city, I understand the importance of having effective policies and legislation in our city. In the fall of 2022, our church, New Season Church, was impacted by gun violence when a drive-by shooting occurred at a funeral that we were having, and it resulted in 2 people being injured, and more than 45 shots were fired at that day. While we wanted to be there for our community and continue to be there today, it is important that we have a safe Nashville community. Today, we have changed our policies at New Season Church, but we still have our heart for the community. I pray as each of you make decisions regarding the ability for people to access guns, please think about the innocent lives of children that are caught in gun violence as evidenced by the recent deadly shooting at Covenant School. Let's pray. Our Father, which art in heaven, we pray for each council person and their families, O Lord, because you know them by name. Father, in the name of Jesus, give this council your heart of passion, your heart of compassion, wisdom, and understanding for the people of this great city, Nashville. Give them the ear to hear the concerns of our community, to make and keep Nashville on the map of growth, safety, unity, love, and hope. I pray this council will have an ear to hear the concerns of our school principals and the teachers and their safety and the needs to have security. Father God, you said that the government is upon the shoulders of your son Jesus. The scripture in Isaiah 9:1-7 basically says Jesus would be the blessing, he would be the peace, and the hope for this nation. For that, oh God, we say thank you. Heavenly Father, in closing, touch each family, each marriage, each child with your finger of love of each council member, so that when these council members come into this chamber to make decisions for our futures, let their hearts be at peace in their homes, in their marriages, in their relationships, and with their colleagues, so their voices and their votes will be pure because their hearts are at peace. These prayers we pray now in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, y'all may be seated. I want to introduce our special guest tonight who banged us into session. It is Emmeline. She is the daughter of Marisa Frank, who we honored just a little while ago before we started the meeting. Emmeline, who did an excellent job of banging that gavel, is 4 years old. So please join me in thanking Emmeline and her mother, Marisa. Good job. Good job. All right, and I did, before we get too much further, we have a new employee that's working for the Metro Council, the council office. It's Rashad Faltus, and he is our new senior finance officer. Mr. Faltus is sitting right over to my right. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Faltus. All right. All right, without objection, we will suspend the calling of the roll and ask the clerk to record the names of those members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for adoption of the minutes of the meeting from April 25th, 2023? Got a motion, excuse me, properly seconded. Without objection, the minutes of the meeting will stand approved as written. Mr. Clerk, any messages from the mayor?
There are no messages from the mayor.
All right, thank you. All right, Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Do you want me to move this resolution?
Yeah, it is. I'm finding it in my calendar. It is item number 59. It's RS 2023-2153 by council members Pulley, Roberts, Hurt, Stiles, and others. It's a resolution honoring the victims of the Covenant School shooting on March 27th, 2023. And recognizing the actions of the Covenant School staff. Without objection, we're going to pull that right now and let it be heard at the beginning of the agenda. Without objection, Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would move approval with a brief remark.
All right, so Councilmember Pulley has moved approval of RS 2023-2153, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This resolution is to recognize the heroic efforts of the Covenant School staff on the date of March 27th, 2023. We all know what happened that date. In addition, it honors the memory of the victims. And I just want to add that everybody still needs to keep us in your thoughts, because it is still a very, very difficult time for those who are associated with Covenant School. The children just went back to school, and they did so at a different location, Brentwood Hills Church of Christ. So please keep them in your thoughts and remember all
all of the victims and the staff as they struggle with what happened. We will recognize them formally at a later date when it's more appropriate. I would ask that if no one has objections, that the entire council be listed as co-sponsors on this resolution. And thank you for your time.
All right, so Councilmember Pulley has moved approval of RS 2023-2153. It's been properly seconded. Everyone voting in the affirmative will be listed as the sponsor. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized. Anyone else? All right, we are voting on RS 2023-2153. All those in favor of the resolution say aye. Oh.
I'm sorry, Mr. Vice Mayor, I failed to ask for committee reports.
Oh, okay. Well, I failed to look at it too. All right, Councilor Murphy, committee reports.
Thank you. We are 5 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember, we're good. All right, reports are in. We're ready to vote. All those in favor of RS 2023-2153 for passage say aye. Opposed, no. RS 2023-2153 passes, and everyone voting in the affirmative is listed as a sponsor. So I would say, please, as we're remembering the days of March 27th, again, I always ask people to please remember the people in the world in your thoughts and prayers. Noticed the other night on the world news that they didn't even mention Ukraine and what's going on over there. So lots of problems in many places. We just keep hoping for peace. One last item. We currently have 7 more meetings. Could have more, but we have 7 more meetings in this council term. If you have bills that are pending or have been deferred indefinitely and you are interested in having them heard, please make sure that you get all those bills back on the agenda for consideration, okay? If you have any questions, talk to Ms. Darby. All right, we are now ready for elections and confirmations. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you. We only had one election and confirmation tonight, and he was unable to appear. So Civil Service Commission reappointment of Mr. William Farmer for a term expiring on March 31st, 2028 is going to be deferred 1 meeting with 5 in favor, 0 against.
All right, so this one's deferred to the next meeting. That was the only thing that we had. Section F of the agenda is proposed rule amendment. It's a proposed amendment to Rule 49 of the Council Rules of Procedure. Councilman Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This change to Rule 49 would basically codify what we did, the process that we used to fill a vacancy in the state legislative delegation 3 weeks ago. Makes no other changes to any other elections of public officials. It simply allows us to use that same process and not risk a seat being vacant for 4 weeks, either during session, leading up to session, with a special session on the horizon, or any time of year that district's constituents might be left without representation for a full month. So I would move to approve that rule change.
All right, so this has been passed.
I'm sorry, committee report.
Okay. Councilmember Murphy, rules.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We have voted in favor. Typically, we typically ask for this to be bumped so we could have more time, but because this is so important, we did decide to pass this 5 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Councilman Rosenberg, back to you.
Move approval.
All right. So this has been given to the council members. I believe it was given to them at least one of the last couple of meetings. So you have it on your desk. All right. So it's open for discussion. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This question, I believe, is for Ms. Darby. I know at the beginning of each term, we usually approve the rules that we're going to go by for that term. If we approve this tonight, does that automatically go to the next term, or will we have to create new terms? Basically asking, we've got 7 more meetings and we're updating the rules. I just want to make sure that we don't have to do this again, that it just moves over.
This rule will last throughout this term. At the beginning of the next term, I believe it's typically normal for the new council to continue the current rules while they work on their own rules for that next term. So it will continue at least until then. And then when the new council determines their new rules, it may or may not survive. Hopefully it will.
All right, thank you for that clarification.
Okay. And again, so an adoption of a rule in terms of amending our permanent rules, it requires 27 votes, 27 affirmative votes, and it doesn't become effective until 30 days after its passage, correct? All right. And since this may be one of the last rules we amend in this term, if you're comfortable, we can call it the Rosenberg rule. Okay.
I'm good with that.
I will do it anyway. How about that? All right. Any other questions? Oh, Councilmember Allen, you're recognized. Oh, hold on. There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Just a clarification. The language here says that if a vacancy, we already have another part of the rules that spells out the typical process for submitting applications, and then it takes a longer time to do that. As I understand this simply says if there's a vacancy specifically in the General Assembly that we could do this a different way, but we don't necessarily have to. Am I interpreting that correctly?
I think Ms. Darby has taken one last look at it.
It uses the word may a whole lot, so I'm thinking this gives us an alternative way that would not require suspending the rules, but it doesn't say that we have to throw away the other typical method if we chose to do it that way as well. Is that correct?
Yes, it gives the authority to the vice mayor to immediately announce the vacancy, and it also, and if that doesn't happen, it gives the authority to council members to request, 21 council members to request in writing that the vacancy be announced, and then the process starts.
But if we were in very different circumstances and maybe we weren't crazy about the person that had been left and we thought it needed to be a more thoughtful process, we have that option as well, just through the rest of the way the rules are spelled out. Is that?
I believe that is accurate, yes.
Okay. So we are increasing our options here. Yes. Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions regarding the proposed rule change? If not, we are ready to vote on the proposed rule change. Let's try by voice vote. It needs 27 votes, but if we have any negative votes, we'll figure it out. All right, so we are voting on a proposed rule amendment, proposed amendment to Rule 49, Councilman Rosenberg's proposed rule change. It was properly seconded. All those in favor of the proposed rule change say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Proposed rule change is made. That motion is adopted, and that rule will go into effect in 30 days. Okay. All right, we are now ready for resolutions on public hearing. We have two up tonight. I would like to say that we do have an individual here who can help with Spanish translation, Ms. Dele Ruiz. Ms. Ruiz, if you would come to the back microphone and just let people know that you are available to help with Spanish interpretation services.
Buenas noches. Yo voy a ser su intérprete en español a la sesión de hoy. Gracias.
All right, thank you. All right, we have two resolutions up tonight on public hearing. The first one is by Councilmember Benedict. It's RS 2023-2130. It's a resolution exempting Riverside Revival, located at 1600 Riverside Drive, from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit. Councilmember Benedict, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, it's my committee, so government operations approved this, 6 in favor, 0 against. And I would like to open the public hearing, please.
All right, so I'm going to open the public hearing on this one. I ask for a show of hands of those who are here in favor of the resolution.
I move it. Did I move this?
You just move it after.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I've got one hand in favor. Any hands who are opposed to this resolution? Anybody here against the resolution? I don't see anybody against it. You, sir, are welcome to speak. For those in favor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, members. I'd like to especially thank Councilmember Benedict for being so supportive. Riverside Revival, Curtis Harrington of Belcher Sykes Harrington here. And I just briefly wanted to say I live in the neighborhood, and I'm certainly glad to see this project, which has been long in the works, finally bearing fruit. It's involved the revitalization of the old church there at 1600 Riverside, and in the campus now will be nourishing the community both through good community family-focused food, music there in the church, and also members. This establishment has a strong nonprofit-focused backbone, and primarily focusing on two things. They both offer office rent and space for nonprofits well below market rate. And they're seeing a lot of success with that, and also an amazing venue space well below market rate for nonprofits to host annual fundraisers, which in our city is becoming a much tougher and challenging thing to find, and so this Riverside Revival is happy to offer that for nonprofits and give them a place where they can flourish and host things like annual events and fundraisers. So, thank you, members.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to be heard on this resolution? All right, seeing none. Public hearing is closed. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval with one brief comment, please.
All right. Councilmember Benedict moves approval of RS 2023-2130, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to clarify that this is a renovated church that is now a nonprofit. In the comments, you mentioned a church. So I just want to make sure folks know that we're not making a church into a restaurant. This is a great venue and partner in the community, and the community is excited to get this. So with that, I renew my motion and ask for everyone's approval.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Benedict. We are on RS 2023-2130. It's been properly moved, properly seconded. Any discussion on this resolution? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of RS 2023-2130 for passage, say aye. Opposed, no. I heard some passes. That means yes. This resolution passes. All right, thank you. Next one up is Councilmember O'Connell. It's RS 2023-2131, resolution exempting Nelson's Greenbrier Distillery, located at 1414 Clinton Street, from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit. Councilmember O'Connell, you are recognized on your resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this resolution. Okay, see somebody at the podium. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this resolution. I didn't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. If you do, name, address, and you have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Thank you. My name is Jenna Winfrey Burrell. I'm with Gullett, Sanford, Robinson, Martin, and I'm here on behalf of Nelson's Greenbrier. I'd like to thank Councilman O'Connell and all Metro Council members. You all probably know of our facility. This is an enhancement to our already bustling tourist experience, and we are committed to the safety of the community. We have an excellent record in compliance from a state, federal, and local level, and we are excited to continue to be an asset to the community. We appreciate your support.
All right. Thank you very much. Anybody else wishing to speak on this one? All right. Seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval.
Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor of RS 2023-2131 for passage, say aye. Opposed, no. This one passes. Thank you very much, Councilmember O'Connell. All right, so that takes care of the two resolutions on public hearing. We are now ready for bills on public hearing. Make sure that everybody understands how this works. I will call up the bills one at a time and then refer to the sponsor unless the sponsor moves to defer the public hearing. Sponsor will call for a public hearing. I will then ask for a show of hands for those who are here in favor of the bill. And then I will ask for a show of hands for those who are here in opposition to the bill. If anyone in favor of the measure wishes to speak, I'll ask you to come forward, find that back microphone, introduce yourself, give us your address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. I will then ask if anyone opposed wishes to speak. We do the same thing on the opposing side. And then after we get through all that, after that process, I will close the public hearing, refer back to the sponsor. All right. So I know that we have a lot of people in the back for a couple of different public hearings. So we're going to let you know up front that several matters are not going to be heard tonight, okay? We'll take care of them when we get to them, but if you're looking at if you have a calendar or the agenda, I'll tell you what the bills are. Item number 4 on your agenda BL 2023-1716 by Councilmember Rutherford is going to be deferred because of lack of notice. And Ms. Darby will correct me if I'm wrong. So item 4 is going to be deferred when we get to it. Item number 5 by Councilmember Van Rees and item number 6 are going to be deferred. That's BL 2023-1758 and BL 2023-1759 also deferred because of lack of notice. Item number 14. BL 2023-1814 by Councilmember Toombs is going to be deferred because of lack of notice. We are also deferring items number 15, 16, and 17. This is on Susanna Court. These are by Councilmember Murphy. It's BL 2023-1815, 1816, and 1817. All of those are related to Susanna Court and Dakota Avenue. Those are all going to be deferred. And I think we had one more. I think it's the last one. Item number 36, BL 2023-1838. It's on page 15 of my calendar. BL 2023-1838. It's item number 36 by Councilmember Toombs. This is Ewing Drive and Knight Drive. This one also is going to be deferred. Any questions? We'll deal with them when we get there, but those are the items that are being deferred. Okay? All right. All right, we are on the first bill. It's item number 3 in your agenda. It's BL 2023-1691 by Council Members Johnston and Henderson. It is an ordinance amending section 17.12.030 of the Metropolitan Code zoning regulations regarding street setbacks and building orientation for residential corner lots. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
All right. I don't think we have any. We're ready for the public hearing.
Did we not have any? Okay. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open on BL 2023-1691. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of that ordinance. Show of hands of those who are here opposed to that ordinance. Anybody interested? All right. So seeing nobody on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you. Move approval.
Councilmember Johnston has moved approval of BL 2023-1691, properly seconded. Any discussion on this one? Seeing none, all those in favor of BL 2023-1691 for passage on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. This one passes on second reading. All right. Item number 4, BL 2023-1716 by Councilmember Rutherford. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from AR2A to MULA zoning. Property located at 6930 Nolensville Pike, approximately 290 feet south of South Point Parkway. Councilmember Rutherford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's just a little more to this than lack of notice. This actually is not quite ready for prime time and is not going to be ready before the end of the term, and therefore I'm moving indefinite deferral.
All right, so this one, Councilmember Rutherford is moving indefinite deferral, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? The motion to defer indefinitely, again, it's BL 2023-1716. It's proper motion, properly seconded. Seeing nobody else in the in line, all those in favor of BL 2023-1716 being deferred indefinitely say aye. Opposed, no. This one is deferred indefinitely. Items number 5 and 6 can be taken together by Councilmember Van Rees. BL 2023-1758. BL 2023-1759. 1758 is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS10 to SP zoning on properties located at 3302 Walton Lane and Walton Lane unnumbered, and on part of 3300 and 3344 Walton Lane. And then the companion bill, which is BL 2023-1759, that's an ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2023-1758. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized on those two bills. If Councilmembers Young would leave you alone.
Yeah, we're always doing something.
That's right.
Shenanigans. Yes, on 1758 and 1759, we're going to move to defer until the July public hearing. I believe all committee reports are already in, if I'm not mistaken.
everything that's supposed to be in is in.
Okay,
right
cool.
now.
So with that, I'd like to defer to July.
Okay, so this is going to be deferred to the first meeting in July. Both those measures, it's Bill 2023-1758 and Bill 2023-1759. And because I believe it's because of lack of notice, so it would automatically just go over. All right.
That's correct. The owner had a death in the family and missed the deadline.
And so the reason for people who are paying attention to this, usually we defer to the next month, but because of June's the next month, and we have requirements because we're dealing with the budget, we don't have public hearings in June, so the next public hearing will be in July. So both those measures will come up on the first meeting in July. Item number 7, BL 2023-1807 by Councilmember Syracuse. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS 10 and RS 15 to SP zoning on properties located at 4340 Longfellow Drive and 2646 Lock 2 Road. Current terminus of Longfellow Drive, partially within a planned unit development overlay district. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Okay. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Okay, you've got people on both sides. So we are ready to hear from the people who are in favor. Councilmember Syracuse.
Point of clarification.
Yeah.
I think there's 2 items on our agenda tonight for the Pennington Bend area. So you might want to clarify to make sure that the folks in the back are understanding which one that they're raising their hands for.
Okay.
Right.
So I know there's a couple of things that Councilmember Syracuse has up. So let me read the caption again. Let's make sure we've got this right. We are on BL 2023-1807 by Councilmember Syracuse. It's amending Title 17 by changing from RS 10 and RS 15 to SP zoning on properties located at 4340 Longfellow Drive and 2646 Lock 2 Road. Current terminus of Longfellow Drive is within a planned unit development overlay district to permit 234 residential units and a 75-bed assisted care living facility. This is not what people have been calling the Glebes Farm. This is not that bill. All right, so let's try again. I need a show of hands of those who are here in favor of that particular measure. Okay, and a show of hands of those who are opposed to that measure. Okay, you still got people who are opposed. That's fine. All right, so folks in favor, if you would, line up if you want to speak. Come on up, get lined up, need name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. Anybody in favor wishing to speak, come on up.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, members of the council. I'm Roy Dale with Dale & Associates, 516 Heather Place. We've been working with this zoning with the council member for over 2 years. We've had numerous community meetings. The plan that has been recommended approval by the Planning Commission is basically a community-driven plan. This property was actually approved for a subdivision years ago that had not been built. It was going to take a lot of open space in order to develop that according to that plan. And so it was going to also have an impact on schools, impact on traffic. And so the plan that the community decided on was basically a retirement community, 55 or older with assisted living. The density is less. The open space is more. The areas along the Cumberland River are being preserved as greenways and open space. There was zero impact on schools, less traffic. It's basically a plan, again, that was a community-driven plan. And we had many different meetings. So I'm really surprised that there's anyone in opposition. Hopefully it's just questions maybe that they have. But I just want to assure the council this is a extremely vetted process and supported, as the council member will tell you, by a vast majority of those within his community. And we would hope that you would follow his lead. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak in favor? All right, seeing nobody else wishing to speak in favor, anybody wishing to speak in opposition? Come on up. Come on, anybody? Yeah, anybody wishing to speak in opposition, come on up. You'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. I need name, address, and then 2 minutes. I did.
Hi, thank you. Joy Andall, 2197 Ellensville Pike. Most of it I am in favor of, but I am concerned about the assisted living. We do need more assisted living beds in town, but I grew up, and many of my classmates had their, who remembers the flood in 75, all up and down Burrick Trail. I lived way down deep on Neely's. Just feel like if y'all are going to approve an assisted living, can you please make it very, very safe? I woke up 15 days ago with about 3/4 of an inch water all over my floor. And it took 3 hours for somebody to come and help me just get off that little bit of space. So even though it's assisted living, I'm very concerned about the floods. Hasn't that flooded like 3 times? Whatever you do, planning for the water. I'm uncomfortable. I wouldn't want to live way down at the very end right by the water, but maybe there's other options to, maybe there's already all built into the, an assistant.
All right. Thank you for being here. And thank you, Councilmember Henderson, for helping. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is David Macias. I'm at 611 Merritt Avenue. My concern is exactly the same. Both for agenda item 7 and agenda item 18, building on a floodplain 10 years after one of the worst floods that we've seen. Are supposed to be 1,000-year weather events are happening, every 10 or 15 years. And it seems just like madness to put, especially an assisted living facility, and put people who might have mobility issues like directly in harm's way. And it feels like I just don't understand why we're even allowing building on a floodplain. It just feels like we're courting disaster. It's going to, I think it's putting people in harm's way. It's putting our first responders in harm's way. It's to remedy the situation when we have a flood, and I think it's a when issue and not an if issue. It's going to cost taxpayers, money to mitigate all that, and I just feel like, again, I just don't understand why we're doing this. So that's what I have to say about both 7 and 18. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Next speaker. Name, address, and you got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Randy Horick. I live on Mockingbird Road in West Nashville. This project wouldn't have been on my radar at all, but I happened to attend the Planning Commission meeting where they discussed it, and I was kind of jaw-dropped when I heard the discussion because the Planning Commission staff had recommended that this project not be approved, and that perked me up. I was watching the presentation. This project is in a floodplain, as the other speakers have said. It's an assisted living community. It's 2 miles from the nearest main road, down a winding road. Having had family members in assisted living, there definitely are going to be times when emergency vehicles need to get in there. These are people, by the developer's own admission, that are not mobile, do not have cars, are going to need transportation. And what kind of gobsmacked me most of all in the presentation was to hear the developer get up and tell the Planning Commission, I know that the staff voted against this, but by the time I'm done, I'm going to talk you into it. And I heard him say, I swear to God, you can't pay attention to the 2010 flood when it was underwater because that was a, quote, all hands on deck event. I think we don't understand what flood events necessarily are in this community. My father-in-law was a mineral geologist. He told me a story about a time when TVA built a plant in a floodplain, 100-year floodplain. The next year it flooded and wiped out the plant. They thought, it's a 100-year flood event, let's build again. A couple of years later, they had another 100-year flood, wiped out the plant. This time they didn't rebuild, and they decided maybe they didn't know what a 100-year flood event really was. I kind of think that's what's happening here. I'm only speaking about this because I just couldn't believe my ears when the Planning Commission voted for it. I think you ought to at least wait on this and not rush into something. Thanks for hearing me.
Thank you, Mr. Horick. Next speaker. Name, address, and you have 2 minutes in which to speak.
My name's Nancy Quinn. I live at 4012 Brush Hill Road, and I am here to speak as a resident of Greater Nashville. I'm strongly opposed to the idea of putting particularly vulnerable people in this development is completely in the floodplain. and that we're contemplating between this and item 18, turning over 250 plus acres of floodplain that served us well in 2010, not well enough, but we're contemplating it on the anniversary of the rainfall that caused the flood is a little alarming and offensive to me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn. Next speaker. Name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
I'm Tony Gottlieb. I'm at 4108 Brush Hill Road, 43-year resident of Nashville. I witnessed the flood of 2010 from my backyard. There seems to be some disagreement about how far the water rose. It was all hands on deck, but it looks like the aerial photographs did not capture the full extent of this flood. That flood crossed over Briley Parkway. The emergency access that is being delineated by the developers in this situation will be the first street that is flooded. This isn't just a floodplain. This is a death trap. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw water from 6 p.m. till 6 in the morning that rose over my head in the middle of the night. Granted, we know why it happened, but we also know from history that it's going to happen again. And there are 7 major TVA dam projects upstream from this. This is a horrendous oversight. It's a very, very dangerous situation to put tourists in. It will besmirch our city if we kill tourists in a stupid move like this. I urge reconsideration of it. Development should be limited to off the floodplain, and I think that that needs to be looked at much more seriously. The stampede towards development in this metro area is overlooking some very serious issues, and I think it's time to take a step back. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak on this particular matter? All right. Thank you. Seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to move approval with commentary.
All right, so Councilmember Syracuse has moved approval on second reading of this particular bill. It's BL 2023-1807. Properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think it's critical for my colleagues to understand that this is the fifth or sixth and final phase of Abington Park. This neighborhood was established by a PUD about 25 years ago. The property owner and developer is vested, legally vested, in a next phase of that neighborhood. That phase would be much more dense geographically on the property. It would have putting many more people in what they consider to be harm's way. And so I had multiple meetings about this proposal, which this would have to remove the PUD and apply this SP for a deed-restricted 55 and up active senior community with an assisted living facility in the back. It takes up far less geographic area. It allows for improved stormwater infrastructure that supports the entirety of this piece of Pennington Bend. It adds publicly accessible greenways, and all the infrastructure, even the roads, are high above any flooding concerns. So when I presented this to the neighborhood, there was unanimous support from the neighborhood. Obviously, you didn't hear from anybody that just spoke that actually lives in this area. Unanimous support from the HOA that this is a much better amenity to the neighborhood. It's a much better as far as impact to schools and traffic. It is not far from a main road, and Station 22, is just down the street. But that's what I was faced with, was allowing them to continue on with the existing PUD. And that would really mean that the buyer then would be American Homes for Rent. We are struggling in the city and really across the nation with being able to help support some generational wealth building by buying a home. Unfortunately, the market is too great for this industry that money is talking. So the neighbors, without hesitation, wanted this plan much better than allowing another phase of existing single-family homes that would just be turned into permanent rental homes. So with that, I renew my motion to move approval. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Syracuse, we have people in the queue. Councilmember Nash, you're recognized.
As a council member who suffered flooding in his district here a couple of years ago, where homes were built in the floodplain, and watching people suffer through that, some with insurance, some without, certainly the dangers of people dying. I do have concerns in the discussions at planning. I wonder if we might hear what the discussion was from our stormwater people.
Ms. Milligan, do you know?
Hi. The stormwater, for all SPs as they come through the planning process, all of the metro agencies are required to review them. That includes fire marshal, water services, sewer services, NDOT, et cetera, and stormwater. Stormwater did make a recommendation on this as an approval with conditions indicating that they needed to comply with all of the regulations in the stormwater management manual. There's also, I believe, grading permits that have been under review on this property for some time, given, as Councilmember Syracuse mentioned, there are vested approved developments already on the site for single family homes. And so stormwater has been involved in some mitigation work on the site in regards to stormwater needs, but stormwater has recommended approval of this SP.
From the sponsor, I guess, I understand you think this is a better deal than what is going to be there. Are you still pretty confident that the flood dangers have been and are going to be mitigated?
Councilmember Syracuse?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Nash, anything else?
Thank you.
Okay.
Nothing.
I've got Councilmember Hancock. You're recognized.
My district is directly across the river from this, so several of my constituents received cards about this, and when they asked me about it, I was able to get in touch with Councilman Syracuse, and he provided all the answers that they needed. And in a couple of cases, when they had a few more questions, I had them call him directly, and they were completely satisfied with the answers that he gave them. And some of the stuff I'll repeat that he was said before, but these are the things that I was explaining to my constituents, is that this is less dense than the current PUD that's on the policy. So it's a much better opportunity for the city now than what currently is zoned. It's an active senior living community where we are consistently looking for and having a hard time finding homes for our seniors, so that's very important. There's no development in the conservation policy, and that's amazing and awesome. So it's not going to affect the riverbank there. And there were lots of hoops that the developers had to jump through to abide by the state regulations with the riverbank. So I'm really proud of Councilman Syracuse for working on this, and I look forward to seeing it come through fruition. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Stiles.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to ask the sponsor, what are the mitigations that are going to be done in terms of the flooding to be able to build these single-family homes? I understand about American Homes to Rent. I have them as well, but I am concerned about the safety.
All right. Councilmember Syracuse.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you for the question, Councilmember. Because this is going to take a lot less room on the property, the additional infrastructure that they're able to put in actually helps a neighborhood that probably shouldn't have been built in today's standards, but it's actually going to connect to their stormwater. It's going to allow for a man-made pond to stay clear and to continuously empty out into the river. If we stick with the original PUD, we will not have that opportunity to have more meaningful infrastructure that supports the entirety of this bend.
Councilmember Stiles, anything else?
No, Vice Mayor, that is my question.
All right. Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. A lot of my concerns have been already talked about in regards to how this is correcting something that's more intense. My concerns, I guess I just want to speak in regards to the Planning Commission and the approach and how we do zoning in the city. I'm glad to see that when I look back at when we look at our city, and I'm not the zoning expert, I'm not the planning expert, but when we look at how things like this got put in place, this PUD put in place in the past in a flood zone, those are just poor decisions over the years. And so I think that although I'm not supportive of the Although I'm not supportive of the premise here of, building in the floodplain, I certainly am supportive of making it less intense. And so for that reason, I'm going to vote in favor of the bill because I think it is, again, sometimes the good is the enemy of the best. Is that the phrase? I'm looking at the Vice Mayor for affirmation, or the enemy of the best. Anyway, this, we're taking something that's bad and we're making it better. And so, again, although I'm not at all thrilled in regards to this building in the floodplain, it certainly is better than what we've got today. So with that, I'm going to support. Thanks.
All right. Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Just want to remind colleagues as well as the public, this did have a full discussion at the Planning Commission. It was a good discussion, and that video is online. The minutes from that staff report are available to council members in your staff reports. And I just want to kind of give a plug that most of these discussions really belong in the Planning and Zoning Committee in the interest of getting through the public hearing tonight, as well as the rest of our agenda. But I do, as the Planning and Zoning Committee Chair, I do welcome anyone to participate in our committee, whether you're on the committee or not, but that is the best time to have these very technical discussions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Withers. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this particular bill? Okay, where we are is we have a motion by Councilmember Syracuse, was properly seconded, for passage of BL 2023-1807, again for passage on second reading. Anybody else want to be heard? All right, we are ready to vote. All those in favor of BL 2023-1807 for passage on second reading, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. This one passes on second reading. Item number 8, BL 2023-1808 by Councilmember Syracuse. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a portion of a planned unit development overlay district for property located at 2646 Lock 2 Road, north of Kane Harbor Road, Zone RS10. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I guess we'll open the public hearing. We should have taken these together.
All right, no problem. Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this particular measure. Okay, show of hands of those who are opposed to this particular measure. Anybody opposed? Don't see anybody opposed. Anybody in favor wishing to speak? All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move approval with brief comment.
All right, Councilmember Syracuse has moved approval of BL 2023-1808. Properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, sir. Just to clarify, this is the bill to actually remove the PUD and to apply the SP that was before this. So move approval. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Syracuse again has moved approval of BL 2023-1808 for passage on second reading. These bills require 3 readings. This is for passage on second reading. It was properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of passage of BL 2023-1808 on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. 1808 passes on second reading. We're on item number 9, BL 2023-1809 by Councilmembers Parker, Benedict, and Withers. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a portion of an institutional overlay for various properties on both sides of Gallatin Avenue and north of Douglas Avenue located within the Nashville Auto Diesel College Institutional Overlay District. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. We are on BL 2023-1809. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this particular measure. See a hand way in the back. A show of hands of those who are opposed to this particular measure. I didn't see anybody opposed. The individual in favor, do you wish to speak? You're hiding behind the column. Okay. All right. Anybody wishing to speak on this one? Seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll move approval with a brief explanation. This is some properties that were left out of the bigger cancellation of the institutional overlay that was across this area. So this is just going back and making sure we captured the entire institutional overlay as we're canceling that.
All right, so Councilmember Parker has moved approval of BL 2023-1809 for passes on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Just a question, and you probably explained this when we did the larger cancellation. Institutional overlays can be really useful when they're residential areas around an educational institution, and I just missed the explanation of why the larger cancellation happened. Could we have that again, please?
Councilmember Parker.
Sure. So the Lincoln Tech Auto Diesel College is going to be relocating. They're looking to stay within the city, but there's a buyer that's purchased this property, or is at least under contract for the property, and has a SP that's approved now. So we're continuing to work with Lincoln Tech and continuing to work with the developer of the property. So yes, I mean, once the institution is no longer located there, there's no reason to have the institutional overlay. So that's the basis for this. And this might end up getting deferred. We deferred some of the other pieces of this to the first meeting in June just to track with the close of the property and the moving forward of that. So we may end up bumping this on third one meeting, but I'm comfortable moving ahead with it tonight.
Okay. Councilmember Allen, take care of your questions. All right. Anybody else on this one? All right, we are on BL 2023-1809. It's a proper motion by Councilmember Parker for passage on second reading. Again, it was properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of BL 2023-1809 for passage on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. This one passes on second reading. We're on item number 10, BL 2023-1810. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending a specific plan for properties located at 2143, 2145, and 2145B, Goodrich Avenue, 2125 Buena Vista Pike. Various properties located between Alpine Avenue and Goodrich Avenue, approximately 290 feet northwest of Buena Vista Pike, zoned SP and R8. It's 2.85 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open a public hearing.
Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this particular measure. Okay, I see one hand right there. A show of hands of those who are opposed to this particular measure. Don't see anybody opposed. The individual in favor? No, he doesn't want to speak. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Okay, I got a motion to approve BL 2023-1810 for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of BL 2023-1810 for passage on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. This one passes on second reading. We're on BL 2023-1811 by Councilmember Syracuse, and this one can be taken with item number 12. Okay, item number 11, BL 2023-1811. Councilmember Syracuse is the sponsor and ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending a specific plan on property located at 2850 Lebanon Pike, southwest of Munn Road, zone SP, and located in the downtown Donaldson Urban Design Overlay. It's 4.95 acres. In the companion bill, BL 2023-1812 by Councilmember Syracuse, an ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2023-1811. The proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized on your two bills.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open on both BL 2023-1811 and 1812. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of those particular measures. See a hand way in the back. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to those two measures. Don't see anybody in opposition. Sir, would you like to speak? Nope. Declare the public hearing is closed on those two measures. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move approval.
Councilmember Syracuse has moved approval of BL 2023-1811 and 1812 for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion on those two bills? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. We're voting on 1811 and 1812 for passage on second reading. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Both those bills pass, 1811 and 1812. We're on on Councilmember Parker's bill, item number 13, Bill 2023-1813. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 1717 Luton Street, approximately 450 feet south of East Trinity Lane. It's .32 acres. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this particular measure. Okay, a show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Don't see anybody in opposition. Sir, would you like to speak? Nope. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move approval.
Okay. Councilmember Parker has moved approval of Bill 2023-1813 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor of 1813 for pass on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. That one's adopted. Thanks, Councilmember Parker. For people who are looking at what I'm doing, I have a screen. Whenever I ask for comment, I have to look back here. There's a board back here that tells me if anybody's hit their button. So that's why I'm always moving around. Just letting you know. Item number 14, Bill 2023-1814 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS15 to R20 zoning for property located at 3900 Heights Ferry Road, approximately 280 feet northwest of Emerald Drive. It's .82 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I believe this one has to be deferred.
It does. Because of lack of notice, it'll show up, excuse me, at the first meeting in July, right? All right, we're on items number 15, 16, and 17 by Councilmember Murphy. I'll go through these very quickly. Bill 2023-1815, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5 to SP zoning on property located at 307 Susanna Court, corner of Dakota Avenue and 38th Avenue North. Bill 2023-1816, that's item number 16, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions and requirements for that first bill, Bill 2023-1815. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. And item number 17, BL 2023-1817. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a planned unit development overlay district excuse me, on property located at 307 Susanna Court, southwest corner of Dakota Avenue and 38th Avenue North. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized on all three bills.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to defer all three of them, and we can take them all up together. Is that correct?
You're deferring to the first meeting in July?
That is correct.
Okay. All those three bills will be deferred to the first meeting in July. Okay, so no public hearing tonight. All right, we are on item number 18, Bill 2023-1818. This is by Councilmember Syracuse. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from AR2A, CS, and R15. Excuse me, to SP zoning on properties located at 2400 Pennington Bend Road and McGavick Pike, approximately 61 feet north of Opry Mills Drive. It's 214.37 acres. This is for a mixed-use development. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Open the public hearing, please.
Okay. Declare the public hearing open on this bill. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this particular measure. Excuse me. Thank you. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Okay, we've got hands on both. We start with those who are in favor. If those in favor will come up, line up. I'll need your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. Again, these are people in favor of BL 2023-1818 by Councilmember Syracuse. Sir, you are recognized.
My name is Richard Lawler. I live on 2313 Pennington Bend Road. I've been there since 1967. I've been through many councilmen and many proposed developments out there. The worst we've had so far is the Wyndham condos across the street from us, which Councilman Roy Dale got approved. But we've lived with that, and that's all right. But the big farm, the Gleaves farm, is still available. And Ann Gleaves, who now owns the property, has been assaulted by real estate agents, as you can imagine, with a big piece of property in the middle of Donaldson, middle of Nashville like that, with property going the way it is. She has made a decision to go with this proposal. And I think it is excellent because most of the development that will contain actual people will be on the highland on the east side of this property, which exits onto Music Valley, which is above all the floodwaters of 2010. The ones who seem to be worried about the people down on Pennington Bend being caught in the flood, those people up on the hill don't seem to realize that we still have to get out of there the best way we can, and we know to get out when the flood comes. But the people in this new development will not have that problem. They can go right up to Music Valley, over to McGavick Pike, hop on to Riley Parkway, and be out of there. So there is not that danger. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Paul May. I live at 2409 Pennington Bend Road, which is directly across the street from where this project is going in. Okay. I think this is a great project. I think it's a good use of the land and will have minimal impact. Like Richard said, it has access during a flood. People can get out. It will allow for minimal runoff to take place. The ground will be such that it is permeable. So it has also been reduced in what it was first proposed. And I think the mitigation that has taken place really makes this an ideal place and an ideal project for the city. I yield my time.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Katie Hallgren. I'm with Northgate Resorts. Address is 38 Commerce Ave, Grand Rapids, Michigan. As the two previous gentlemen noted, our desire with this development is to have something that honors the history of the land, and we've worked with Ann Gleaves-Farrell over the last 3 years to develop something that she can be proud of and that honors her father. In addition to working with Ann, we've worked with the surrounding community, we've worked with Metro Planning, we've worked with business leaders to make sure that we're addressing any concerns that they have, and that's reflected in changes that were made to the plan. So one of the big items was removing a lot of elements that were in the floodplain, and so now all that remains in the floodplain are 155 RV campsites. These are short-term campsites, so there won't be any permanent structures. Then the remainder of the land that's in the floodplain is going to remain as farming as it has been, and then we're also going to enhance existing streams that have been channelized because of the farming, so we're going to be enhancing wildlife habitat, and we're going to be enhancing the existing wetlands. So this will also help with any flooding, and make it be able to handle flooding better in the future. Additionally, there have been concerns over archaeology or archaeological resources, and that's something that we've committed to do proactively as part of the final SP approval process. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening. We really enjoy Nashville community and look forward to moving this project forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Hey, Terry Crotzer, 3212 Knobview, Donaldson. Thank you for hearing me tonight. Hey, I am a native Nashvilleian, grew up here. Probably one of the few in the room that could remember buffaloes in that field, but they were there. And over the years, Donaldson developed and grew just like the rest of the city. I was in Los Angeles 25 years, worked in the entertainment business, and watched us grow. Thanks to people like Jeff and other folks in the room, Nashville developed. This is going to be a good development for us on our side of town. It's what we need. So would appreciate your vote on it, an upvote. Thanks for your time.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
T. Clark Miller, 2515 McGavick Pike. I see many of you are still smiling, which is great because it's still early, so I'm going to smile too. I'm obviously in support of this bill. I think it's wonderful. I think the development is already around it, similar to what it has now. I think I have a unique perspective. I work in the area. I also lived in the area up until 13 years ago in May 2010 when my house on Miami Avenue was swept away by the river. So I can tell you where the floodwaters were because unlike some some wonderful people that were on the bluff and overlooked it, I actually still have some mud on my shoes from 2013. So this is a good development. A lot of it is in a great spot, and it will be complementary to the entire area, and we need it very much for the area and Music Valley to combat all of the wonderful things we also have downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Ann Glees Farrell, and I live at 4 Angel Trace. My dad bought the farm in 1960 and ran a grade A dairy. Since 2007, since my mom died, many, I can't even count how many developers had wanted to, to look and buy the farm. I can tell you straight up, I did not want a concrete jungle. And I am blessed, I feel like my prayers have been answered, that I found a partner with Jim Bossenbrook in Northgate who understands my vision for the farm. I want to honor my dad's legacy and farm life. I was blessed to be a farmer's daughter, and I really hope to share some of these experiences through this development. We're going to be keeping the barns and the silos of milk and parlors. We'll be baling hay and half fields for different vegetables and plants. Of any and all the developments or people that approach me, this is the one that keeps the farm in its most natural state. I'm glad that the people across the river in Brush Hill were blessed and not affected by the flood, but I can tell you the people on Pennington Bend definitely were. They lived through it, and they chose to rebuild, and they are excited about this program, what we have developed. And I hope you vote for it. And, Mr. Eric, I thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Barrett Hobbs, 2408 Music Valley Drive. Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the council, it's always fun to come down and say hello to everyone. I am adamantly in support of this development. As Ms. Gleaves said, this property's been in her family for years and years and years, and my family has developed many of those acres around her farm. The Gaylord property is in and around her farm. For those of you that are new to Nashville that maybe not have been in the Music Valley area, it may not come as a big surprise, but farming isn't really a way she can make a living on this property anymore. And our property taxes have not really gone down lately. So when you've got a private individual with a prime piece of real estate that has spent the time with Councilman Syracuse and the community to find the right mix between entertainment, agricultural, greenway, a reasonable amount of density in an area since 1970 that has been a tourism and entertainment zone, I don't know that you could draw up a better proposal for this. It's a large tract of land surrounded by Briley Parkway and a bunch of hotels, other campgrounds, restaurants, and bars. So your support in this would mean a lot to our community. Since the Opryland theme park closed and downtown has become so vibrant, that area of town has been neglected. Other than the Ryman, my family, and a few other folks, there hasn't been any development out there. And this is one of the largest multi-million-dollar developments that we've seen in decades. So your support from our area would be greatly appreciated. Thank you for the time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hobbs. Next speaker.
I'm Mark Spalding. I'm with Gresham Smith, and I've been working with Northgate now for a couple of years. We're doing the planning and civil engineering for the project, and I know that Katie hit on a couple of issues here. We've been working with planning and working with the community, and we started out in the floodplain. We reduced the development within the floodplain to 155 RV sites. Originally, in the original plan, we had 217 RV sites, a restaurant, and an open-air pavilion. So based on community comments, we worked through all that and basically moved that around, got that out of the floodplain. Right now, current development is showing at 20% of the current floodplain. 23, almost 24 acres out of the 120 acres within the floodplain. So we've come a long way, and we think we've got something here that can be a win-win for everybody. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the council, Sean Henry, 500 11th Avenue North, representing Northgate Resorts. Northgate Resorts is a family-oriented tourism Class A RV type camp resort. They've got 30 all over the country. This is going to be 31. And in this unique location, agritourism is critically important to their business model here in Nashville. Butch Spirit wrote a letter to the Planning Commission in support of this project, and I'd like to just quote a few of his words. Regarding agritourism, he said, what's particularly appealing here is to family travelers, a market segment that Nashville hospitality industry is working to grow with offerings like this one. The plan will bring a heightened level of energy and excitement that would benefit both the development and the entire Music Valley, Pennington Bend neighborhood. You just heard from some Pennington Bend neighbors and residents. I personally spoke with the president of the Wyndham Resorts Homeowners Association, who's actually the former council member for District 15, and they have no objection whatsoever, and they are the most adjacent neighbor to this property and this development. You're going to hear some concerns in a moment that have already been touched on regarding the floodplain, regarding disturbance of the floodplain. 80% of this floodplain is going to be undisturbed. It's going to remain and be preserved, except for a greenway trail, which our stormwater management manual allows greenway trails on those types of floodplain properties. The mitigation measures that they are putting in place will increase the amount of stormwater that can be absorbed on the property. So unlike the concerns that you're about to hear and you've already heard here from folks regarding flooding along Pennington Bend, this property mitigates that. It will be better after this project is built than it is today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anybody else wishing to speak in favor on this particular measure? All right. If you want to speak in opposition, if you would come on down, get in front of the microphone, go ahead and line up. I need your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. Sir, you're recognized.
My name's Emerson Eubank, and I live at 2443 Pennington Bend. And really here just to raise some concerns. Haven't been able to really know much about what's going on. But in any case, my wife's family's lived on this property since 1962, and it's been her family since then. 2010, our house was destroyed by the flood. We had to completely rebuild. The flooding that destroyed the house actually came from the Gleaves pasture, didn't come from the riverside. If you would actually look at the height of the water in our house and the height of the water that came from the pastures, that's what really finished us off. So just having said that, the only issues that I just want to bring up is, when we had to rebuild our house, we had to go through horrible restrictions by stormwater. It took us 2 years, spending over $25,000 just on their paperwork and restrictions and this and that. It got passed, and we eventually were able to rebuild. The second issue, and I know they've talked about it, is the water displacement from the building. There's a zone, R15 zone, that's on the map to be a multiple use area, and that's directly across the street from our house. So it's not appears by looking at the map, it's not on the Music Valley side. The other issue is the construction traffic and the traffic. It's a horribly dangerous street as it is already. I guess that was the bell for me to step down.
That was the bell.
Thank you.
Mr. Eubank. Next speaker.
Hi, Joy Andal, 2197 Ellensville Pike, 37211. Again, let's go back to 1975 and look at Opryland Theme Park. The pictures that you will find on Google, everything's covered to the top. How many musicians were working there and lost their jobs? I have snowbird cousins from Michigan that would come on their way down, stay at the campgrounds, go to Florida, back, stay a week or two. Last time they were here, their trailer did get flooded, and they were blocked in the trailer park. So what you don't know until you need to know. But y'all already know, and so you've already shown us where it's going to be. So I'm just saying, please help them build responsibly because they will get flooded.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Andy Depew. I live at 230 McGavick Pike. I'm in District 15. Ladies and Vice Mayor and ladies and gentlemen of the council, I sent you all a email. I'm not worried about the floodplain. What I'm doing is environmental. The other day I went over there, took a drive around it. I've been driving around that area for 40 to 50 plus years. But this time I saw babies, turkeys. I saw some baby deer. And that night, while I was sleeping, I had a dream of who's going to save the babies. So I'm asking you to save the babies. I'm asking you to maybe turn this over to TWRA and make it into a wildlife refuge. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Metro Council. My name is Nancy Quinn, again, resident on Brush Hill Road, but I'm here tonight as a resident of Greater Nashville.
Ms. Quinn, you may want to lower the microphone just a little bit.
I'm a little short.
That's okay.
Again, I'll remind you today, May 2nd is the anniversary of the historic rainfall that caused the devastating 2010 flood. Despite that anniversary, or that flood, you just approved putting an assisted care facility on 135 acres of Cumberland River floodplain. And now are contemplating another 120 acres of floodplain being turned over to private development on the same river bend. Approving both of these rezonings would be an affront to the safety and the health of the entire community. There is no benefit to the community to allow this developer to degrade our floodplain. There are no acceptable levels of floodplain degradation. Just like cheating on your taxes, you can cheat a little or you can cheat a lot, but you're still cheating on your taxes. So floodplain degradation at any level is just that, it's degradation. In addition, to proceed with this development with no prior archaeological study, you deprive the community of the opportunity to uncover and benefit from history significant to the area. Nashvillians have been put through a lot in the past decade. We have made concessions. We have been inconvenienced. We have suffered consequences of bad decisions made by elected representatives. It's time Nashvillians start feeling the benefits and reaping the rewards. When you turn over this floodplain to private development, Nashvillians will only suffer the consequences of threats to their safety and collective health. And when the next historic rainfall comes and we're all watching our first responders risk their lives to rescue more people from this bend, I hope that you can all reflect on how you voted tonight and feel good about the way that you voted. I urge you to deny or defer this proposal until these issues are addressed. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker. Name, address, 2 minutes.
Hello, councilmen and women. My name is Eller Kelleher. I live at 4014 Brush Hill Road. I'm here in opposition to building on the floodplain and also asking for an archaeological survey of the site. The floodplain that we look onto right now is an incredible environmental gem in Nashville right now. You have already voted tonight to build on floodplain, so that is an incredibly unfortunate, in my opinion. But what I consider an easy decision for you all to make is to oppose any development or degradation of the floodplain. The developers of this site have stated that they've removed some of the development from the floodplain, we request you remove all and that you not move forward with this until they do so. It is a risk to life, and it is a horrible thing to potentially witness as a resident of Nashville, not if, but when a flood comes. This is something you can prevent, and I hope you vote in accordance. I'll yield my time.
All right, thank you. Next speaker. I think I've seen you before tonight.
Yes, sir. David Macias, 611 Merritt Avenue. I guess if agenda item 7 passed, I probably expect this one to pass as well, but I just feel like, as somebody who's been in Nashville now for 27 years, and I understand a lot of people are moving here, development. I'm not against development. I think there's a lot of, great things that have happened in the city. Our relationship with the developers is important, but it does feel, sort of like Ms. Quinn was saying, when you're cutting corners, it degrades the livability of this city, and I see it happen again and again. And I feel like this is one of the more egregious examples of cutting corners. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not against the overall development. I'm just against building on a floodplain for reasons which I expressed earlier and several other people have articulated. I just feel like in general, we've just got to be more careful in how we do this. Relationships with our developers are important, but we just can't rubber stamp everything that they want. You guys have to look out for us. You have to look out for our safety, and you have to look out for the livability. And it feels like in this instance, that's not happening. So I know other people, disagree, but I feel like, hearing, 80% of the flood zone or 80% of the property is going to be outside of the flood zone. Well, again, I wouldn't be here right now standing before you if 100% of that development were in the flood zone. But we've got, we just can't cut corners. So I'll yield my remaining second.
Thank you. We're holding on to that second. All right. Name, address. You got 2 minutes and 1 second. Go ahead.
Great. Yeah, it's Tony Gottlieb, 4108 Brush Hill. I think it's suffice to say that nobody wants a trailer park in their backyard. So to say the Brush Hill residents are opposed to this because of the unsightliness of having all these vehicles is foregone conclusion. The river bends in Nashville are very unique. They're ecologically wonderful wildlife, flora, and fauna, and we're pretty much getting rid of this one. To say that this is a dangerous situation for a nighttime flood with the retired and elderly people who will primarily be using this facility has already been said over and over again. Obviously, people are ignoring it. But with all due respect, Councilman Withers, I went to the Planning Commission meeting, and I saw how that's run. And when the proposal came up for a second time, the public hearing was shut down. So to say that this was adequately discussed in front of the Planning Commission, I would take issue with you on that. It's not. Okay. This situation in Nashville begs the question as I'm driving by my own Councilman Benedict's house and I'm dodging pedestrians in one of the oldest neighborhoods in Nashville because there's no sidewalks built. And I see this rampage to develop this city for tourists. The only thing that came to mind was Councilman Syracuse's $1,600 max out for his Northgate Cleves contribution. And I thought, I guess we're selling it off a piece at a time, and I hope you got your money's worth. Okay, thanks.
Next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Vice Mayor, members of the council, I'm David Kleinfelter, the law firm of Reno and Kavanaugh, 424 Church Street. It's always a pleasure to be back here, and it's an honor to speak in front of you. I represent Nancy Quinn, by the way, but I'm also here because I'm personally very strongly concerned about this proposed zoning. You have on your desk a letter from me that includes 3 exhibits. One is the reality of the flooding from 2010, which is pretty obvious. The second shows the conservation policy that's in Nashville Next, which indicates that this land is to remain undisturbed. And the third shows the floodplain overlaid by the site plan. As you can see, there's over 150 RV parking pads proposed in the floodplain. As you've heard, they've gotten closer. The developer has agreed and moved forward, and I'm sure with input from the council member, the sponsor. So we're closer, but there's still distance to go. There's 2 amendments that are needed. The first is that the SP should be amended so that all of the development directly within the floodplain is removed. There's already plenty of development on this site. There's a large area, and that's exactly where conservation policy is supposed to kick in. Develop on the outside the floodplain, not inside the floodplain. There's a total of 425 campsites, including the RV parking pads. It's not a unreasonable request to reduce that a few. Second, it almost certainly includes archaeological resources of past civilizations, indigenous persons, and other past civilizations. I was very pleased to hear from the developer that they're committed to preserving that. It really needs to be amended into the SP ordinance that a study be conducted prior to the final site plan. It's a 500 square mile city. These look like small decisions, but we do have vanishing floodplain in Nashville. The floodplain I'm not really as concerned about the safety. I think people hopefully can take care of themselves and drive their RVs out. It's the very limited area to filter the waters and have the environmental conditions of our waterways preserved. And unlike the prior Pennington Bend matter, this is not a thing going from one to nothing. This is going from agricultural to developed. And on that floodplain, that really should not happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kleinfelter. Anybody else wishing to be heard on this matter? All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized on the bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll move approval with commentary.
All right. So Councilmember Syracuse has moved approval of Bill 2023-1818 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. So what's interesting about this property is this whole 200 acres here, you've got conservation overlay policy right up against T3, which is intense for mixed use. And so keep that in mind as we discuss this. I think it'd be beneficial for my colleagues if I turn it over to the planning table and ask Ms. Milligan to give a brief history of when we first came to the Planning Commission with this, what was discussed, the concerns, and then the evolution to the second Planning Commission meeting.
Ms. Milligan.
Sure. As the council member mentioned, the project came before the Planning Commission. A public hearing was held and closed, and the Planning Commission had extensive conversation related to the development. At that time, the Planning Commission gave feedback in regards to concerns that they had related to the intensity of the development. There were also concerns around a proposed outdoor event venue, and there were concerns regarding things like sewage disposal from RV sites, those sorts of things. And so essentially the Planning Commission deferred the item for a couple of meetings to allow for the applicant to continue to work on the project and to make some changes. Some of the changes that came out of that were that the plan as originally presented to the Planning Commission included disturbance of approximately 60% of the floodplain that's on the area or on the site. When the plan came back to the Planning Commission, it was a disturbance of approximately 20%. And the uses that are included in the floodplain area are uses that are not permanent structures, not intrusive uses. It's RV sites that will utilize pervious paving to the extent possible, and RVs, of course, are not permanent structures. And so it's the least intrusive uses of the development that are in that small area of floodplain that is proposed to be disturbed. And so those were some of the changes. With the original proposal, that there had been some permanent structures, including a restaurant and some other uses on the McGavick Pike side of the property. And all of those permanent structures were removed out of the floodplain with the modification. They also provided evacuation plans and removed the outdoor event venue because they heard that that was of particular concern, especially with the way that sound travels. So that's a quick summary of a lot of the changes, but it was a significant reduction of floodplain, removal of the outdoor event venue as well.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Syracuse.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. May I also ask a question of Ms. Milligan in regards to development in a floodplain? Does floodplain mean that by policy we are not allowed to develop at all?
It does not. So a floodplain on a site does not mean that that site is necessarily undevelopable. It means that if developed, that there are additional considerations and requirements that are reviewed by stormwater at the time that any sort of permits or development proposals are made.
Okay, thank you. This has been quite a journey. I think, as you heard from those that actually live and work down there, there couldn't have been a not for me.
You can conclude.
I'll conclude. There couldn't have been a better fit for this property, respecting the history of the farm, being respectful of the different kind of land uses, and supporting the brand of Music Valley. This is going to bring good quality families and tourism to this site. And I'll finally just say that on third reading, I do pledge that I will have an amendment that clarifies what is already in the SP as far as an archaeological study. But I will be putting an amendment on third reading to better clarify, working with our new archaeologists in Metro Historic, that we will have a very clear and robust process for that, and that will happen. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. District 7 is across the river. The reason why so many folks from District 7 came out tonight is because they are on a bluff and they're looking over across the river at this area, all of Music Valley that's there. And at some point, this land was going to get developed, right? There's a limited supply of land. We need places for Nashvillians to live. I think that the campground is probably the least invasive use, as has been discussed. Although I do want to call out that I am going to stand with my folks from District 7 in that, I'd like to see even less development potentially on the floodplain if that can be done, as well as I appreciate the commitment from Councilmember Syracuse just now in regards to the archaeological work, and I look forward to seeing that. I will say, along the way, this developer has made a lot of concessions. They've been the outdoor venue is a big deal. When you're on when you're on Brush Hill Road, you can hear all the sound. We hear the General Jackson. I live about half a mile off of Brush Hill, and you can hear the General Jackson tooting as it goes by. You can hear. I'm fun on the mic tonight, huh, Councilmember Young? So. All of this to say, I got sidetracked there, Vice Mayor, my apologies. The developer has been good to make concessions. The music venue concession was really the largest concern that we had, because that is noise that we hear loud and clear. We even hear, sometimes parties across the river, right? So you can hear people's voices even at times. So I do think that, I do trust and hope that this developer is going to work with Councilmember Syracuse on the archaeological work. I would like them to, continue to look at that floodplain and see what they might be able to do about those 155 sites to see if they can make them more less impervious as possible, so that we're protecting the area as much as we can. And with that, I think tonight I'm probably, unless I hear something more compelling as we talk tonight, I can't decide right now. I'm really not for this, and I want to vote no, but I also want to trust that we'll come back next week or that the next council meeting or the next time this is heard with these plans change. So I just would encourage my colleagues to, take in what you've heard, and I need to stand with my folks in District 7, and I'm either abstaining tonight or I'm voting against. So I just want to share that out there publicly. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Hart, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I, too, feel so uncomfortable when we have such outpouring of constituents coming to voice their concerns as well as sending emails. And it just makes me uncomfortable to vote against them knowing that they do have bona fide concerns. I was also hoping that the sponsor would look into the archaeological study, so I was very happy to hear that. But I'm going to stand as an abstention for this vote in hopes that he will come back with the study and perhaps that could change at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I just want to thank all the people that came out and all the people that have sent emails and signed petitions. And just to talk a little bit about process, because I think it's important for folks to know that we do listen, we do take all this in, and a lot of us will make a good use of time that we have to go back and look at the planning staff recommendations and things like that. So that's the reason we have 3 readings. So I want people to understand that a vote tonight is not the final vote. There is clearly time for amendments to happen, and we have the opportunity to chat with Councilmember Syracuse tonight through other things to talk about other changes. We appreciate the archaeological change. Could there be fewer sites? Can we talk about what the pervious surface looks like? There's time for that, and so the fact that that we hear all the comments that come tonight, and then there probably will be a number of us who vote yes tonight, but that's because there is time to continue to try to work on the concerns that are being heard here. And I just think it's important for people to understand how that process works.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Allen. All right, looking in the queue, nobody's else in the, Councilmember Benedict?
I have a late filed amendment for this.
Okay. All right, so here's where we are. We're on BL 2023-1818 by Councilmember Syracuse. Again, he has requested a motion to approve on second reading. It was properly seconded. Councilmember Benedict has a late filed amendment. You should have gotten it through an email today. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized on your late filed amendment.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So the concerns that we heard, my apologies to the folks who came out tonight. Thank you so much for coming out. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you that earlier.
Councilmember Benedict,
point of order, got it.
Yeah, you have to suspend the rules to get there, and so it would have gone to Rules Committee, I believe. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
It did appear, she did appear before the Rules Committee, and all 5 of us present voted that this was not an emergency and that we did not feel it should be taken up tonight. And so I would object to the suspension of the rules because, as the sponsor admitted in committee, she can bring this up on third and final reading since it's a Title 17 piece of legislation.
All right, Councilmember Benedict, what do you want to do?
All right, I'll withdraw. Or just not move it.
Yeah, you just don't have to move it. Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, as Councilmember Allen was talking about, these bills can be amended on third reading. So, Councilmember Benedict has a late filed amendment. There was concerns about the nature of why it was late filed in the emergency. She can bring it up again. Councilmember Roden, question?
Point of order. She said withdrawal first.
Yeah.
And then you started talking after her. I think the rules are when someone says withdrawal, they've withdrawn their amendment.
Well, so Councilmember Benedict, if you want to clarify, you said withdraw and you said, I don't want to take it up.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I didn't know where we were as far as, so we were talking about, we had suspended the rules with the late filed amendment. The rules, no, we hadn't suspended. Sorry. I had requested the rules be suspended, and since they were not suspended, I don't want to proceed with the amendment at this time, with the late filed amendment at this time. I'll plan to timely file an amendment next time if an amendment is needed. Okay. So whatever floor action you need me to take for that, or if that's enough, That's what I'd like to do.
Well, I guess just to make sure we're all comfortable, she said withdraw, which would mean that it's withdrawn. But then she said, I just don't want to bring it tonight. She can just refile the amendment. All right. Councilman Roden?
I was just wanting to clarify and make sure so we knew where we were.
That's fine.
We're clear?
Do we need any other clarification? I think we're good. All right. Thank you. All right. So here's where we are. We are on a motion to approve on second reading BL 2023-1818 by Councilmember Syracuse. Again, properly seconded. Nobody else in the queue. We are ready to vote. All those in favor of BL 2023-1818 for passage on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. I got one no from Councilmember Benedict, an abstention by Councilmember Hurt. Anybody else? Got Councilmember Welsh, abstain. Councilmember Stiles, abstain. Okay. Anybody else that I need to recognize? All right, so the bill passes on second reading. Again, these things require 3 readings. All right, we're ready to move on by Councilmember Welsh. BL 2023-1819, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5 to RM9A NS zoning for property located at 322 Alberta Street, approximately 260 feet east of Nolensville Pike. Councilmember Welsh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay. Declare the public hearing open on this particular bill. It's BL 2023-1819. I need a show of hands of those who are here in favor of this particular bill. Anybody in favor of BL 2023-1819? If you are, if you raise your hand. Okay. Anybody here in opposition to BL 2023-1819? Councilmember Welsh, I didn't see anybody hands on either side, okay? So I'm declaring the public hearing closed. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you. I'd like to move to approve.
Councilmember Welsh has moved to approve BL 2023-1819 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor of BL 2023-1819 for passage on second reading say aye. That was the worst I've ever heard. I'm going to try that again. Passage of BL 2023-1819 for passage on second reading. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. That one is passed on second reading. Item number 20, BL 2023-1822 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling an urban design overlay district located at 1609 McGavick Street, 115 16th Avenue South, and 114 and 116 17th Avenue South, approximately 120 feet northwest of Division Street, Zone CF. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open on this particular bill, BL 2023-1822. Need to see a show of hands of those who are here in favor of this particular measure. Show of hands of those who are in opposition to this measure. Don't see anybody on either side. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval.
All right, Councilmember O'Connell has moved approval of BL 2023-1822 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor of BL 2023-1822 for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. This one passes on second reading. We are now on BL 2023-1823, which can be taken with 1824. These are by Councilmember Van Rees. 1823 is ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending a specific plan for properties located at 272, 288, and 296 Broadmoor Drive, and 329, 341, and 349 Ben Allen Road, west of Elmington Parkway, Zone SP, and item number 22, BL 2023-1824, that's the companion bill. Ordinance authorized building material restrictions requirements for BL 2023-1823. The proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of building. Councilmember Van Rees, you recognized on those two bills.
Thank you very much. Just a point of clarification, that's Ellington Parkway, not Elmington Parkway.
I'm sorry.
Ellington Parkway is the spine of our counties. You know.
All right.
I moved to open the. That's
sorry.
okay. I moved to open the public hearing.
I will be happy to go back and read them again.
No, it's fine. No.
Okay. All right. So I declare the public hearing open on both 1823 and 1824. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two bills. Are you sure? Because I said Elmington or Ellington. All right. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition of those two bills. I don't see anybody in opposition. Anybody in favor wish to speak? No one's coming forward. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Van Reese, you're recognized.
It's my absolute pleasure to ask for approval.
All right, so Councilmember Van Reese has moved for approval of BL 2023-1823 and 1824 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the two bills? Seeing none, we're voting on BL 2023-1823 and 1824 for passage on second reading. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Those two bills are passed on second reading. We're on item number 23, and they can be taken with item number 24. Councilmember Sledge is the sponsor. BL 2023-1825, ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending specific plan for properties located at 1201, 1203, 1205, and 1211 8th Avenue South, 809 Edge Hill Avenue, and 1430 Hillside Avenue. Approximately 75 feet east of Horton Avenue, zoned SP, and 1826, which is the companion bill. That's an ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2023-1825. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized on the two bills.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Please open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open on both 1825 and 1826. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two measures. Okay, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to those two measures. I don't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. No one's coming forward. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Sledge, recognized on the two bills.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move approval, please.
All right, Councilmember Sledge has moved approval of both BL 2023-1825 and 1826 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the two bills? Seeing none, we're on 1825 and 1826 for pass on second reading. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Both those bills pass. We're on items number 25 and item number 26. This is BL 2023-1827. Can be taken with 1828, sponsored by Councilmember Mendez. An ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R6, R40, and SP to SP zoning for properties located at 813 Watts Lane, 1201, 1210, 1211, 1216, 1222, and 1230 Watts Terrace and Watts Terrace, numbered approximately 1,000 feet east of Charlotte Pike at 6.22 acres. Permit 71 multifamily residential units. And then 1828, which is the companion bill, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2023-1827. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized on the bill.
Please open the public hearing.
All right, so we're on both those bills. It's 1827 and 1828. Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two measures. All right, got hands in the back. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to those two measures. Oh, I saw a hand go up with a nice lady in the second row. No, okay. She's just getting ready. Okay. Anybody in opposition to either of these two bills? Okay. Anybody in favor wishing to speak? Don't see anybody coming to the podium. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilor Mendez, you're recognized on the two bills.
Move approval, please.
All right, Councilor Mendez moves approval of BL 2023-1827 and 1828 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Roberts.
I'd like to abstain on both of these, please.
Okay, Councilmember Roberts will be listed as abstaining on both those two bills. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of passage on second reading of BL 2023-1827 and 1828 signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. All right, bill passes, and we've got an abstention on both the bills by Councilmember Roberts. All right, we are on items number 27 and item number 28. These are by Councilmember Murphy. All right. right, Bill 2023-1829 by Councilmember Murphy, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from MUL to SP zoning for property located at 4500 Harding Pike, southwest of the corner of White Bridge Pike and Harding Pike. It's 10.57 acres to permit a mixed-use development. And then the companion bill, which is BL 2023-1830, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions and requirements for BL 2023-1829. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Murphy, you are recognized on both those bills.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Right before I open the public hearing, I did want to go ahead and get on the record that I do have an amendment. It outlines, I'll explain the amendment when we put it on after public hearing, but I did want to go ahead and mention that it addresses several of the concerns that you will probably hear tonight. And so, but I just wanted to go ahead and say, colleagues, do not worry, do not fear. There is an amendment in the packet. It's not the final amendment. There will be more amendments on third. Trust me, I'm already working with NDOT planning in the mayor's office on a few other things as well with the developers. But so just wanted to go ahead and get that on the record and open the public hearing.
All right. I declare the public hearing open. We're on BL 2023, 1829 and 1830. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this particular measure. Okay. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition of this particular measure. Okay, so we'll let those in favor start. If you would, if you want to speak in favor, if you would go ahead and line up behind the microphone. I'll need your name, address, and then 2 minutes in which to speak. But if you're in favor and you want to speak, come on forward. And you are ready to start. Name, address, 2 minutes.
Pablo David, 429 Chestnut. Thank you, Vice Mayor Schulman and council members for hearing our presentation today. AJ Capital has been investing in Nashville long before we moved our headquarters here. Through our work in Nashville and around the world, we have been committed to building something more than just encompassing the buildings themselves. Instead, we've been building communities. This community has been an integral part of our vision for Belmead Plaza, an immediately important aspect of our process. And since we began this process in December of 2022, we've had over 20 community meetings, 30 plus hours of community engagement, launched a project-specific website and email address, and distributed 3 mailers to over 7,000 neighbors. And through this process, we've received robust community and stakeholder feedback that have led to the following actions: a reduction in height by 30%, a reduction in density by 16%, increased parking by 39%, and increased retail by over 33%. Our intention with Belmead Plaza is to build a community that fits within the existing fabric of this neighborhood, complementing the community that exists and giving neighbors housing and shopping options, as well as significant green and open space and access to a revitalized Richland Creek. Our intention is not change, but amplification. Traffic, it's an existing pain point today, but that's not our fault. But we have, throughout this process, worked closely with KCI and NDOT to create a plan that reduces site traffic by 40%. And we've committed to $1 million in funding to NDOT's recommendations from their mobility study of the area. Together with community support, our proposal was unanimously approved at the Planning Commission, and today I'm here before you to respectfully ask for your vote and to please move this legislation forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Beth Ostrowski, professional engineer with KCI Technologies, located at 500 11th Avenue North. I'm also a neighbor of this project. KCI produced both the traffic impact study and the more robust mobility study, which included multimodal assessments and considered connectivity improvements in the study area. Our data and analysis indicate the Belmead Plaza project will reduce traffic to and from the project site by approximately 40% as compared to the existing land uses. You will hear from some people tonight that they do not believe our analysis. KCI worked hand in hand with NDOT throughout this process, including scoping and agreement on all study assumptions for both studies. NDOT completed a thorough review of both studies and accepted the results of KCI's analysis. NDOT also joined KCI in hosting a listening session for the public in February and took many of the comments received in that forum and incorporated them into their conditions, thus expanding on the recommendations as included in the mobility study. As discussed during the last community meeting for the mobility study, which was hosted by NDOT staff and Director Alarcon, the recommendations in our study and ultimately the conditions determined by NDOT will have a net positive impact on mobility across various modes of travel. The NDOT conditions placed on the project are acceptable to the development team, and I thank NDOT sincerely for their diligent work and partnership throughout this entire process. In closing, this project, with the NDOT conditions placed on it, will be materially beneficial to the vehicular transportation network and will improve mobility for pedestrians, transit users, and cyclists, ultimately benefiting all modes of transportation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mr. Vice Mayor, council members. Peyton Bradford, 1262 Battlefield Drive. Longtime listener, first-time caller. Change is
There's no prize involved in this. So.
Change is an exceptionally difficult thing. We are surrounded by it in every facet of our daily lives. When change proposes to affect places near our homes, we fear the loss of core memories and experiences associated with these places that we might be losing. We should validate these concerns. We should listen to people. We should give the opposition the full voice that they want. But listening, caring, and validating concerns about loss of the feeling of a neighborhood doesn't mean that you must say no, or should say no. This project merits approval for a myriad of reasons. First, there is no displacement of residents. Second, this is a density of an intersection at two major state roads. Third, it is along transit routes and a bus route. It is near a greenway. Fourth, there are beneficial environmental impacts from this project. Finally, this intersection has residential towers on a number of corners. This project will further enhance that development. You can validate these neighbors' concerns by building them safe sidewalks and improving their aging stormwater infrastructure. Call me naive, but we can do both. We can say yes to this, and we can make sure that people don't feel shorted. Simply saying no is no longer an option. People will ask you to say no to this due to traffic, while also saying no to mass transit options that would have improved this situation. That's not a solution. Please say yes to this project. Then say yes to better transit, more sidewalks, and new infrastructure to help these neighbors. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, council persons. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Wade Hutchison. I'm the president and CEO of BCE Incorporated. My address is 2604 Foster Avenue in Nashville. With 46 years experience with BCE and serving as a civil engineer, I've been involved with many of the projects that have affected the skyline of Nashville. We've had the privilege to work on the Music City Center, to work on the Underground Conservatory at the Governor's Residence, the Nashville Symphony Center, numerous projects at Vanderbilt and Belmont's campuses, and several projects down the street at the Montgomery Bell Academy, just down the street from this particular project. The difference with this particular project is most often our company gets involved before the blasting begins, but after the planning takes place. With this particular project, we've come on, the BCE team has come on with the AJ Capital team during the planning phases of the project. And we've sat in and worked with the public at the various public meetings that have taken place for the project. And we've had opportunities to hear their concerns, to evaluate the site, to look at the particular exposures along the creek and with the particular intersection, the neighbors and the structures in the area, to work and develop a plan to do blasting on the project in a safe way. AJ Capital has put together a blasting plan that follows and exceeds the requirements that the state of Tennessee's Fire Marshal Office has. And they've put together a plan that addresses the community's particular concerns of blasting along the creek. I want to emphasize that this project is put together in such a way that no blasting takes place in close proximity to the creek. Secondly, fly rock has been expressed as a concern. All blasting will be performed in a safe safe manner to control the potential for fly rock with adequate stemming and the use of blasting mats. And third, it will be conducted in a way that's friendly to the neighbors and without disturbing the neighboring public. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Next speaker. Name, address, 2 minutes.
Hello? Joy Andal, 2197 Nolensville Pike, 37211. I and other disabled patients, people have been marginalized by the lack of rollable owner-occupied new construction in Nashville at all price points. This plan is inclusive as seen on the site circulation. This development has transit options, park-like boardwalk, near medical care, retail, restaurants, faith-based centers. It's lovely to have Trader Joe's and Target so close by. This plan is in line with the community policy for the site. I began my nursing career in the 80s in Nashville and have many fond memories eating at Bellmead Plaza. I've advocated years for critically ill patients and families, and now I'm advocating for the mobility challenged and sight impaired. Last year I visited this property and I couldn't reach the crosswalk button. I was out in the right turn lane. I went through 3 cycles trying to hit the button with this end. Finally got it to work with this end so that I could cross the road. There was no landing pad, and cars almost hit me turning right into Kroger's because there was no accessible sidewalk. It had a curb like 7 inches tall. This property is treacherous as is. There's no protective landing. As I mentioned, I spoke and sent images to NDOT asking them to fix the walk. Safer. Nashville is wanting to be Vision Zero, and I am a proponent of that. So these applicants will bring this site into compliance decades after the ADA laws were passed. Hotel keys are needed for families in critical condition. Traveling nurses, interns, residents, fellows, and on-call teams need nearby housing. Abe's Garden is within walking distance. Windsor Towers is 12 floors high. Remember that flood in 75? My next-door neighbors, John and Carol, moved as quick as they could to Windsor Towers, 12 stories high right down the street from this. Rivers are not the same as creeks. These people are bringing it into compliance. Please approve this plan. And more.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, members of council. I'm David Jackson with Davey Resource Group. We are an environmental consultant for AJ Capital Partners. I'm a professional licensed geologist and professional hydrologist. We've been asked and have been working with AJ Capital Partners to assess the existing conditions of Richland Creek and also identify opportunities to restore the creek. One of the things that a lot of people are aware of is that there's a grocery store that's currently built out over the creek. There's concrete piers that support that building that are embedded in the stream substrate. The stream is very shaded. It doesn't get sunlight. And then there's a lot of riprap and concrete bank stabilization for many, many tens of feet on both sides of the creek. So it's very far from its natural condition. Richland Creek is impaired for phosphorus, E. coli, nitrite, nitrate, and also substrate alteration, which applies to this portion of the project. It's also an exceptional Tennessee water, owing to past reports of 2 listed species there, which our site visits show is probably no longer extant because of the changes and alterations to the creek. There's a lot of restoration opportunity there to daylight the creek, take out some of the concrete piers, and allow sunlight to come back into the ecosystem. There's also a great educational opportunity in that there will be a nearby greenway and also an overlook looking down on a perspective that most people don't get of the creek canopy and the creek stream. We think this project with the creek restoration will be a great benefit to Richland Creek. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Ramsey Burton Duran, and I live at 674 Timber Lane. I'm a native Nashvilleian and grew up in the Hillwood neighborhood and vividly recall the day in 1961 that the new Bellmead Plaza opened. Our family of 6 was quite excited about the multitude of shopping opportunities just 12 minutes away. Over the years, I recall buying my first pair of nylons at Sullivan's, a gold prom dress at Rich Swartz, Father's Day ties at Hole's Apples, and Mother's Day gifts at Embassy Flowers and Crystals. Stern Mr. Woke welded many charms onto my bracelet, and Mills Bookstore was the source of my Nancy Drew collection, and later, my first copy of Goodnight Moon. To this day, my gold standard of a grilled cheese sandwich is the one Valeria fixed at Wilson Quick. Now I mostly visit the plaza to recover from a long bicycle ride with a cup of coffee like I did today. The view from Starbucks is underwhelming. A vast expanse of asphalt dotted with cars and delivery vans. I urge you to vote for this proposal so a new generation of Nashvillians, including my children and grandchildren, can have their own fond memories of a Belle Meade Plaza. I'm looking forward to the completion of this project when I can take another long bike ride that takes me through the Greenway and to a reborn Belle Meade Plaza, where I'll drink my cup of coffee on some green grass with a view of the lovely, revitalized Richland Creek. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I think we got that down for historic purposes. Thank you.
Hey.
All right.
Scott Isaacs, 9606 Stone Bluff Drive. Good evening, members of Nashville Metro Council, distinguished guests, and fellow citizens. I am the owner of Belle Meade Jewelry, located in the Belle Meade Plaza for the last 17 years. I'm honored to be speaking to you this evening. As a resident of Nashville, I have been privileged to witness the growth and progress of our city. I believe that we have a responsibility to ensure that this progress benefits all members of our community. Today, I would like to share my thoughts on AJC's Belle Meade Plaza redevelopment. AJ Capital has presented a revised plan for the redevelopment of the retail village. After careful consideration, I am pleased to express my support for this project. The revised plan demonstrates a willingness to listen to the concerns of our community and work to create a safer and more vibrant shopping district. The scaled-down version of the project that has been presented aligns with my vision of an ultimate retail village that is complemented with an outdoor green space. This development will provide a much-needed facelift to the current dilapidated structures that are not conducive to the best customer and employee experience. I appreciate the efforts of Jack Richmond and the AJC in communicating their plan and including us in the retail concept. It is evident that the team values our input and wants to ensure that the community benefits from this redevelopment. My greatest fear is if this plan is not approved, another group that might not have a green space initiative could put one or two fast food restaurants in the parking lot and not address any of the flooding issues that have plagued the plaza for decades. Not only can the neighborhood reclaim its waterfront, it will also connect to the amazing adjacent Richland Creek Greenway. In conclusion, I urge you to support the final renderings presented by AJ Capital. Together, we can transform this area into a thriving retail village that we can all be proud of. Let's seize this opportunity to create a brighter future for our community. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Good evening. Adam Burke, 4807 Nebraska Avenue. Thank you for the time that you no doubt have devoted to considering AJ Capital's proposal to rezone Belle Meade Plaza. As a Sylvan Park resident and Nashville native, I'm here to speak in strong support of this proposed redevelopment aligned to Metro Planning's unanimous approval for such. For years, I've been disappointed by the underutilization of Belle Meade Plaza and fear that if this project is not approved, Kroger's relocation will only further the blight of this location that is perfectly positioned to serve our community well. Commissioner Haynes stated that the status quo is not going to work, and I wholeheartedly agree. My support is informed by dialogue with my neighbors, significant independent study, review of the Metro Planning staff recommendations, and attendance for the Metro Planning Commission meeting on March 23rd, where this proposal, after exhaustive deliberation, was unanimously approved on the condition on the conditions of 8 pages of staff recommendations that be tied to this approval. A primary complaint of opponents has been traffic. However, multiple traffic experts spoke at the planning meeting in support of this plan, with Commissioner Haynes stating that he agrees that this plan likely reduces traffic at peak times. Commissioner Farr stated that the planning that has been done through Nashville Next has proved to be effective, and that when it was decided that this would be a T5 regional center, that was very intentional, and this is the kind of development that was envisioned. She further noted that this planning started 10 years ago, and they've been waiting for something to jumpstart this. This project reads as if it was written in conjunction with the goals and requirements for T5 regional centers, and was further noted by planning commissioners as a tremendous alternative to the potential uses under straight zoning, and that this plan is more cooperative than those could be. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Name, address, 2 minutes.
Hi there. My name is Benjamin Soar. I live at 3430 Woodmont Boulevard, which is just around the corner from the Belmead Plaza. I've lived there for 7 years. The Belmead Plaza is in my daily path of travel, and I have often marveled at the fact that we have allowed this to exist in our community. The current facility is disused, it's an eyesore, and it offers very little to the community today. Having reviewed the proposal by AJ Capital, I think what they have is a really smart, forward-looking vision for how we can actually integrate the real estate into our community. I think that as opposed to this actually driving traffic for our community, I would look at the possibility this is going to reduce traffic by actually giving folks that live in the area the ability to access retail and restaurant offerings that are walkable. I also think that the addition of the green space and sort of the elimination of a lot of the paving the area would certainly do a lot to raise our profile. So just want to voice my strong support for the project. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Jason Miller. Today I live in District 17 at 1003 Lawrence Avenue. For most of my life, I've lived in Southeast Nashville, primarily in District 28, although recently it's been a shift, D4 to District 27 and then to 26, because almost every year, like most Nashvillians, I do the renters shuffle. My rent went up 21% this year, after negotiating down 25%. Nashville, like all cities with exclusionary zoning and constrained housing supply and stagnating wages for the working class, has an affordable housing crisis. We desperately need more housing in Nashville to bring down rents. And building more housing does that. So I'm urging you to pass this plan with no further reductions in residential units, as over 100 homes have been lost to parking spaces. We must be intentional in building our housing on transit routes like this will do to become a Nashville that is sustainable, because as we speak, there are other communities built in my home neighborhood of Antioch, which not only tax our tax resources and prevent us from raising livable wages for our public servants, but also clear-cut forests. And I really want to see a Nashville that can claim to be sustainable. So build more housing, build it in the right places in conjunction with the rest of our plans, put it on a transit route, and let the people who are mobility impaired live on a transit route rather than a wetland. So thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. I'm Kim Hawkins with Hawkins Partners, and I reside at 2205 Natchez Trace in District 18. I've had the great honor to work in the city for over 35 years and with many of you during your time in council. I live 2 miles from the site. I've shopped here my entire Nashville life, and when our office was asked by AJ Capital to join the team, we first took a really hard look at Nashville Next, adopted in 2015 with the input of thousands of Nashvillians. Nashville Next indicated the site as a T5 regional center with the intent to, and I quote, encourage development as intense mixed-use areas that serve the region with supporting land uses that create opportunities to live, work, and recreate. This site is also identified as a Tier 1 development zone, which means it's a priority corridor with existing infrastructure to support additional density. Daily, we see the growth happening around our county, and we believe it should be shared equitably throughout all segments of our city. And because of that, we said yes to AJ Capital. This project provides land uses appropriate to the T5 RG with a floor area ratio of 1.69. That's 1/3 of the 5.0 FAR that's allowed. Based on the mayor's 2021 housing study, 54,000 units of housing are needed in Nashville by 2030, and 35,000 of those units were identified for higher wage earners. This project provides housing diversity through condominiums and residential apartments, which have limited availability in this area. And it does it while making remarkable enhancements to the Richland Creek watershed and to our greenways, consistent with Plan to Play master plan, which our office led in 2017. Please vote yes in support of Metro Planning Commission's unanimous approval. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Hawkins. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Hello, council members. My name is Joanne Welch, and I live at 5543 Kendall Drive, 37209. I am in support of the Belmead Plaza redevelopment plan by AJ Capital. This is the perfect place to build dense residential along 2 major corridors, near 3 grocery stores, on a bus route and a greenway, and as you have seen from the unanimous approval by the Planning Commission, this redevelopment fits into the vision for Nashville Next. To quote the Planning Commission document, the proposal will provide numerous public infrastructure benefits and maximize this prominent location within a T5 center along a multimodal corridor. I live about 1.5 miles away from Belmead Plaza up White Bridge. When I'm not biking to work, I drive down White Bridge and then Harding to commute. I am well aware of the current traffic issues. Based on the traffic and mobility studies conducted by KCI in conjunction with NDOT and with the required improvements in the plan, this redevelopment will improve traffic over the coming years and bring some much-needed transit improvements with the super stop and money for new traffic signals. I often bike on Richland Creek Greenway, and I am looking forward to the extension of the Greenway that the plan offers. I think AJ Capital has been thorough and responsive to community input and changed their plans based on community meetings. The development does not change the character of the neighborhood, as some have suggested, being no higher than the neighboring Ingram building and nearby to the new condos on Woodmont, Windsor Tower, and the tall profile of St. Thomas. Adding these condos will add more options for housing in this area and decrease the demand for buying up 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom homes just to tear them down and build multi-million-dollar houses, or to split the lots in half on the neighborhood streets. To summarize, I will be directly affected by this redevelopment, and I strongly support this plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
James Guthrie, 312 South 11th Street. So not all members here have pored over every iteration of the site plans, attended every community meeting, watched all 7 hours of the planning hearing like Councilmember Murphy did. But you've all heard about this project anyway because of how high profile and contentious it has been for months. And that's what Councilmember Murphy has been navigating just to get here, caught between people like me who wanted even more housing and less parking, to be more in line with policy for a regional center like this, and people who wanted shorter buildings and more parking. Those people mostly won those battles, and we mostly lost. But Councilmember Murphy deserves a lot of credit for her work on this project and for sponsoring this bill. But your aye vote tonight is more than just deference to your council colleague. It's a vote you can and should be proud of. As a regional center, Belmead Plaza will benefit your constituents. It will benefit you as long as you live here. This project addresses our housing shortage with homes for people to downsize and age in place, or to get a foot in the door of Nashville's housing market. For busy doctors, nurses, staff, and students to live close to at least 5 hospitals, 7 colleges, and dozens of schools in the immediate area without having yards to keep up. It will create 2 of the best transit stops in the city and will support service improvements on 2 high-frequency lines. It extends a public greenway we can all enjoy and remedies an ecological atrocity. It will prevent citywide traffic and global emissions by giving residents the option to make many trips by foot, bike, bus, or at worst, short car trips that don't even touch an interstate. And if approved as proposed, the site will generate around $3 million additional in property taxes for the general fund to help build sidewalks in your district and pay the teachers in your schools. Everything the opponents have gotten so far has only lowered that number. So vote yes tonight, move this forward, and bring us pro-housing policy and projects like this. We'll be here to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Council. My name is Craig Clark. I live at 715 Myrtle Street, and I'm a registered architect here in town. Traffic, housing, and Richland Creek. This project addresses all 3 and improves all 3. Traffic has been a hot-button issue. The existing site has 3 curb cuts, which creates chaos and frustration around the site. The proposal provides only 2 curb cuts and a lot better traffic control. The single largest on-site improvement includes vehicular paths that are designed specifically to induce low speeds. I'm frustrated by the amount of parking that has been added to the site, but having the vast majority underground provides ample space at grade for people rather than cars. Housing is another big item that's been discussed. This development will bring much-needed housing to our city, housing that sits directly on a transit corridor and are nearby to both retail and educational centers. The density has been slashed, as noted by the developer, density that has been sacrificed at the behest of communities that pride themselves on banning density in commercial business. Building housing is one of the solutions that is necessary to solving our current housing crisis. Rural suburban-style developments like those mandated just down the street from the site are subsidized by urban communities and in large part are holding back urban developments in our city. My last item was going to be Richland Creek, but I feel there's a greater importance, the infrastructure around the site. The intersection at White Bridge Pike and Harding Pike is a nightmare. While careful work is being done on the project site, very little is being done around it. I believe developers such as this applicant play a role in the improvements, but our city departments need to play a more collaborative role. The fact that White Bridge will maintain slip lanes is ridiculous. Something as simple as don't block the box and elimination of the slip lanes would be at least baby steps in the right direction. We need collaboration from all agencies to improve our city. Our city agencies, including this council, are more responsible for our failures to improve non-private property when transformational projects like this occur. Thank you, and I urge you to vote in support tonight.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Andy Wildman, 1136 Greenfield Ave, District 7. If Nashville is serious about leading on climate or being a leader in inclusion or maintaining its position as the economic engine of our state, or is serious about addressing the needs for housing, council should approve this development and all developments like it. The Belmead Plaza redevelopment will provide needed housing, enhanced retail destination, green space, and is going to do all that on a frequent bus route adjacent to a greenway and a grocery store. We'd all be lucky to live there. The intensity of development is in line with Nashville Next Plan, as multiple people have stated. If this housing is not built here, it will be built, but it will be built in Bellevue or Fairview or even further out, and that will further exacerbate traffic on Harding Pike. We need housing across all of Nashville, and I'm in my council members' inbox all the time supporting new housing in my own backyard. But building across Nashville has to include 37205. I ask council to vote with the Planning Commission and pass this proposal. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Vice Mayor, members of council, thank you for being here tonight. My name is Michael Hayes. I live at 4003 Sunnybrook Drive. I'm here tonight as both a neighbor to the property, also as a commercial real estate developer who has spent a lot of time studying these plans, but really also here tonight because I think it's an awesome project. I'm away from my kids, family, because it really will be transformative for the neighborhood. Look, I've been in real estate development for 30 years. I've worked on complicated mixed-use projects throughout the country. I'm a professional at reading through development plans, at picking holes in them, at creating them and bringing them to bodies like yours. As a neighbor to the property, if it fails, I will be directly impacted. Like many of my friends that are here this evening, I commute through this area every day. I go to the Starbucks, I go to the Kroger, I take my kids to school in the neighborhood, I work downtown, and I come through this area. So I am personally someone who is studying the plans to look at and understand the traffic impact. I feel very confident that this project, if implemented as outlined in the specific plan, will be tremendously valuable to our neighborhood and will help our neighbors get through this area and create a great destination both for our neighbors and all of Nashville. I encourage you all tonight to support the specific plan and hope that you can help our community find a way to replace the dilapidated structures that are there today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and Metro Council. My name is Brian Phelps with Hawkins Partners, and I reside at 2434 Brittany Drive. I stand before you as a passionate advocate for the Belmead Plaza project. This development promises to deliver significant environmental, social, and community benefits to our cherished city. Belmead Plaza is an inspiring project, which reminds me of why I became a landscape architect. Opportunities like these, where we can make a substantial difference in the quality of the public realm and the community's watershed, are truly rare and invaluable. Transformative projects such as this do not come around every day. We've heard a lot of conversations around adding buildings in the floodplain. Belmead Plaza seeks to remove the existing parking garage, channelizing walls, and the majority of the existing Kroger located over Richland Creek. The remaining portion is proposed as an elevated accessible park. The resulting daylighting and restoration of the creek will dramatically improve the watershed and flood protection. Furthermore, the project increases open space by an astounding 370% and green space by 277%, with 60% of the site dedicated to open space, and the project not only extends and enhances our city's prized greenway system, but also introduces a network of high-quality activated public spaces. Among these spaces are a large town square that will serve as a central gathering hub for community fellowship and connection. This project goes well beyond addressing our city's housing needs. It presents a golden chance to improve our community's environment and establish accessible, inviting public spaces for all Nashvillians. The city has an opportunity to ensure the site becomes a sustainable environment place for the people of Nashville to enjoy for generations to come. I humbly urge you to recognize the transformative potential of the Belmead Plaza project and cast your vote in favor of the remarkable development. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, good evening. My name is Elliot Kyle. I live at 110 Bellevue Drive South, which is very in close proximity to the site. I grew up on the corner of Post and Hillwood, which is probably a quarter mile away from this site. I make my living working in the retail sector in Nashville, and as someone in this business, I could not have been happier when I learned that AJ Capital was going to be the group behind this project. I have the utmost faith in their vision and ability to execute. I've seen what they've done in Nashville and other markets, and they have very high design guidelines. They're very focused on integrity of their tenant mix, of the architecture, and as someone who looks at projects across the country, and a lot of them in Nashville, to see something that expands green space, open areas, and brings retail and restaurants to an area that is vastly underserved in both sectors, I think is an overwhelming positive thing for the neighborhood. I think this is the key opportunity in this part of town for a transformative project that's been decades in the making. And I have more inquiries and requests from retailers and restaurants and other businesses that would like to find a home in this general vicinity, and there's just not many options. And for a group like AJ with their track record, vision, wonderful leadership, and I couldn't be more happy that they're the ones behind it. And I really hope everyone gets behind it. I think it's the best thing that will happen to this part of town in a long time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Jarrett Bell. I live at 209 Woodmont Circle within walking distance of Belmead Plaza. Thanks for having me tonight. I'd like to thank Councilwoman Murphy and the Planning Department for doing their homework and for being very thorough to make sure that these plans will be good for our neighborhood. I'd also like to thank AJ Capital for allowing our fellow resident and lifelong Nashvilleian William Hastings to plan the project. Both AJ and Hastings Architecture have a strong track record of delivering attractive projects in our city. I think you can look around and see them very, very readily. Their efforts will transform an eyesore into a world-class development that will improve our neighborhood in many ways, including millions of dollars in off-site improvements. Hopefully we'll benefit from some of those, like sidewalks in our neighborhood. I'm excited to see the rebirth of Belmead Plaza, and I hope you'll support this project. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Council. My name is Christine Owenell, address 343 Gillette Drive. I am a native Nashvilleian. My family has been in Nashville since the 1800s. I remember going down Hillsborough Road and Woodmont Boulevard and my grandfather telling me about how he remembers horses and carriages and buggies going down those roads. So when it comes to the city that we find ourselves in today and how it has changed drastically from what those of us that have been here for a long time have known, I believe that it has been so net positive. And this development at Belmead Plaza, growing up around that area, my grandparents were members of Belmead Country Club for their whole lives. And I have long wondered when it was going to be updated. And when I learned that AJ Capital is going to be the developer of this area, I was thrilled because so often in Nashville, especially over the past 20, 30 years, we've asked ourselves, do we innovate and move forward into the future, or do we keep what we know and love? And oftentimes it's one or the other. And with AJ Capital at the helm, I really believe that they're going to be able to check a lot of the boxes that are mutually beneficial for all sides of this and for the community itself, because they have an integrity with how they see nostalgia and not only placemaking, but place honoring. And I could not be more excited that they have this opportunity to do this. And I ask you to say yes. Give us a new place in Nashville where we can meet and gather and enjoy our beautiful city. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, everybody. My name is Amzie Williams. I own a business called Shed Fitness in the Belmead Plaza right now. I've been there since 2013, and I love the area, love the community. Everybody there is great, and I think every member that we have at the gym, I think of them as family. And this building that we're currently in, it's got to go. I mean, it has been flooded every year, costs thousands of dollars. The plumbing, not good, costs us a lot of money, and I just want to be able to give all of our members something cool to come into, something new and fresh. I totally trust AJ. I was really excited when I saw that they had the bid on this, and they do a great job. They provide something. They're going to provide something great for the entire area, and I look forward to coming back with them when the time comes, if it gets approved. Thank you for your time.
All right. Next speaker.
Good evening, Jeremiah Wooten, 1828 Wild Oaks Court. I want to read from the Nashville Next plan that we adopted in 2015. It reads, and I quote, "We continue to work on our most pressing issues determined by Nashville Next. First, preserving our neighborhoods while building housing close to transit and jobs. This proposal does exactly that, builds housing at the split of a frequent transit line, providing easy access down Harding Pike to both downtown or Bellevue, and across White Bridge to Charlotte Pike. Second, protecting rural character and natural resources. When we appropriately develop in our top-tier centers like this area, we're growing in a sustainable way and limiting the naturally devastating alternative, which is developing every single square inch of our rural character at a single family density. Third, creating walkable centers, and fourth, expanding walking, biking, and transit. More housing and jobs close to transit like this will expand transit usage, which will contribute to a base of ridership to justify future service improvements, which will attract even more riderships. It's a transit spiral upwards instead of downwards. Walking and biking will certainly be expanded by the new sidewalks and safe crosswalks, as well as the Greenway connection. Finally, making our city affordable for all Nashvillians. Are these units going to be affordable? For some Nashvillians, yes, and for many Nashvillians, no. But as Greg Claxton of the Planning Department said this afternoon on the This Is Nashville radio show, new luxury apartments like this can and do help in that they free up housing and reduce demand in other neighborhoods, which can slow gentrification and displacement and keep rents from escalating as quickly as they are. I urge you all to support this proposal.
Right, thank you. Next speaker.
Doug Sloan, 6354 Torrington Road, Nashville, Tennessee, 37205. I too live near this development, proposed development, and as a native Nashvilleian, came to Belmead Plaza many days with my grandparents to the cafeteria. I miss the cafeteria, but I enjoyed a lot of the restaurants that are there today. I've had the opportunity to look at this development in detail, as well as the traffic study that was done for this corridor and for this development, and I wholeheartedly support it. I do not represent AJ Capital or any other group involved in this development. My family drives through this corridor and to Belmead on a regular basis, Belmead Plaza on a regular basis. Traffic is a problem, but I believe that with the traffic study that was done and the improvements that are attached to that traffic study, that there will be an improvement for this corridor. And so I wholeheartedly support this development. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Terry Spitalnik. My husband and I have lived at 702 Crescent Road since 1991. We raised our kids there, and we hope to be there for the foreseeable lifetime. I also speak on behalf of family members, five households in all, who live in proximity to Belmead Plaza. Three reasons why we support this proposal. A couple you've just heard about. One is it meets the vision of Nashville Next Plan. Second, the developer has been responsive to concerns voiced in multiple public meetings. The thing that stands out to me is that the required conditions provide improvements not guaranteed under current zoning, and also provides for developer funding of public goods not required by current zoning, including traffic improvements. But the key example, I think, is the creek bed restoration. And I reiterate, and horrible to say this out loud, structures currently straddle the creek bed. This is an environmental nightmare. It also, exacerbates flooding. Two people lost their lives there in the 2010 flood. All that can continue under current zoning. So the developer not only would daylight the creek and build a greenway, but also would be, would pay for greenway's maintenance in perpetuity. So I'm at the end of my time. I thank you. I urged you to vote in favor of this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else in favor wishes to speak? Anybody else in favor? Okay. For those who are in opposition, if you would come on and line up and just form a line just like the first group did. And then you will have, I'll need your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. All right, first speaker.
Good
evening, Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Kate Parrish, and I live at 4425 West Lawn Drive, a mile and a half from Belmead Plaza. Tonight, I'm asking for your support in our request for a deferral. A project of this scale, subjected to this level of disorganization, needs and deserves more time. Nashville is overdue for a big change, a change that would mean more efficient government, better representation, less contention, shorter meetings, increased trust and confidence in elected officials, cost savings in both the public and private sectors, and most importantly, an opportunity to create and thrive within a more equitable system that balances the needs of existing residents with the demands of a growing city. So what's the change? To replace the convoluted and corrosive process Nashvillians are subjected to in order to advocate for their communities with a more collaborative and community-informed process. Together, we can make the disastrous, disingenuous, diseased, and dysfunctional process that has been the Belmead Plaza rezoning the last of its kind. We can continue to hand over the keys to our communities to developers who are not incentivized to engage with the people who will be most affected. Or we can do something different. We can continue to flood your inboxes and voicemails, slowing you down from doing more meaningful work. Or we can do something different. We can continue to pit David against Goliath, resulting in one-sided community meetings, 8-hour planning commission theatrics, and the dismissal of specificity, nuance, and empathy. Or we can do something different. I want a better zoning and planning process for every stakeholder. That's all of you, that's me, and that's everyone on either side of the argument behind me. Belmead Plaza is one building, but with your support of deferral, it can become a bellwether for a better, simpler, more collaborative approach to community-led growth and development. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Roy Clavery, 6107 Hickory Valley Road. Been a resident of Nashville about 45 years and lived in the same neighborhood. This entire area has been under study for many, many years. Goes back to 2005 with the urban design overlay. That was then carried forward, and you had a transportation study in 2011. And in all of these efforts, the existing zoning stated that it would include intense development with existing zoning. And therefore, the statements that I will quote, it says, hold to existing zoning requirements so that additional intensity is limited along the corridor. So my point is that all of these positives that people are suggesting they want can be had, but they can be had with the existing zoning. They don't have to have a special zoning with a grandiose development. So I would encourage you to consider that, and I also would encourage you to view the fact that this area encompasses not only the Belmead Plaza, it also includes the Hill property, the St. Thomas property. Those are all supposed to work together. And the transportation study that was done by KCI excluded what would happen with the Hill St. Thomas property. So we've left out a big piece of the puzzle. And we're just narrowing the focus on just one property. So I would encourage you to have a broader view of this proposal.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Good evening, Metro Council. Thank you all for listening. My name is Rebecca Shaw, and I live at 106 West Hampton Place, less than a fourth of a mile from Belmead Plaza. I'm not paid to be here. I'm a regular community member. This redevelopment will negatively affect life if it isn't done properly. I am pro-development and interested in Belmead Plaza getting redone. I'm not pro-development and pro-density when infrastructure doesn't exist to support it. I walk to Belmead Plaza from my house, and to do so, I have to trespass in a yard with my kids to avoid getting hit by a car. Then we pass 5 lanes of dangerous traffic in a blip of a crosswalk. Belmead Plaza is an island. Unless a crosswalk, a crossover the entire 5 lanes is developed, it will not be safe. 3 developments, Belmead Plaza, Harding Town Center, and Belmead Theater, will be occurring all within this main artery for Nashville. This does not just affect Belmead. This does not affect just West Nashville. This affects anyone driving on Harding Pike either way. This affects every side street around this entire area. I'm sure many of you tonight drove here in front of Belmead Plaza to get here. This development has been pushed through in an unprecedented rate. Their first meeting that AJ Capital held was broadcasted to the public just 4 days before Christmas on December 21st. Since then, this process has operated at lightning speed in order to push it through. An average development of this size, as you council members know, and many have told us, takes 1 to 2 years until approved, not 4.5 months. Amendments were posted yesterday and one a few minutes before here. The community has barely had a chance to look at these amendments, much less give feedback. We were promised by Kathleen Murphy less height and less density on March 23rd. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, council members. My name is Joy Cox. I live at 4504 Millrace Lane. I'm also not paid to be here tonight, nor am I a consultant for the developer. I'm submitting for the record emails sent to Planning Commission in opposition from the March 9th folder. There are hundreds more in the March 23rd folder, which is for public record. Usually when there are this many people present at a public hearing, it means that there's been a lack of communication and perhaps the concessions from the developer have not been significant enough, and that is exactly what has happened. The developer said the proposal in front of you is the culmination of many months of work with the community, incorporating their feedback into the plan. But not a single community meeting was built around feedback from the community. Each one was a panel of speakers giving presentations followed by short question sessions in which we were actually cut off if someone tried to give their feedback or ideas. I personally asked for meetings from both AJ Capital and Councilwoman Murphy after the community meeting on February the 15th. I have not had a meeting with either party. AJ Capital flat out told me no to a meeting. I even asked for a quick phone call and was told no. This is not behavior reflective of a company that wants to engage with the community. We have not had sufficient nor substantial engagement with the developer or Councilwoman Murphy yet, but we want to. I'm a regular person, working mom of 3. I can't hire PR or lobbyists, and I'm just trying to have a seat at the table. Our amendments are specified around height, traffic, and accessibility. The current height proposals are still extremely tall for this area at 8 to 13 stories, disruptive in sight, scale, and mass. We ask that all the buildings are reduced to 8 stories. Councilwoman Murphy agreed. She promised publicly to Planning Commission and to the community to reduce the heights. She said the heights need to come down. We're not all the way there. Unit count is very high. We are not against housing. We are not against affordable housing, and we are not against redevelopment. Belmead, please defer the second vote. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Antoinette Olison. I live at 6632 Jocelyn Hollow Road, very close, for almost 20 years. I live in District 24. This development is on the far edge of District 23, and the development adversely affects our district even more than many in District 23. We respectfully ask for input. I am here to ask for a deferral. Nashville needs more housing. We know that. There are areas adjacent to freeway access that are suited for this type of development much more. This is not that. It is miles from the closest freeway access. It is the only route for residents to access their homes, get to the hospital, or commute to work. Contrary to developing an area where people can live, shop, and work, this is the opposite of that. This is a far cry from affordable housing. These plans call for high-rise 2,400 square foot luxury condos that will sell for $4 to $5 million, up to 4 towers up to 13 stories, which does not go into the neighborhood, which is 1 to 2 stories. People who work at the hotel and the few stores will not be able to afford to live there. And people who buy multi-million-dollar condos usually do not ride the bus and are not going to work at the hotel or walk for blocks and tote their weekly grocery shopping back to the condos. To be clear, Harding Road and Belmead Plaza have no physical connection to White Bridge Road. In Nashville Next, White Bridge Road is defined as a corridor designed as priority for development. Nashville Next specifically says that Harding Road, west of White Bridge, which this is, road is not included. Please defer this and take the time to look this up. Harding Road, west of White Bridge, is not identified as a corridor for development. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is William Farler. I own a house at 6612 Rolling Fork Drive since 2009. I've lived in Nashville my whole life, and I am respectfully requesting a deferral on this project because it's been just tried to rush through in just a few short months, and that's just not right. There's been over 3,400 people sign petitions against this, and a mere 250 people with signatures supporting it, which means that that's less than 7% of the people that are supporting this from the people that have actually spoke up about it. And I still run into people that don't even know that this is happening, and I just don't think there's been enough study for the traffic in this area. They say they want to attract more people to this area, but they're going to cause less traffic. But how's that work? That doesn't add up. There's been one public meeting regarding this development where people were actually asked to speak, and they were only able to ask questions. They weren't able to give their comments and such like maybe now, or get feedback from their comments. So, but people, what I'm concerned about primarily is congestion in this area. I agree that the creek needs work. I agree the building is old. I just disagree that rezoning and using this development project is not right for this area. And why would we, as citizens of this area, why are we not listening to more than big money and big business trying to come over and push this through? I respectfully request a deferral on this project and say no to the rezoning. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Gordon E. Gross. I live at 6226 Deal Avenue. And, boy, a lot of what the last two speakers said was what I was going to, but I'm going to speak for myself in my own words. Who benefits most from this project? The developers and people who can afford a $4 or $5 million condo, not the average Nashvilleian. We've heard the people who are in favor of this talk about how it's going to increase housing. I don't know too many people who can afford a $4 or $5 million condo. So who is this going to benefit? And as far as the traffic is concerned, which is awful now, I want to, if the developer says this is going to improve traffic in that, I'm going to call it an intersection, I say show me, because I don't believe it. At the very least, I think this needs to be deferred. I'm personally opposed to it.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Grace Renshaw, and I live a mile from Belmead Plaza. How has a proposal to replace a retail hub that served neighborhoods on Harding Road for decades with a private residential luxury complex turned into a public fight over housing supply? Only the top 5%, if that, can buy or rent $4 million condos. Trickle-down housing policy is a farce, and I'm appalled the Planning Commission endorsed it. Building luxury condos won't reduce housing costs for everyone else or result in construction of affordable housing. Developers want to build luxury housing because it's what yields the highest return on their investment. West Nashville deserves better than this project that's been heavily lobbied and promoted for one reason. It will be enormously profitable. One predictable result of building unaffordable housing like this is rising costs for everyone because rents and home prices are based on whatever the market will allow. If you approve this project, you undermine housing affordability while paying only pious lip service to affordable housing. I'm also mystified as to how Belmead Plaza got lumped into the White Bridge Road zone when it has no direct connection to White Bridge Road whatsoever. One border of this site is the White Bridge overpass. A huge zone change like this should not be based on erroneous assumptions. The long list of amendments to this bill are a big indicator this project proposal is not ready for a vote tonight. More work is needed before Metro Council allows AJ Capital to write its own land use zone into law. The developer will build a public access sidewalk. This is the only public access to connect to the Richland Greenway, but that low-cost connection doesn't justify the size and scale of this project, and the connection's not guaranteed. There's not an easement yet. Density alone is the wrong reason to pass a project that won't meet a need that actually justifies SB zoning affordable housing.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Becky Hellerson. I live at 6112 Robin Hill Road. I agree. I think what the plans that you have, that AC Capital has proposed are good. I think Belmead Plaza does need to be remodeled. I've lived here all my life. Like some people have said, yes, I remember Belmead Cafeteria, Leon, Sullivan's, so forth. I think what we're all worried about, the people who are against it, is the traffic. Again, the traffic. I'm going to reiterate that. I think KC has not done, I think they're inconsistent on the traffic study. And I think I'm concerned that they haven't included the 3 new developments that are going to be up on Harding Road. And I know the other day I was shocked. I was coming from Hillwood Boulevard trying to get to Woodmont Boulevard, and it was backed up on Hillwood Boulevard, and I thought, oh, there's a wreck on the interstate. Well, no, that wasn't the case. And it took me like 20 minutes just to get to Woodmont Boulevard. And that happened twice. The first time I thought, oh, there was a wreck. Well, the second time I thought, no, there's no wreck. This is just the traffic. So I think it's the traffic study that we wish that we want to relook at, and maybe do another one that, you could be there for a week doing the traffic study and just see, the morning, midday, afternoon, and just see what we face every day going through that area. Another part that someone brought to my attention was that there's an amendment going on about maybe charging for parking. And I thought, what? And then someone said, well, they may allow free parking for an hour. And I thought, that's crazy. I can't believe there wouldn't be free parking the whole time to go to restaurants, to go to retail. All right, thank you.
Don't let that scare you. All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hi again, my name is Randy Warwick. I live on Mockingbird Road, just off West End, very close to this proposed development. I was struck by something one of the speakers on the other side said earlier tonight about he had heard hours and hours of information about this project, much more than you will be able to hear or process tonight, and that's true. What I take away from that is that we need to stop, we need to hit pause, we need to study this much more carefully, because I think you've heard a lot of hype over the last hours. When you take away the accusations of NIMBYism that I've heard even tonight from anybody that dares to raise concerns about this project, when you take away the hype, I urge you to do that and just use your common sense as you think about this project. I've driven on this failed traffic corridor for 35 years, and I say the entire corridor, not just the area at this intersection that's being affected. For me, traffic is the elephant in the room. There are a lot of things about this project I think are good, particularly the redevelopment of the creek. But traffic is the hurdle they can't get over. The fact that they preemptively raised the concerns about traffic before we were allowed to speak and told you don't pay attention to the people that talk about traffic ought to tell you traffic is a problem. The fact that you are hearing from a hired gun hired by the developer who did a traffic study, I don't know, I wouldn't hire a fox to do a henhouse study. That should tell you something. What they didn't tell you is that this is an entire corridor. There are 3 projects going on that are going to affect the traffic. The Kroger that accounts for a lot of the traffic from Belmead Plaza is just moving down the street. The whole corridor needs to be studied. NDOT suggested additional studies needed to be done. So why are we approving this before those studies are done? I hope you will put a pause on this. And remember that 80% of Nashvillians said Nashville is growing too fast. This is a prime example. Please hit pause. Let's study this some more before we move. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Belle Newton, 3950 Woodlawn, for almost 40 years. Thank you for having us and listening to us. Yep, several people have said what I was going to say, but I think this really is important because I've been involved in a lot of these projects. I want to repeat, and I really want you to hear this from Nashville Next. White Bridge Pike is identified as a priority corridor with immediate need. Harding Pike to the west of White Bridge Pike is not identified as a priority corridor. The Belmead Plaza is west of White Bridge Road. This is huge. It's like when you build a house on a shaky foundation, you're going to have problems. This T5 classification is wrong for the Belmead Plaza. That's not your fault. Is it too late to change that? Maybe. But when we find a mistake, do we just gloss over it? Do we just go, well, it's too late to do anything now? There are many reasons that it doesn't apply. The Green Hills Mall is a T5. The Green Hills Mall. This is not the Green Hills Mall. It doesn't have 3,400 parking places or 30 acres. AJ Capital should be held to the same development standards as the Hill Center Belmead. The proposed hotel is 9 stories higher than any building on the Hill Center Belmead property, Publix, which is their adjacent neighborhood village. AJ very shrewdly never compared any of their building heights with the Hill Center. Instead, they used the Manning, which is elevated up the hill, the Ingram building, which looks like a giant Trivial Pursuit piece. But the main thing, it will have an effect on our neighborhood. There are no bike paths per Diana Alarcon on Harding Road, and no sidewalks from our neighborhood because we're not in the nexus. Please defer. And here's a petition for 3,400 against.
Do you want to turn those in, Ms. Newton?
I'll make you a copy. This is mine. I'll get you a copy.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Kathleen has said she doesn't keep a tally, so I don't know how she can move forward without keeping a tally.
All right. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Edie Orr. I live at 1001 Belmead Boulevard. I also would love to see Belmead Plaza have a resurgence, a rebirth. But in the city of Belmead, I'm also on the Adjunct Traffic Committee. We work tirelessly to discover how we're going to deal with our own crisis in traffic. Our 2022 report showed that we had 6,583 average cars on Belmead Boulevard alone, a 4-lane highway that, because of the navigational apps, is read the same as a full highway. This is the corridor into Harding that then bends towards Belmead Plaza. I, the other morning, went and sat at Page and Highway 100. at 7:30 a.m. in the morning. I had nothing to do but sit there to look and see as far as you could see the cars that go down Highway 100, Highway 70. This goes to Williamson County. This goes to Cheatham County. And never mind the interstate going on to Dixon County. They are coming in this quarter. This quarter is a region of Davidson County. This is not just a neighborhood. It's not just Belmead. It's not just Sylvan Park. This creates danger because you can't get to the hospitals on time. What we're asking for is a deferment. There's got to be a way for us to all come to the table and see what we can do. It can be beautiful. It can accommodate everything, but there is no infrastructure, and part of that is on your shoulders. This has not been taken care of. This modal, you're dropping all these code words. There's no modal. There's no bike paths. There's no sidewalks. That's not in this plan. And this is not going to help the housing project in Nashville. The needs will not be met here. I have been assured by different insiders, don't worry, these will be upper end clients. Please defer.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Yeah, Dan Cook, 332 Walnut Drive. I live about half a mile from this proposed development. I drive through this intersection 10 times a day, I hate to say, so I know it intimately well. This is really a tale of two different stories, is it not? You heard from the paid consultants and non-residents to start out with. And looking back behind me, you see the people that truly live in this neighborhood. We all will suffer from the loss of retail that we currently enjoy today. We will experience a 60% loss in retail, and that's when this development is increasing in size by 4 times. This is a 90% residential development, 10% retail development. All of us will suffer as a consequence. None of us in this line believe that this development will reduce traffic. A development that increases 4 times in size, it is preposterous to believe that this will reduce traffic. The fact that KCI produced the study for the developer as a paid consultant, as well as the multimodal study on behalf of the city, again, they're playing both sides of this. But when the traffic study proves to be wrong after this development is built, who will pay the price? Well, everybody in this line, not the developer, not the consultants. Make no mistake, this is a 70% increase in density. If we allow this, why have zoning at all? What's the point? All I have to do is say the magic word, housing, and redeveloping an ugly site, and apparently anything goes. Obviously, we're very passionate about this. I ask for you to defer this vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Irene Head, 212 Belmead Boulevard. I would like to note that the majority of supporters tonight represented companies paid by AJ Capital or local developers profiting similarly. They also already went home. I'm a native Nashvilleian and live less than a mile from Belmead Plaza. I drive every day taking my kids to and from school, and I don't understand how we can proceed with this drastic development without more conversation. The standstill traffic is abysmal and will continue to deteriorate. There are 3 more developments currently planned along this 1-mile stretch of Harding Pike that will bring over 1,000 new units. Infrastructure needs to come before development. An independent traffic engineer states, the reductions for internal pass-by and alternative modes seem very high to me. The KCI traffic study assumed an 8% decrease in traffic because people will be walking or biking to the development. However, there are currently 0 sidewalks or bike lanes to surrounding neighborhoods, including my home. Nor will there be, according to Diana Alarcon, NDOT director. I attended almost all meetings over the last 4 months, and many did not allow questions or comments from the community members. Rather, they were mere sales presentations. Every meeting was met with fierce opposition from the community, and many questions went unanswered by the developer. There were 0 meetings where the community actually had a say in this development. I emailed the councilwoman 5 times in the last month for a meeting, and she never responded to my direct request for a meeting time. At the Planning Commission, she said there is work to be done. However, over a month later, there still has not been any additional changes in height. We are not opposed to the change, and we want thoughtful redevelopment. But this is a high-end residential proposal. The developer will tell you about the added green space and revitalized creek, but somehow they will forget to mention the prices of these 400 condos will be over $2 million each. Forget affordable housing. We need more time.
All right, thank you.
I'd like to submit the petition for 3,400 people, Nashvillians, that signed.
If you give that to the Sergeant Arms, that'd be great.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
My name is David Maroney. I live at 78 Concord Park West, less than 1 mile from Belmead Plaza. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Like many other residents in the neighborhood near Belmead Plaza, I'm opposed to AJ Capital's proposal in its current state. I hope the council will defer this bill to allow more time to improve the proposal. I've attended all but the first of the public meetings, and AJ Capital's proposal is out of context in several ways. As currently conceived, I believe it will do more harm than good for Nashville and the neighborhoods. AJ Capital and their partners are obviously talented and capable designers and developers, and they can do better than this. I'm a physician. My wife and I first moved to Nashville from our hometown of New Orleans in 1975 to complete my medical training. We did not initially intend to stay in Nashville, but the quality of life in this area, in these neighborhoods we're speaking of, attracted us to settle here. I mention this because it's not an unusual story. The quality of life in the nearby neighborhoods, Belmead, Hillwood, Sylvan Park, Sugar Tree, and others, attracts people to Nashville, and we see this continue with younger generations. As such, these neighborhoods represent an asset for the entire city, neighborhoods to preserve. Increased residential density, tall buildings, and traffic congestion along Harding and Whitebridge-Woodmont corridors have the potential to harm the quality of life in these neighborhoods. So the development of Belmead Plaza should be done thoughtfully and in the context of surrounding neighborhoods and the other nearby developments. Please defer this for improvements. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Willie Balot. I live at 3811 Trimble Road, and I'm in the 5th grade at Ensworth. Because this process has not been collaborative yet, here are the facts. December 21st, slightly more than 4 months ago, the first time AJ Capital's plan was quietly released to the public, although nobody heard about it because it wasn't announced on email or Facebook, and it was 4 days before Christmas. 3,400, the number of people who have signed a petition in opposition to this plan. 373, letters of opposition sent to the Planning Commission. 100, letters of support sent to the Planning Commission. 0, letters of opposition forwarded to the Planning Commission by Councilwoman Murphy. 11, letters of support forwarded to the Planning Commission by Councilwoman Murphy. 5, the total number of stories reduced across the 4 high-rises. Not 5 stories per high-rise, 5 stories in total. 9, community meetings. 0, community meetings that have been community-led or community-focused. All 9 of these meetings have been either developer or NDOT presentations where the community has only been allowed to speak during Q&A. May 23rd, the Planning Commission where Councilwoman Murphy tells the commission that there's still work to be done, and the building heights and unit counts aren't where they need to be yet. 0, amendments that Councilwoman Murphy has included regarding height and unit count for this council meeting. 0, community meetings that have been scheduled by Councilwoman Murphy since the Planning Commission meeting. 0 minutes. The amount of time that Councilwoman Murphy has discussed the amendments of the work to be done with this plan with the community. Yesterday, the date when Councilwoman Murphy released her amendments without any coordination with the community. This is why I respectfully request a deferral. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you old enough to run for council? and if so, which council district? Right. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Shanna Ballot at 3811 Trimble Road in Green Hills. I'm not paid to be here. I'm not a consultant, real estate lawyer, investor, or developer. I'm just an area resident who has studied this plan closely, and I know exactly where it falls short when it comes to the needs of day-to-day residents. I respectfully ask Metro Council for a deferral because the community deserves the right to help shape amendments to a massive development that will completely change West Nashville. We are not saying no. We are saying, what is the crazy rush? This is a region-changing plan that will install a mini city in our backyard. Let me correct a few false statements that I've heard. There is no walkability to the plaza. Traffic at peak times drops to a grade F. This is not affordable housing, and this is not multimodal. Belmead Plaza is not on 2 corridors because you only have access to one, and AJ Capital refuses to build a connection to the other one. People who buy $3 million condos tend to not ride the bus, and there will be no parking for bus riders who don't live there. There will be no creek cleanup beyond what AJ Capital has to do to develop. We have not had community meetings. We have had sales presentations where the community has only had limited and tightly controlled Q&A time to ask questions, never comment. I speak on behalf of a broad coalition of neighbors who have felt steamrolled by this dizzying process. But again, we're not opposed to development, just to this plan in its current form. By the time we were handed this plan, it was a fully baked project with almost no room for change. AJ Capital's concessions are illusions. The number have been almost completely unchanged from their original SP. They just changed numbers on their website and collateral. I saw it happen in real time on their website as it relates to retail. Please stop calling us NIMBYs. We are not afraid of change. We are not afraid of losing memories. We are afraid of paralyzing traffic in a failing corridor without enough time to deliberate on amendments. We only learned about Councilmember Murphy's amendments yesterday. None of this was coordinated with the community. We're learning about it at the same time as you are. This project has been a high-speed freight train from the start, and the rush does not serve the public interest. Thank you. I ask for a deferral.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. I'm Susanna Scott Barnes of 700 Crescent Road in District 24 in Councilmember Murphy's district. I am not a developer. I'm not a consultant to a developer, and I was not paid to speak tonight. I am asking council to defer this item to allow more time to work through some of the details of this development. I want to challenge the idea that increased density will bring improvements to the infrastructure, specifically transportation. Why would we believe that the Harding Road White Bridge intersection would be improved when the developer doesn't even include a bus stop in their plans? If this mini city, which by all accounts is what it appears to be, warrants this massive zoning change above what they have by rights, then wouldn't they want to add public transit options on their own? I think it's unfair to people who live and work here currently to pay the price for increased density without ensuring that transit changes are in place first. Adding a bus stop is just one of many amendments I would like to see added here, which requires more time. The other point I wanted to make is that for the reason for deferral is there's just a lot of details to be worked out, including the parking and whether or not it's going to be paid or free. I just wanted to let it be known that for the first time, the public has learned that free might not be an option. When Councilmember Kathleen's amendment was included, condition 18, that was the first mention of a 1-hour parking limit for free. It was mentioned by Commissioner Haynes at the Metro Planning Commission. He asked if it would be free, and the spokesperson for AJ Capital said that he thought it would be, and those kinds of details need to be worked out. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Do y'all need to stand up and stretch? Wake up.
We will do that in the appropriate time.
My name is Cynthia Maroney. I live about a half a mile from Belmead Plaza, Concord Park West. I ask you to defer this decision tonight. I'm opposed to the current proposal for the redevelopment of Belmead Plaza. It needs to be updated. I remember the cafeteria. I remember all the shops. We do need an update, but we don't need something like this. Their tall buildings look like beachfront condominiums on the Gulf of Mexico, not residential buildings on Richland Creek. Anyone familiar with places like Destin, Florida, know how tall buildings have increased density and increased traffic congestion and have made them less attractive to live and visit. The amendments we found out were given to us to read yesterday. I didn't even know about it until tonight. It's being rushed. We are just asking for a deferral, that we can have time and that we can meet with our councilwoman that we have tried to meet with. We've not really had a conversation with AJ Capital. We keep meeting with NDOT and water and stormwater, and we need to sit down and talk. Maybe we can work this out together. And I ask for a deferral. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Hello, my name is Patsy Harvey. I live at 219 Jackson Boulevard, very close to Belmead Plaza. I am not paid to be here at all. I just care about Nashville. I lived here growing up, and I think what's happening now is it's just not right. I have lived at my current location for 20 years. My councilman is Tom Druffel, and he has been against this development from the very beginning. There is a reason. He knows how fast this project has been pushed through by Councilwoman Kathleen Murphy in District 24. We're in 23, but some of us are even closer to the development, really, and more affected than people in District 24. Our first meetings were close to the holidays, December 21st. She also said if the community was opposed to the project, she would pull the project. That has not happened. She has not kept her promise on that. Councilman Druffel knows the traffic studies are not adequate when considering all of the developments occurring basically at the same time. He knows that this residential high-rise development is not what this neighborhood wants or benefits from. He knows that the White Bridge Road, Harding Road intersection is one of the worst intersections in this part of town, and there is no access to White Bridge Road from this new development, and that is part of the T5 regional definition in Nashville Next. Please defer this vote tonight. There is more work to be done. Thank you so much for being here and letting me speak.
All right, thank you.
I have something to submit.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, members of the council. Jason Holloman, 4210 Park Avenue, native Nashvilleian, former councilman for this area, patron of Katie's Hallmark. I share many of the positive buzzword feelings about what the proponent said about this project. It has good aspects. But what I want to say to you here tonight is this is not a complete process. When the Harding Town Center was put forward before my time on the council, there was over 15 months of process that preceded a final bill. In this context, from start to finish, we're at less than 5 months. There are many concerns that are valid. There are concerns that we were told would be addressed. At the Planning Commission, we were told heights would come down, units would be less. Not only have we not seen that in any of the amendments that are here tonight by the bill sponsor, for the last 3 weeks, my clients, my constituents who ask for that meeting have not even received so much as a date for when we could get together and talk about those amendments. I think that's important. I think these are folks that want to see a good project here ultimately, but they need to have that time. And so for that reason, I believe that Councilman Druffel, who is immediately adjacent to this property, literally 100 feet from the edge of this property, his district, he's asking you for a deferral for that time. I hope that you will give that time. I believe that if we do, we can make this better and we can make it a workable project. I'll just finally end by saying, to put this in perspective, when we talk about some of the development aspects, the Harding Town Center was limited to 6 stories total for any of those buildings. At least one of these buildings is more than twice that. So it's a significant upzone. It's a 70% increase in FAR. And so for that reason, I hope you'll give us more time and let us have a deferral. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holloman. Next speaker.
Hey, I'm Ashley Henry, and I'm at 311 Linwood Boulevard. I had not planned a speech, and so this is coming off the cuff. And I sat there and just started thinking about how today, just my ordinary life, I had to go to Kroger. And it took me 16 minutes, because I looked at my Life 360 a minute ago, to get to Kroger, and I literally live diagonal to Kroger. And I'm the only person pulling into Kroger, which is the Bellmead Plaza. And so there was no one pulling in or out, as they say the traffic is, because there's people coming in and out shopping. There was no one. It was just the long, 2 lanes this way, 2 lanes this way, in the middle lane, full. I would go in, shop, come back out. And it took me even longer to get home because 2 emergency crews could not even get through. 2 emergency trucks, which brings me back to my dad had a heart attack, had 3 heart attacks in the past 4 months. One of those heart attacks, the crew took them 25 minutes to get from St. Thomas to Bellmead Boulevard, where my parents live. It was very upsetting with the emergency crew. Anyway, back to my ordinary life today, I go walk my dog. I walk down the street, and the traffic is so far back, it goes all the way past my house, down like about 8 houses down the street, and it sits there. I cross the street, walk my dog, come back, and the cars have not moved. So the traffic is a problem now, and I feel like it needs to be addressed. And there's not enough parking that they're saying they're going to have for the new development, and they want to do it underground. And there's so much flooding that occurs there every single time there's any amount of rain. It's a lot of flooding, and they're also moving our Kroger down the street where Harris Teeter was for 2 years. 2 years folded. And for 2 years, Harris Teeter folded right there in the Bellmead Theater area. And that's where they want to move the Kroger. And it's already impossible to get down there. And that's my street. I pass every day. I literally live half a mile away from this development. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. Douglas Henry, 311 Linwood. I'm with her. I live just a stone's throw from Bellmead Plaza. And when I hear discussions about traffic's going to be fixed, we're going to work on this, it'll help traffic. I've been hearing this for years. Traffic doesn't get better. It does not. When they worked on the bridge on Hillwood Boulevard and traffic had to come through Linwood more, it was horrible. I tried to get out of the driveway to turn left, like my wife Ashley was saying, just to go to work, and have to wait minutes upon minutes upon minutes just to get out of my driveway. It's and it's a street that's ill-designed to take on more traffic. And I know that my neighbors on Hillwood, my neighbors on Wilsonia, my neighbors on Woodmont, on Woodlawn, they're in the same situation. If this proceeds as planned, we're going to be dealing with that traffic. And I ask you not to burden us with this. If you've been to that intersection and tried to get through there during the morning on the way to work, you know that intersection snarls traffic like the Gordian knot. It refuses to let go. And if it continues this way and more traffic is coming in, I don't see a remedy that's been put forth yet. So I ask you not to burden us with this. And if I had wanted to burden on myself with something, that's one thing. If I moved next to the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway and don't like the sound of race cars, well, that's my fault. That's my burden. But I ask you not to inflict this burden upon me and my neighbors, which we have not designed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. Next speaker.
Vice Mayor and City Council, my name is Jody Kelly, and I came here tonight with no opinion. My interest is I don't live a half mile away, a quarter of a mile away. I live directly across the street. I live in the connection where it's White Bridge and Harding Pike that come like this. I live in a complex there called Royal Oak. You know, I mentioned to some of them, I don't see any other residents, any other Royal Oaks people here, that I was coming, and they said, why? Why are you coming? It's a done deal. It's going to be done. However, it's going to be done. And I said, you know what? I don't believe that. I want to go and see how this process works, and I want to be able to give my opinion about the traffic, about, you know, I'd like to see a change across the street. I love to stand at the top of the hill where I live now, and I can see the sunset above the trees, you know, on the top of like where the Bellmead Plaza is. You know, I hate to lose that, but I would love to see an upgrade. But I've listened to such compelling arguments that I really have to recommend deferral. I mean, they were so compelling to me, and I hope they're as compelling to you as well.
All right, thank you. All right, anybody else wishing to be heard on this? Anybody else? All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to correct some things that have been said in the record tonight, but then also I would like to, I don't know if this would be a suspension of the rules necessarily, because we don't necessarily have a rules on this. I know I'm rules chair, but there were some accusations and things about NDOT and the planning department that I think that they should have the opportunity to address. So I'm going to ask that of my colleagues after I speak, and then I would ask you to come back to me. First of all,
do you want to make what do you want to do with the bill?
Oh, I'm going to be moving. I need to move the amendment in just a minute. So the amendment, I did send it out last week. I sent it out last week. I sent it out on my email blast as soon as it was finalized and ready to go. I apologize that several did not get it. I apologize that the opposition continues to send out the original plan when so many changes have been made based on community feedback over the 9+ meetings that I have held, over the 20+ hours of meetings that I have held. Every meeting, council members, you got my email. It has a link to all the meetings, but I think one that shows where we had questions and answers and people were able to share their comments and discussions. I was asked for a meeting before the Planning Commission, as mentioned. I gave 4 afternoons, about 4 hours for those afternoons, and said, we can Zoom during these times. I was told back by those neighbors, we have day jobs. I have a day job too. And those were times that I made available. And when they got back to me about a week or two later, that time had been filled up. Since then, the opposition changed from one name to another name, an LLC, that said in an email, we formed an LLC so you can donate to us anonymously so we can hire a lobbyist and a lawyer. That lobbyist and lawyer did contact me. It said that they had, and it's the former councilman, said that they had a client, said that their client had concerns, and they wanted to meet. Those are the definitions of lobbying. I asked him if he registered. He did not register. As y'all know, we passed an update on the lobbyist registration this term. I sponsored it. I simply cannot meet with someone who refuses to register. It's my understanding he registered yesterday. So I wanted to get that on the record. Also, why does the Hardingtown UDO not cross over and limit the height on this property? Let's ask former council members. The former council members made those decisions. Those were negotiations in the past. I can't control that the Hardingtown UDO does not cross over White Bridge. Those were legislative decisions of the past. I've held several meetings on this, and I'm sorry I'm getting emotional. This is where I grew up. The Kroger's is not being forced to move. The Kroger's chose to move. And that is the same Kroger's that my brother and I played supermarket sweep so my mother could get us out of her way as she tried to shop for our family. This is also where I grew up playing going. And if you will, give me a few extra minutes.
So, Councilmember Murphy, let's just get a motion on something.
Let me move the amendment. The amendment covers several of the concerns you heard tonight. The concerns were we want more retail. One of those amendments has had to come out. I filed it 2 ways because we were trying to match the way that the community wanted. The community wanted more retail, but that had to be worked out as a trigger. And one of those triggers would not work because of, and I'll let planning get into that more of the legal reasoning there. Other concerns that I was asked for was to ban certain not certain types of businesses, but certain brands of businesses. As we know, we can't do that under the land use table, right? So I really had to carefully balance requests from the community that I am able to do, such as I'm negotiating 6 figures worth of sidewalks into the next amendment that you'll see on 3rd, and things that I can't do that are takings and contract zoning that y'all have heard me on this floor speak against. Building the Bosley Springs connector that this council took out of the CIB last term, that Councilman Cooper led the taking that out. The neighbors are all of a sudden wanting that back in. These are the same neighbors that fought against it. I'm very confused by that. And again, I'm sorry, y'all know I usually am much more organized on this.
Well, Councilmember, let me make sure we're clear. So we're just trying to make sure we got the bill in the right place. So
I've moved the amendment, and I'm on the amendment.
You want to move the bill for passage on 2nd reading, and then we'll start picking up the amendments.
Yes.
Okay. So Councilmember Murphy is moving both BL, well, let's just stick on BL 2023-1829. The other one's the companion bill, doesn't have any amendments on it. So Councilmember Murphy is moving BL 2023-1829 for passage on 2nd reading, properly seconded, and now you want to move, which amendment do you want to move?
It is, Matthew's the 2nd amendment.
Okay, so Councilmember Murphy is moving amendment number 2. What do you want to do with amendment number 1? Anything?
That one's going to need to be withdrawn because it wasn't. I filed both of them to make sure that we had one that could be properly before us.
Okay, so we have actually 9 amendments in the packet, I think. So Councilmember Murphy is withdrawing amendment number 1. We are on amendment number 2. Councilmember Murphy is moving amendment number 2 properly second, and that's what we're talking about at this point.
And there are other things that I think are appropriate to be in this amendment. I asked the councilman from Westmead to send through the council office what he'd like to see in it. We discussed that last week on the floor, and none of that was sent. And so that is why there's so many other amendments, because rather than working together, he sent it to the council office and chose not to work with me. I've held nine meetings. I know that there's been another meeting held that I was told don't come to, and the developers were not invited to come to. So again, I'm trying to not get emotional here because this is a community that I love and I grew up in, and I feel like I have worked very hard to hear their results and try to stay within the boundaries of what we can and cannot do legally here when it comes to zoning. Let me take a breath and get back to the bill. I'm going to move this amendment forward because it has about 7 to 9 different parameters in it that the community wants and needs. The community has asked for things about parking. The developer right now has said we can't do unlimited free parking at all times, so it was limited to an hour for 10 years past completion. That's one example of things we're negotiating. Have we gotten them down on height? No, because I was trying to increase the retail that so many of the neighbors have wanted. This amendment is a compromise amendment. Is there more work to do? Yes. That's why we're going to move forward to 3rd and get that going, because it holds the developers' feet to the fire to start getting more serious in negotiations. We all know this. The majority of us have negotiated zoning bills through the process. And we know if I don't pass this on 3rd, if they don't give us what I'm asking for by 3rd, their bill is dead. And they've spent a lot of time and money, just as we have, to get to this point. And so I think it's really important to keep this process moving and have these communications, get these negotiations continue to go. Otherwise, we're going to be looking at an empty Kroger site through no fault of AJ Capital, through no fault of the neighborhood, that is going to continue to cause problems in the neighborhood by having a large empty box there.
Okay.
So I'd like to see if we could have planning and NDOT have the same opportunity to defend themselves against the criticisms they've had
Well,
tonight.
so we're on the amendment. We can hold on NDOT. I think the question is, you're moving amendment number 2, and you've explained parts of it. Do you need anything else from planning? There are people in the queue for discussion. So are we ready for that?
I'm happy to run through the other pieces of it.
Well,
again, I've sent this out. It sets and triggers in place about the parking. It requires that commercial square footage be constructed before the final residential building. That was something the neighbors who were here tonight specifically asked for. Provides for potential of additional commercial space if approved by planning and updated by traffic. That's something that planning will address because it's something we could not include, but these neighbors behind us requested. Requires more extensive landscape plans to be submitted. It requires more community meetings required before construction commences. Another community meeting will be required by TDEC. Let's see here. It requests more mass transit availability. The plan already includes mass transit on this site. And in fact, one of the other amendments that has been filed by another council member is already included in this bill about sidewalks.
Stick to this
so that's
amendment.
not why it's not in this amendment. The requires a construction timeline, contract for complaints, parking plan, website updates prior to starting the construction. Requires the developer to exceed the state's blasting requirements and requires a blasting meeting prior to construction of the project. That is just the highlights of what is in this amendment, and that is directly from the list that that about 4 of the women who spoke tonight sent to me, and that is how I created this amendment.
Okay, so we are on amendment number 2. Amendment number 1 has been withdrawn. Councilmember Murphy has moved amendment number 2, properly seconded, and we have people in the queue. Councilmember Withers on the amendment. Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I do want to speak to the amendment. I think Councilmember Murphy is honoring what she stated in the Planning Commission hearing, that she would continue to work on this ordinance to incorporate as many neighbor concerns as she can. This is part of that process. As we all know, typically, we have public hearings, we pass bills on second, then they go to committee, specifically Planning and Zoning Committee, where we take a look at the bills from a planning perspective, from an NDOT perspective, and we look at amendments typically on third reading. I think it is actually very proactive on the part of Councilmember Murphy that she has already gone ahead and submitted an amendment that incorporates some of the neighbor concerns. So therefore, I'm in favor of that. What I will share as well is that, you know, sometimes bills take a couple of years for sites. In this case, if this were to go on for a couple of years, we would have a vacant Kroger that is an environmental hazard. So I think that it is wise to use a normal amount of time, which is 4 to 5 months, to do this, and that Councilmember Murphy has had a lot of meetings to date and will continue to do that. But I rise in support of Councilmember Murphy's amendment. I would encourage other council members to get that amendment on, let the community take a look at it before any other amendments are considered by this body, and also that council members who are considering other amendments reach out to the departments, specifically to planning, to say, because this bill was recommended for approval with conditions, if an amendment comes on, the first question you need to ask is of planning, would that make that a disapproved bill? I would also encourage folks who have amendments to run that by NDOT, because NDOT has been involved in this. I have never in my 15 years of doing planning commission meetings as a citizen, as a council member, and as a planning commissioner, I have never seen this level of regional planning with TDOT and NDOT. And I think that's great. There's a little bit more work that could be done, but I think it's great. And I just wanted to speak in favor of Councilmember Murphy's amendment. It speaks to her commitment to continue to work with the neighborhood as much as she can within policy, within what was recommended for approval by the Planning Commission. I would respectfully ask other council members to vet their amendments with the departments before submitting them on third reading. And I would speak very strongly against a deferral so that we can pass this on second, then get it on to third reading, where all zoning bills are amendable and can be deferred almost in an innumerable number of times. I mean, obviously we have August 15th would be the drop dead date, but that is the normal process for zoning bills. This bill has been heavily vetted so far. Some tweaks are possible. I think this amendment is a good compromise. I personally think that lowering heights and adding parking reduces housing supply and adds to traffic congestion. So I'm not saying that I'm a fan, but I am saying that Councilmember Murphy is working with the neighbors as much as she can, and I speak in support of this in opposition to other amendments and in opposition to a deferral.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. In 8 years, this is the first time I've stood up to discuss a project in someone else's district, and I feel compelled to do so because 4 months from now, this will not be in District 24. This will be in District 20. And my constituents are asking me for more time to discuss this and shape this. Here are the specific items that they really want addressed. The residents were told on the March 23rd Planning Commission meeting there would be additional decreases in building heights, and they've not seen any follow-up proposals.
Councilmember Roberts, make sure you stick to the amendment.
Okay, I'll try to stick to the amendment. In addition to these items that the communities asked for, it would be prudent to slow this down to allow for feedback and understanding from the next council person who is elected in District 20, as this will be in their district. Historically, we have moved through it's inevitable this is going to come through the development process. So I don't feel this additional time is going to cause any unnecessary burdens to the developer or the community, as I've had many projects in my own district that have taken longer than 4 months to get through planning and council, and it was time to get things right. That's how long it takes. It sometimes takes up to a year. This council has a history of erring on the side of garnering as much feedback necessary with projects of this magnitude, as was evidenced last week in the Titan Stadium vote. I would encourage us to listen to the voices of the residents who live in this neighborhood and who are asking for more time to shape this project. It was said that this is dead if it's not passed on third, but that's not true. My successor is in support of this project, and I am in support of this project. But I'm asking for a deferral of this project to allow for additional time to the community to have engagement and clarity on who's going to be the next elected representative of the district which this project will reside. I ask for your deferral on this project.
So, Councilmember Roberts, let me just make sure. Are you asking for a deferral?
I am asking.
So, are you moving for a deferral? Okay, so stand back up if you don't mind. Okay, so you're moving for a deferral for how long?
I'm moving for a two meeting deferral.
Okay, all right, so that's a motion to defer for 2 meetings, properly seconded. So we are now, that takes precedence over where we are. So we have a motion to defer for 2 meetings. They're going to work on the time schedule. That's okay with time. Assume it's fine. Okay. All right. So, council members, where we are is Councilmember Murphy has moved amendment number 2, properly seconded on BL 2023-1829. As we were discussing it, Councilmember Roberts has moved a deferral of this entire matter 2 meetings, properly seconded. We are now on the deferral motion, and I've got people in the queue, so I need hands. I saw Councilmember Parker's hand go up first. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized just on the deferral meeting, just on the deferral. Excuse me.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to rise in opposition to the deferral motion. As I think the planning chair, Councilman Withers to my right, explained, the stage at which we normally have further discussion and consider amendments on zoning bills is third reading. That's when it's going to go to the Planning and Zoning Committee. We'll have the opportunity there to discuss these amendments. And as Councilmember Withers said, zoning bills can be deferred as many times as is needed on third reading. Y'all have helped me get some bills right this term with several deferrals on third. And I think that if we're going to take more time with this, I think it's appropriate to do it on third, where we can consider amendments and have it at the committee. So that would be my recommendation. If we need a deferral, let's look at it on third reading. So.
Okay, thank you. I saw Councilmember Druffle's hand go up, and then Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Druffle, you're recognized.
Yeah, I rise in support of the deferral. You know, the resounding theme that I keep hearing is we have more work to be done. Consistently, almost everybody said we have more work to be done. I truly respect Councilor Murphy's work on this. This is a complex issue because there's 3 different areas that need to be worked on. But when you look at the big picture, just to put this in context, Nashville in just 2 years has moved up from the most congested city from 44th to 24th in the country. Okay? We are going the wrong way. As council members, we have heard for years we need to get infrastructure and roads in front of the development. This is not going that way. So let me recap the context of our concerns. All 3 developments that are proposed are within 1 to 2 blocks of this intersection. Harding from White Bridge to Midtown and the White Bridge intersection are considered F or failed by NDOT. That means they're already failed. We're in bad shape. There's 3 major hospitals that have intensive care trauma units that are affected by traffic on Harding West End. You just heard a story from a lady that husband was impacted by that. There are only 2 major corridors coming from the west, Charlotte and Harding. People are coming from growing communities in Bellevue, Fairview, Ashland City, and West Nashville. It's getting worse. West Nashville has seen thousands of new housing units west of White Bridge that will continue to increase demand on these corridors.
Councilmember Druffle, make sure it's on the deferral, okay?
Okay.
Stick on the deferral.
Yeah,
I know it's. I'm going to allow it, but it needs to be because we've got a motion to defer. That's what we're talking.
Yeah, and I think I'm supporting the need
I understand. For deferral. Just make sure it's tied to it.
Okay, there have been no traffic improvements that would mitigate traffic congestion. There's 2 options for travel from the west, few viable options, Charlotte and White Bridge. One example of danger from the increased traffic is the 170 exchange, where there's an accident every 2 weeks. We talk about multimodal on.
Councilmember Murphy.
I thought we were still on the motion to defer. I just wanted to clarify.
Well, that's what I'm trying to make sure that we are sticking to the motion to defer.
I think if I'm arguing this correctly, Vice Mayor, the reason is because we have infrastructure and traffic problems that require the need to defer.
I think what I'm understanding is you're laying out some issues that need to be discussed. That's why you're making the deferral argument.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Am I good?
All right. You're down to 23 seconds.
Okay. We need to have confidence in where we're going. We got 3,400 people that have no confidence right now in the process. We need a deferral to provide and support that level of confidence. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Murphy, you're next.
Thank you. Just to quote that 3,400 that signed the change.org, that was for the original plan. We're on a different plan now. So if we were still on the original plan, I don't think we'd even be here tonight. So that is one reason to not defer this. Secondly, I'd still like to hear from planning and NDOT, who have been attacked tonight in their planning and in their process. And I think that's vital to this deferral motion, to hear that before it's voted on. Secondly, as I have stated, I have held several meetings. All of them are online. You've all been emailed a link to see them. They're all out there. We've had 2 NDOT meetings, an NDOT listening meeting, and in fact, this legislation, this zoning plan, which I still have to see some improvements on before I'm going to move it on third. This is the one that actually gets mobility and transit things happening. Previous zonings, previous things did not do that. There's been a transit plan on the books since Hardingtown UDO, and none of it has happened. The Belmead Theater, I doubt that's even going to happen in this term because they haven't filed yet. But this plan still has some work to be done, yes. And that work needs to be done in the Planning Committee, as Planning Chair Withers has pointed out. As past Chair of Planning, I am also requesting of my colleagues. And with that, I respectfully I'm gonna, you know what, I could move it to the table, but I'm just gonna ask for y'all to vote down the deferral motion. But I think it's vital that we hear from Director Alicon and from planning, since they have been attacked not only by the public, by our own council members, who, if they don't have faith in them tonight, how have they passed zoning that they have had recommendations on before?
Well, again, this is a motion to defer. So
I think it's vital that we hear the rebuttal to the motion to defer's reasoning.
But I don't think, I'm saying that planning and NDOT don't get into discussions on.
Correct, but I think they should have an opportunity to speak to the reasonings and the studies that they've done that have been attacked by council members on the floor.
Well, I think at some point they'll be allowed.
And I did request that prior to the motion to defer.
Okay, but right now we're on the motion to defer. That's where we are. So I have to keep going on the motion to defer. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to speak against the motion to defer for the very reason that most council members have brought up. The thing that we continue to hear is the importance of traffic and finding solutions to traffic, and the need to understand the studies that have been done, which I think could happen in the committee setting that happens on third reading, and then we can defer after that. But I desperately want to have the opportunity at the third reading council planning committee meeting to hear from planning and from NDOT on both the mobility study and the quote regional study that's also mentioned, because I think those are important answers to the questions that are the crux of what the entire concern with this is. So I think we get better information if we do not defer, if we have the third hearing and the council committee meeting that would precede that, and then once we've been able to understand better what the traffic information is, then on third reading, if we still feel like we need to defer, as we've said, we've got the opportunity to do it then, and I think we'll know more what we're working with at that point.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized.
I am not going to call the previous question, but I am going to speak in opposition to the deferral. I'd like to remind all of you that almost 4 years ago, a month after we were elected, we had a training, and this is on the motion to defer. We had a training to teach us how to be council members, and some of you were already 4 years in, and some of us were brand new. And one of the presenters at our training was Councilmember Murphy, and she taught us how to host a meeting. And I thought to myself, man, I've hosted a lot of meetings for work. I mean, this is what I do for work. I guess I'm going to do this for council too. I'll be hosting meetings. And she talked about, advertising it and how you position yourself and how you need to have the developer there, because the developer needs to be able to talk to the constituents.
Make sure you keep tying this to the
I'm
deferral
talking
motion.
about why we don't need to defer. Councilmember Murphy knows how to handle meetings. She did 9 meetings. And even though the meetings didn't get the outcome of every single person in the room or the 3,400 people that signed the petition, they got the outcome that were needed for these meetings. They had her listening. They had her experience. And to consider that we would defer this and maybe even not even pass it this term, and have a brand new council member try to handle something this big is insanity to me when we have someone that's so well equipped to handle this right now. We've never had a more detailed binder with so many notes about everything, including every single thing that happened in that planning commission meeting. I was one of the people that sat up and listened to every minute of that planning commission meeting, and it's all detailed right here so that we know for sure. So I think deferring it is just a waste of Councilmember Murphy's time and the time of all of the people here in the room. We heard them, we heard their concerns, and we need to talk about this here on the floor. And as Councilmember Murphy said, we need to give the opportunity for more changes and for these amendments to be put on the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Benedict on the deferral motion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. On the deferral, I want to speak against the deferral. I just think it's been said, and the planning committee is where we do this work. And we have time to do this. And so just earlier tonight, we have time to change things on third reading. So I just want to speak in opposition to the deferral. I hope that my colleagues will agree. I do think there's plenty of time to get this right. I don't think that voting against a deferral says anything. I think that preventing a deferral tonight still allows plenty of time. So I hope that the public is reassured that on third reading, these, just because it goes on second reading, if it were to pass tonight, that doesn't mean that it's just a, straight on through. Truly, 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 Title 17 bills all the time get deferred on second, get passed on second, and then managed through. And if they need to be deferred from there, they are. So I hope that the public understands this, and that that my colleagues also understand the importance of let's just move this forward tonight. And so I'm against the deferral. Thanks.
Okay. Councilmember Young.
Previous question.
I didn't hear that.
Previous question.
I heard that one. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we're doing is we're going to vote on the previous question, which means are we ready to vote? We're not voting on the motion to defer. Councilmember Young has called for the previous question. So we're voting on whether we are ready to vote on that motion to defer. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We are on the motion to defer. So where we are is Councilmember Murphy has moved her bill, and then we are on a motion to adopt amendment number 2. Councilmember Roberts moved to defer 2 meetings. And so we are on the motion to defer 2 meetings. We'll try by voice vote, but so if you are for a motion to defer 2 meetings.
We get a roll call, please?
We can do roll call. All right, so Mr. Clark? You okay? All right, so we're going to do a roll call vote. Members of the audience, we're going on the board, okay? So you can watch it on the screens. If you are for the motion to defer 2 meetings, you vote yes. If you're against it, you'd vote no. Everybody clear where we are? It's a motion to defer for 2 meetings. If you're for the deferral, vote aye. If you're against, vote no. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. Everybody in? Councilmember Sepulveda, she in? Good. Mr. Clerk, close the machines, take the vote. Ayes 9, noes 23, 0 abstention. Motion to defer fails. All right, so we are back on Councilmember Murphy's motion to amend. It's amendment number 2. All right, so she renews her motion. We still have people in the queue. All right, so the next person in the queue is Councilmember Druffel, okay, because we were on the deferral motion. Now we're on the motion to adopt amendment number 2. Councilmember Druffel, you're recognized on this one if that's what you want. Okay, you pass. Councilmember Hancock on the motion to adopt amendment number 2.
Previous question.
All right. So Councilmember Hancock has called the previous question. Again, we're not voting on the amendment. We're voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Okay, we're ready to vote. We are ready to vote on adoption of amendment number 2. Councilmember Murphy has moved amendment number 2, properly seconded. Roll call. No, we'll try by voice vote. All those in favor of adoption of amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Okay, so I've got Councilmember Hurt. Anybody else no? Councilmember Hurt is a no. All right. So the amendment goes on. Councilmember Murphy, I'm coming back to you on amendment number 2. We do have more amendments in the packet, so I can keep going through the amendments. a minute. Let me turn you on. Okay, there you go. Go ahead.
I'd like to move for approval with the bill as amended.
Okay, so we've got a motion to approve the bill as amended, second, but that's where we are, so we still have amendments to take up. Okay. Councilmember Druffel, you've got amendment number 3, you're recognized.
Hello?
There you go.
Okay, thanks. Let me, I'm going to withdraw this amendment, but I want to make my point here.
Okay, so hold on. Let's go. We'll do amendment number 3. You're withdrawing amendment number 3?
The developer shall provide a regional mobility study. Is that correct? It didn't have mines numbered.
Okay, so let me go through these and make sure we've got these right. So there are 9 amendments on this. Amendment number 1 by Councilman Murphy was withdrawn. Amendment number 2 has been adopted. We are on amendment number 3 by Councilmember Druffel. This is about a third westbound lane. That's which one it is. If you've got the packet that was distributed.
Okay, yeah, I got an earlier packet. I think it was out of whack. Okay. I'm going to withdraw this. I think the best order for us is to work with Councilor Murphy with some of the details that we have in ours and coordinate with hers for third reading. I think adds value. It was meant to be at some point to do that, but I think we withdraw. I would like to make one point, though, before I withdraw.
Are you going to withdraw all the amendments at this point?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so amendments, we have amendment number 3 all the way to amendment number 9. You're going to withdraw all of those?
I will withdraw and then recognize those for third reading.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to allow Councilmember Druff to withdraw everything with a brief explanation.
Yeah, there's a lot of good points in these amendments, and I think as Councilor Murphy has started to create some amendments, I will come back in third reading to identify crossovers or opportunities that we can do more. I think we do have a problem with working ahead of our infrastructure and our streets. We've just not done a good job. We've all sort of said when we ran 4 years ago, at least I did, I said, I'm going to work on infrastructure and roads in front of development. And we're not doing that. We've created a lot of problems with this particular intersection, and we have not solved it. I don't think there's a high level of confidence that we can solve it with our current situation. It's embedded in these amendments. I think it's better to work with these amendments inside of Councilor Murphy to make sure on third reading, if we don't get what we want to see in terms of better direction on third reading, we can have a better discussion at that time.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Druffel. So we have, where we are now is we have a motion by Councilmember Murphy to pass Bill 2023-1829 as amended on second reading. That's been properly seconded. I still have people in the queue I need to check on. Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
This was actually on the whole bill, so it sounds like now with the amendment on it, this is the whole bill.
You've got it. You're on the bill as amended.
Yeah, I was just rising to say, it seems like a lot of work is being put on this, has been put into this. I understand how sometimes when things happen, we have some old information going around, and that is what people may be talking towards because they talk towards the information that they have at the time. I'm glad to hear Councilwoman Murphy said that she is still, as people have repeated 100 times, there's still work to be done. So I'm glad that she said that because I think that that means that there is still work to be done. And I was glad to hear the councilman from across the aisle, across the walkway, say that he was going to work with her to get some good points in that one so that they can work together. So I was just rising to say I am going to vote for this, and I am going to be paying very close attention on third reading to see if some of the issues have been attended to, and hopefully then all of the information will be out and it will be a good project. Thank you,
Councilmember Lee, did you say praying or paying attention?
Do I need to say both?
You may need to say both.
Okay,
All right.
okay.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Previous question.
Councilmember Sledge has moved the previous question. We're voting on the previous question. We're not voting on the motion to approve on second reading, just on the previous question. All in favor of the previous question, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We are now voting on amendment. We are voting on the motion to pass BL 2023-1829 as amended for passage on second reading. Again, Councilmember Murphy made that motion. It was properly seconded. That's what we're voting on. We'll try by voice vote. All those in favor of passage on second reading of 1829 as amended, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading. Okay. All right, we are now on the companion bill, which is BL 2023-1830, because that didn't have any amendments on it. That is an ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2023-1829. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized on the bill. We're on the companion bill.
I'm sorry, I thought we took them all up together. I move for approval.
All right, so Councilmember Murphy has moved for approval on second reading of BL 2023-1830. Properly seconded. Any discussion on that bill?
I'm sorry, we did have the public hearing on this one. We had the public hearing double. Right. We're just voting this one.
Right. We had amendments on the first one,
great.
so we split them. Okay.
Move for approval.
All right, so we've got a motion to approve BL 2023-1830 on second reading, properly seconded. All those in favor of BL 2023-1830 say aye. Opposed, no. That one is adopted. Okay. We're now on item number 29 by Councilmember Hancock. And we can take item number 30 with it. BL 2023-1831 by Councilmember Hancock. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS 7.5 to SP zoning on property located at 1017 Pierce Road, corner of Shannon Avenue and Pierce Road, to permit 33 multifamily residential units. And then item number 30 by Councilmember Hancock, BL 2023-1832, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2023-1831. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Hancock, you are recognized on those two bills.
I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
All right. So Councilmember Hancock has called for the public hearing. I open the public hearing. I need to see a show of hands of those who are in favor of the two bills. I've got one hand in the back. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the two bills. Seeing nobody in opposition, you, sir, do you want to speak? You've waited a long time. All right. So declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized on both those bills, 1831 and 1832.
I'd like to move for approval with a brief comment.
All right. So Councilmember Hancock has moved for passage on second reading of both 1831 and 1832. Properly seconded. Back to you.
I'd just like to say the developer came to me in advance of applying to planning, talked with me about a development that fit very well into the community, then came to community meeting to meet with the community, listen to their concerns and feedback. At the Planning Commission meeting, we had two people speak in opposition, and their concern was they needed the roads widened and the sidewalks installed, and he's doing both of those things. I think this is fantastic for the community, and I'd like to move for approval.
Okay. So Councilmember Hancock has renewed her motion to approve on second reading of 1831 and 1832. Again, properly seconded. Any discussion on the two bills? Seeing none, all those in favor of the two bills say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. 1831 and 1832 are adopted on second reading. Item number 31, BL 2023-1833 by Councilmember Welsh. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS 7.5 to R8A for property on 437 Patterson Street, east of Meade Avenue. It's 0.29 acres. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. I don't see any hands either way. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Welsh, you're on your bill.
I'd like to move to approve.
All right, so Councilmember Welsh has moved to approve 1833 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 1833 for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Next one is BL 2023-1834 1834 by Councilmember Hall. Anybody sign on to this bill? All right, so it's automatically deferred it'll be deferred to the first meeting in July. Okay. We are on BL 2023-1835 by Councilmember Taylor. This is item number 33, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CN to RM15NS for property located at 2014 24th Avenue North, southeast of the intersection of Clarksville Pike and 24th Avenue North. It's 0.19 acres. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of the particular measure. We're on BL 2023-1835. A show of hands of those who are here against this particular measure or opposed to it. Seeing nobody on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Move for approval.
Okay, Councilmember Taylor has moved for approval of BL 2023-1835 for pass on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of BL 2023-1835 for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We are on item 34 and 35 by Councilmember Rosenberg. BL 2023-1836, 36, it's items 34 and 35. 1836, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from AR2A to SP zoning on a portion of property located at 6010 Pasquo Road, approximately 525 feet south of New Nahi Trail. Is that right? And then 1837 is the companion bill. An ordinance authorized building material restrictions requirements for BL 2023-1836. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, we're opening the public hearing on those two bills, 1836 and 1837. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two bills. All right, thank you. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to those two bills. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak? Nope. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized on your two bills.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move approval.
Councilmember Rosenberg has moved approval of both 1836 and 1837 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the two bills say aye. Opposed, no. 1836 and 1837 pass on second reading. And the last one is item number 36, BL 2023-1838 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS 7.5 to RM20A zoning for property located at Ewing Drive, unnumbered at the southeast corner of Knight Drive and Ewing Drive. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This is another one that needs to be deferred.
Okay, this will automatically be deferred to the first meeting in July. Okay. Okay. Don't need to take a break. Just hit somebody.
Okay.
59 or
41 and 59.
59 was already approved, and 41 we have to take out.
Oh, 59 was already approved, okay. And 41 has an amendment. Okay. Already took up, okay. All right, we're moving on to Resolutions, there is a consent agenda, and to my understanding, everything is on consent except for 3 items. I'm going to run through the list. If anything needs to come off, just raise your hand so you can be recognized. Resolution 2023-2121, 2132, 2133, which is item number 39, 2134, 2136, 2137, 2138, 2139, 2140, 2141, 2142, 2144, 2145, 2146, 2147, 2148, 2149, 2150, 2151, 2152, 2153, 2154, 2155, and 2156. Does anything need to come off? Councilman O'Connell.
Madam Pro Tem, sorry, I was catching up right as you got started. Did you have the first item, item 37, 2121, is that off consent?
It's on consent. Does it need to come off?
Can I pull that, please?
Okay. Are there any other items that need to come off of consent? All right, I will read the captions. Item number 38, Resolution 2023-2132, a resolution approving Amendment 2 to a Parental Assistance Court grant from the Tennessee Department of Human Services to the Metro Government, acting by and through the Davidson County Juvenile Court to provide opportunities for and meet the needs of eligible low-income families who have a court-ordered child support obligation and to increase program participant parenting time with their children. Sponsors Roten, Hurd, Allen, and Swara. Resolution 2023-2133, sponsors Murphy, a resolution approving the election of certain notaries public for Davidson County. Resolution 2023-2134, sponsors Roten, Withers, Hurt, and Allen, and Swara. A resolution accepting an economic development initiative community project funding grant from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to the Metro Government, acting by and through the Metro Nashville Historical Commission to provide funding for American Baptist College historic building improvements and a civil rights walking tour. Item number 42, Resolution 2023-2136, sponsors Roten, Hurt, Allen, and Swara, a resolution appropriating a total of $89,287 from the Nashville Public Library to various nonprofit organizations for the provision of free and high-quality summer programming through the library's Nashville After Zone Alliance. Resolution 2023-2137, sponsors Roten, Hurt, Allen, and others. Resolution approving amendments to contract number L5174, a grant contract between the Nation's Ministry Center and the Metropolitan Government, and contract number L5177, a grant contract between YMCA of Middle Tennessee and the Metro Government for the provision of free and high-quality after-school programs through the Nashville After Zone Alliance. Resolution 2023-2138, sponsors Roten, Syracuse, Allen, and others. Resolution approving an application for a Victims of Crime Act grant from the Tennessee Department of Finance Administration, Office of Criminal Justice Programs to the Metro Government, acting by and through the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department to fund counselor and victim advocate positions, purchase supplies, and subsidize travel. Resolution 2023-2139, sponsors Toombs, Roten, and Pulley. Resolution approving a subaward to the Nashville Department of Transportation and Multimodal Infrastructure to support the Metro Government Complete Streets Demonstration Project for a total of up to $15,000, and approving a stipend of $4,000 to a local artist to support the artist's work on the demonstration project. Resolution 2023-2140, sponsors Roten and Pulley. Resolution approving Amendment 2 to an agreement by and between the Tennessee Department of Transportation and Metro Government, acting by and through NDOT for automatic travelers information system, intelligent transportation systems, communication, and closed-circuit television. Resolution 2023-2141, sponsors O'Connell, Roten, and Withers. Resolution to approve the 7th Amendment to the lease agreement between the Metro Government and Square Investment Holdings, LLC for office space in the Washington Square building located at 222 2nd Avenue North. Resolution 2023-2142, sponsors Roten, Hurt, Allen, and Swara. Resolution accepting a Where It Starts Breaking Barriers to Business grant from Living Cities in partnership with Main Street America and the Truist Foundation to the Metro government. Acting by and through the Metro Finance Department to strengthen the relationship between local government and commercial corridor business support organizations with the goal of fostering an equitable entrepreneurial ecosystem for business owners of color in Nashville and address systemic barriers for business owners of color during each stage of business development and growth. Resolution 2023-2144, sponsors Sepulveda, Roten, Hurt, Allen, and Swara. Resolution appropriating $400,125 in American Rescue Plan Act funds from Fund 30216 to WEGO in partnership with historically black colleges and universities to allow students, faculty, and staff access to public transportation. Resolution 2023-2145, resolution appropriating $621,750 in American Rescue Plan Act funds to the Nashville Food Project for the Feedback Nashville Project, a community-engaged systems transformation initiative that drives Nashville's food system towards equity, justice, and sustainability by facilitating increased collaboration and collective impact between nonprofits, businesses, governments, and community members. Resolution 2023-2146, sponsors Toombs, Roten, Hurt, and others, appropriates $2.5 million in American Rescue Plan Act funds to 50 Ford to build the Bordeaux Connection Center, a shared community space in Bordeaux with primary tenants 50 Ford and Creative Girls Rock. Resolution 2023-2147, sponsors Johnson, Sepulveda, Roten, and Allen. Resolution amending Resolution 2023-1948 to clarify the fiscal sponsor for the Nashville Voluntary Organization Active Disaster Coalition. Resolution 2023-2148, sponsors Roten, Allen, and Swara. Resolution amending Resolution 2022-1362, which appropriated $1,046,000 in American Rescue Plan Act funds to the Nashville Fairgrounds to provide rent relief to vendors at the Nashville Flea Market, to extend the effective date and to extend the rent relief. Resolution 2023-2149, sponsors Roten, Hurt, Allen, Hauser, and Swara. Amends Resolution 2021-1116, which appropriated $3 million in American Rescue Plan Act funds to provide rent, mortgage, and utilities payments for Davidson County residents, to extend the effective date of the relief and expand rent relief to all participants who have household income up to and including 100% of AMI. Resolution 2023-2150, sponsors Roten, Hurt, Allen, and Swara. Resolution amending substitute Resolution 2022-1356, which appropriated $20 million in American Rescue Plan Act funds to create the Nashville Small Business Recovery Fund by enhancing the program to expedite deployment of funds. Resolution 2023-2151, sponsors Taylor, Roten, Withers, and Pulley. Resolution approving a participation agreement between the Metro government acting by and through Metro Department of Water and Sewerage Services and GTOM West End LLC to provide improved public sanitary sewer service through the construction of an improved stormwater system. Resolution 2023-2152, sponsors Roten. Resolution authorizing the Metro Department of Law to compromise and settle the property damage claim of Ray Ryan against Metro government in the amount of $91,532.93. Resolution 2023-2154, sponsor Murphy. Resolution recognizing the retirement and service of Metro Water and Sewerage Services System Services Division Assistant Director Leanne Scott. Resolution 2023-2155, sponsor Hurt. Resolution recognizing Fisk University's All-American basketball player Maya Buchanan. Resolution 2023-2156, sponsor Lee. Resolution recognizing June 25th, 2023 through July 1st, 2023 as Nashville Caribbean American Heritage Week. Are there any resolutions that need to come off of consent? Well, I need committee reports first. Councilman Roten, Budget and Finance.
Budget and Finance, thank you, Pro Tem. Budget and Finance approved 2023-2132, 2134, 2136, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 2144, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, and 52. 12 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Withers, Planning and Zoning.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Planning and Zoning met and considered resolutions RS 2023-2134, 2140, 2141, and 2151, and we recommended approval of each of those, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
Councilwoman Hurt, Public Facilities.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Public Facilities, Arts, and Culture voted 6 in favor and 0 against for RS 2023, 2136, and 2137.
Councilman Syracuse, Public Health.
Public Health and Safety considered RS 2023-2138 and recommended approval, 6 in favor, 0 against.
Rosenberg. Councilman Rosenberg, rules.
Thank you, Madam President. Rules had 2133, 2154, 2155, and 2156, and voted 5 in favor, none against on all of them.
Councilman Pulley, Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Transportation recommended approval of RS 2023-2139, 2140, and 2151. 7 in favor and 0 against. And I move approval of the consent agenda.
Councilman Cash.
Was 2135 on that list?
No.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Councilman Parker.
I apologize. Was 2141 on the consent?
Yes.
Okay. Codes considered that and recommended approval, 6-4-0 against.
Thank you, Councilman Parker. All right, Councilman Pulley has moved the consent agenda. Was there a second? It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion on the consent agenda? All right, all those in favor, aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. You're so welcome.
Anything get bumped off consent? Anything get bumped off consent? Number one, okay. The first one. Okay, we're going to go through the items that got knocked off of consent or were never on consent. Item number 37, RS 2023-2121, Councilmembers Murphy, O'Connell, Welsh, and others. Resolution requesting Metropolitan Employee Benefit Board reevaluate its decision to offer a group Medicare Advantage plan to Metropolitan government pensioners as their only option. Councilmember Murphy, Councilmember O'Connell, you want to handle this one?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to defer one meeting, please.
Okay. Motion is to defer one meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral? Seeing none, this one, all in favor of the deferral motion for one meeting, say aye. Opposed, no. This one's deferred one meeting. Okay. We're on item number 41, RS 2023-2135 by Councilmember Roden, Allen, and Hancock, resolution appropriating a total of $100,000 from a certain account of the general fund of the General Services District for a grant to the Pencil Foundation. Councilmember Roden, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move approval. And we have an amendment.
And you've got a Budget Committee report.
Oh, apologize. Budget and Finance approved, 11 in favor, 0 against.
All right. So Councilmember Roden is moving approval of RS 2023-2135 for passage, properly seconded, and you've got an amendment on the bill.
Correct. Move the amendment.
All right.
The amendment just fixes a technical correction on a date, and I would remove the amendment.
All right. So Councilmember Roden, apparently this one also went to education. Who's got that report? Councilmember Cash.
Thanks. We supported the amendment 6-0, and the resolution is amended 6-0.
Okay. Now, Councilmember Roden.
Renew my motion for the amendment.
Okay, so Councilmember Roden is trying to put an amendment on this bill, amendment number 1, onto the resolution RS 2023-2135, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
It's my understanding there was a date that was incorrect on the original bill, and that's what we're doing here. We're changing the date to make sure that the funding is proper for the entire Pencil Foundation, and so I move the amendment.
All right, so you've heard an explanation of the amendment. Councilmember Roden has moved the amendment, again, properly seconded. Any questions on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Amendments on. Councilmember Roden, you were on RS 2023-2135 as amended.
Renew my motion.
Councilmember Roden has renewed his amendment. Excuse me. Getting too fast. RS 2023-2135, Councilmember Roden has moved that resolution as amended for passage, properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of RS 2023-2135 as amended for passage. Everyone in favor say aye. Opposed, no. This one passes. Next one up is item number 49, RS 2023-2143, by Council Members Roden, Hurd, Allen, and Suara. This is a resolution appropriating $471,694 in ARPA funds from Fund 30216 to the Big Brothers Big Sisters of Middle Tennessee in partnership with Tennessee State University to provide mentoring services for first-year college students through an initiative called Big Features. Councilmember Roden, you're recognized on the resolution.
I would move approval, and there is a substitute. Councilmember Gamble is not here, so I don't know if there's someone on that.
Looks like Councilmember Allen. What about your budget report?
Oh, sorry. Budget Finance approved 12 in favor, 0 against, and we also approved the substitute 12 in favor, 0 against.
All right. So, Councilmember Roden, once if you want to move the resolution, then we'll take up the substitute.
I move the resolution.
Okay, properly seconded. All right. Now, Councilmember Allen, you've got a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move the substitute with the brief explanation.
All right. So Councilmember Allen is moving a substitute to RS 2023-2143. Moves the substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for next.
That just changes the title from Big Features to Big Futures, which makes more sense for a mentoring program. So just correcting a typo.
All right. So Councilmember Allen has moved the substitute, again, properly seconded. Hopefully there's no discussion on the substitute. Is there any discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, we're voting on the substitute. All those in favor of the substitute on this one say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Substitute's on. So, Councilmember Roten, back to you. RS 2023-2143 as substituted.
I move approval as substituted.
Councilmember Roten has moved approval as substituted, properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution as substituted? Seeing none, we're on the resolution as substituted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Resolution as substituted passes. Nice job, Councilmember Allen. Right. All right. Did that take care of everything on? Okay. All right. Before we get to bills on introduction, first reading, I would like to pull. So we're trying to help. Item number 94, Bill 2022-1471, which is Councilmember Parker and Welsh's bill, the first bill on third reading. Without objection, we're going to pull it right now so we can get it in front of the agenda. Without objection, we're doing it. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized on Bill 2022-1471. This is the family and the dwelling unit bill. Recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move a one-meeting deferral.
Councilmember Parker has moved a one-meeting deferral on this one, properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Rosenberg? Okay. Any discussion on the deferral? Seeing none, it's a one-meeting deferral. All those in favor of the one-meeting deferral say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. This one's deferred one meeting. Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Okay, we'll go back now to bills on introduction and first reading. Now we can take these all together at the same time. I'm watching Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Withers, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I need to pull item number 64, Ordinance Bill 2023-1858 from consent and just request a one-meeting deferral.
All right, so what we're going to do is we're just going to knock it off and I'll come back to you. Okay, so we can take all bills on introduction, first reading at one time with the exception of item number 64. Anything else needs to be dumped off the first reading consent calendar? Anything else? All right. right, need a motion to approve all bills on introduction, first reading. Proper motion, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of all bills on introduction, first reading say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. All bills on introduction, first reading are passed. We are now on item 64 by Councilmember Withers. This is BL 2023-1858. An ordinance amending Title 17 by deleting Section 17.32.020B3, 17.40.510C, and adding a new language in those sections clarifying that signs regulated by the Metropolitan Department of Codes are to be maintained so that all sign panels remain complete and intact. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized on that bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I need to request a one-meeting deferral. We have some additional processes we need to work through on this one. So.
All right, so we're not going to pass it on first reading. We're just going to simply defer this one meeting.
On first reading, defer one meeting. So it'll return on first reading.
Return on first meeting at the next meeting.
Yes, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
The motion is to defer one meeting, properly seconded. This is on BL 2023-1858. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion, one meeting, say aye. Opposed, no. BL 2023-1858 is deferred one meeting. All right, now we've got bills on second reading. Let me go through what's on the consent calendar. Start on not the first three bills, but item number 76, 1839 is on consent. 1840 is on consent. 1841 is on consent. 1842 is on consent. 1844 is on consent. 1845 is on consent. 1846 on consent. 1847 is on consent. 1848 is on consent. 1849 is on consent. 1850 is on consent. 1851 is on consent. 1852 is on consent. 1853 is on consent. 1854 is on consent. 1855 is on consent. And 1856 is on consent. So everything is on consent except the first three bills and then item number 80. So 73, 74, 75, and 80 are not on consent. Anything else needs to be bumped off second reading consent calendar? Anything? Okay.
Lisa's like,
Councilmember Young, well, you can't leave because you have to stay here. You can call Ms. Milligan later. Okay, we are on items on second reading consent. Thank you. I've got my cough drops. I think I can make it. Item number 76, BL 2023-1839 by Councilmembers Roten, Welsh, Stiles, and Benedict. Ordinance codifying a residential landlord's duty to register with the Metropolitan Department of Codes Administration, authorizing the Department of Codes Administration to process and collect registration fees, impose and collect fines, and establish an administrative process for appeals of any such fines. Item number 77, BL 2023-1840 by Councilmember O'Connell, Roten, and others. An ordinance approving a lease agreement between the Metropolitan Government of National Davidson County and Little Big Properties, LLC, for use of office space at 150 2nd Avenue North. Item number 78, BL 2023-1841, O'Connell, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing Vortex LLC, doing business as AJ Capital Partners, to install, construct, and maintain aerial and underground encroachments in the right-of-way located at 200 Broadway. Item number 79, BL 2023-1842 by Councilmembers O'Connell, Withers, and Pulley. An ordinance authorizing Starwood Capital Group Holdings LP to install, construct, and maintain aerial and underground approaches in the right-of-way located at 710 Demombium Street. Item number 81, BL 2023-1844 by Councilmembers Withers and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to abandon existing public water mains, except new public water mains, 6 property located on University Avenue. Item number 82, BL 2023-1845 by Withers and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new sanitary sewer mains in addition to sanitary sewer manholes and easements. 3 properties at 2130 Hobson Pike, 1273 Maritime. I'm not sure what that is. Port and Maritime Port Unnumbered, also known as Hobson Flats. Item number 83, Witherspoon Pulley Bill 2023-1846. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to ban existing sanitary sewer mains and easements, new water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer manholes and easements for two properties located at 4154 Murfreesboro Pike and Maxwell Road. 2023-1847, item number 84, Pulley and Withers. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to abandon existing water mains and easements for two properties located at 333B Douglas Avenue and 1310B Lishie Avenue, also known as Starlet East Condominiums. Item number 85, BL 2023-1848, O'Connell, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to accept relocation of existing public fire hydrant assembly and a new public sanitary sewer manhole property located at 210 2nd Avenue North. Item number 86, BL 2023-1849, Withers, Pulley, and Young. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to accept new public sanitary sewer mains, sewer force mains, sewer manholes, and easements for 5 properties located on East Hill Drive and Twin Hills Drive, also known as Riverview at Cumberland Hills. Item number 87, BL 2023-1850 by Toombs, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to accept public sanitary sewer mains, sewer manholes, and rehabilitate existing public sanitary sewer manholes for 2 properties located on 820 and 828 Youngs Lane. Item number 88, BL 2023-1851 by Withers and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to ban existing public sanitary sewer mains and to accept new public sanitary main and sanitary sewer manholes property located at 315B Douglas Avenue. Item number 89, Withers, Pulley, and Stiles, Bill 2023-1852. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to accept new public water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assemblies, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements property located at Cane Ridge Road, unnumbered, also known as Cane Ridge Farms Phase 3, Section 3. Item number 90, BL 2023-1853, Toombs, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to accept the relocation of public fire hydrant assembly for property located at 625 West Trinity Lane. Item number 91, BL 2023-1854, O'Connell, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to accept the relocation of public fire hydrant assembly for property located at 1404 Clinton Street, also known as Nelson's Greenbrier Distillery. Item number 92, BL 2023-1855, Welsh, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to accept new public water, sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements. 7 properties located on Glencliff Road, also known as Noble Place Townhomes. And item number 93, BL 2023-1856, O'Connell, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to construct public sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and to acquire permanent and temporary easements through negotiations and acceptance needed for 15 properties located on Fain Street and J.C. Napier Street. Those are the bills on second reading. Consent. Anything else needs to be bumped off? Seeing none, Budget and Finance. Councilmember Roten, you've got 2 on there.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Bill 2023-1839 and 1840 were approved by Budget and Finance, 12 in favor, 0 against.
All right, who's got Government Operations? Councilmember Parker.
Government Operations considered 2023-1839, recommended 6 in favor, 0 against. Considered 2023-1840, recommended 6 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Withers, Planning and Zoning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning Committee, the Planning and Zoning Committee considered BL 2023-1840, 1841, 42, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, and 56. And we recommended approval of each of those, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstention.
All right, next time I'll ask you to sing it. Councilmember Pulley, Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Transportation recommended approval of BL 2023-1841, 1842, and 1844 through 1856. 8 in favor, 0 against, and I recommend move approval of the consent agenda.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Pulley. Councilmember Pulley has moved approval of the second reading consent calendar, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the second reading consent calendar say aye. Opposed, no. Second reading consent calendar passes. We are on item number 73. First bill on bills on second reading. Item number 73, Bill 2023-1688 by Council Members Bradford, Hancock, and Stiles. Ordinance to amend chapters 8.04 and 8.08 relative to the regulation of animals. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
Got Budget and Finance, Councilmember Roten.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance approved the ordinance 12 in favor, 0 against. We had a proposed substitute by Councilmember Radford. A wonderful substitute was approved 12 in favor, 0 against. And a proposed amendment by the Vice Chair Gamble, and it was nice as well, 12 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Public Health and Safety, Councilmember Syracuse.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Health and Safety considered our BL 2023-1688 and recommended approval as substituted and amended, 6 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to go ahead and first move the substitute.
All right, so we're on the bill, BL 2023-1688. Councilmember Bradford is moving the substitute. Properly seconded. Back to you for the explanation on the substitute.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So as I stated a couple weeks ago when we deferred this, had 2 months of community input feedback. We took some of that feedback. I met with the Health Department and MAC and Metro Legal to determine what could be added or changed to this bill in response to that feedback. So everybody should have this little cheat sheet on their desk, which is basically just a bullet list of what this substitute does. And so you can just read through that. But with that, I ask this body to go ahead and pass this amendment. Or a substitute.
Substitute. So Councilmember Bradford has moved the substitute, which has been properly seconded, and given an explanation. Discussion on the substitute. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Sorry, Vice Mayor, that wasn't meant for the substitute.
We're on the substitute.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, it was not meant for the substitute. Okay, I'll come back to you. Okay, discussion on the substitute. All right, seeing none, we're ready to vote on the substitute. All in favor of the substitute, say aye. Opposed, no. Substitute's on. Councilmember Bradford, you're on your bill as substituted.
Thank you.
There's an amendment here,
Yeah,
too.
I'd like to go ahead and move the amendment on behalf of Councilmember Gamble.
All right, so Councilmember Bradford is also moving the amendment that Councilmember Gamble had filed. Properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation.
So basically what Councilmember Gamble's amendment does is under the at-large provision, it just adds that any damage to public or private property by an animal at large would be considered an infraction under this code.
All right, you've heard an explanation of the amendment. Any discussion? Councilmember Bradford has moved the amendment, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Stiles on the amendment? Okay. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we're on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Amendment's adopted as well. So Councilmember Bradford, you are now on BL 2023-1688 as substituted, as amended.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move it as substituted as amended with a brief comment.
Okay, so I got a proper motion, proper second. Back to you.
I just want to go ahead on the record thank my colleagues who attended some of the meetings, council members Cash, Hauser, Syracuse, Aaron Evans, who came to these meetings and took time out of their schedule to listen to this feedback. I really appreciate the support, and I appreciate the support of this council. I also want to just go ahead and officially go on the record as answering the age-old question of who let the dogs out. Hi, it's me. I'm the problem. It's me.
You may have lost some votes on that one. So Councilmember Bradford has moved passage of Bill 2023-1688 as substituted, as amended, properly seconded. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to encourage colleagues to vote in favor of this bill, and there are some good cleanups that were done to this, as well as including some of the work that was started last year by the Animal Advisory Group with several animal advocates. And so thank you, Councilmember Bradford. Just want to move for approval.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Stiles. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two quick questions. One, I had talked about some language about birds that I'm not going to introduce at this point, but would maybe come back and deal with animals that kill birds on private property. And then secondly, we did get a couple of emails about voice control, and which I think is if you've got a dog that behaves well enough that he does what you tell him to, you don't need to have him on a leash. But if I could just get an explanation of what we've done with that or not done with that, I just want to make sure I understand where we are on that.
Councilmember Bradford.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So with this bill, we are taking out voice control. So if your animal if you're out in public, your animal must be physically restrained or in physical control. We heard from a lot of individuals who came to these meetings and who sent in emails that they were not in favor of voice control. For those who wish to go on public property, we're like a dog park. Parks has their own policy about signage for areas where animals can be allowed off leash. So that's why we've not touched it in this bill, because we didn't want to, interfere with another department's policy. So voice commands are out. Physical control is in.
All right, Councilmember Allen, good. All right, any other discussion on the bill? All right, Councilmember Bradford has moved passage on Bill 2023-1688 as substituted, as amended, passage on second reading. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have a clarifying question for the sponsor based on that, based on the voice control remark. Is that, that's any I'm assuming it's public streets. So if I wanted to take my dog out in my yard, I could not let my dog go into the street if he's not on a leash?
Correct. At large is just for public property. So your animal can be off leash on your property, and that would not be at large.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Porterfield, okay. Any other discussion? Bills on second reading, Bill 2023-1688, as substituted, as amended. Any other discussion? We are ready to vote. All those in favor of passage of BL 2023-1688 as substituted as amended for passage on second reading, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading. We're on item 74, BL 2023-1740 by Councilmember Rosenberg, Evans, and Stiles. Ordinance amending section 711.12.080 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws related to the discharge of weapons. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee reports, please.
Public Health and Safety, Councilmember Syracuse.
Public Health and Safety considered BL 2023-1740 at the request of, no, our sponsor wasn't there. We recommend the deferral one meeting.
For one meeting, Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is going to undergo significant changes, so I'd like to move for a 3-meeting deferral, please.
3-meeting deferral. Okay, the motion by Councilmember Rosenberg is a 3-meeting deferral, properly seconded. Any discussion on the 3-meeting deferral? Seeing none, all those in favor of the 3-meeting deferral say aye. Opposed, no. This one's deferred 3 meetings. BL 2023-1803, item number 75 by Councilmember Cash, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public water mains, fire hydrant assembly, except new public water mains for 2 properties located at 2600 Jess Neely Drive and 2555 Weston Avenue, also known as the Vanderbilt University Basketball Facility. Councilmember Cash, you're recognized.
Thanks. I've got a substitute to put on the bill.
Let's get a committee report from Councilmember Pulley.
Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Transportation recommended approval of the substitute, 8 in favor, 0 against, and then recommended approval of the bill as substituted, 8 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. Thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Cash.
I'd like to move the substitute.
Councilmember Cash has moved the substitute on this one, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
It basically changes something that was a fire hydrant assembly or 2 that were going to be abandoned and moves it to like relocate. And I think there was one other edit that changed the length of a water main.
Do you know how far it changed the length?
No, but I could. No,
okay, it
was
all right.
Less than it was.
All right. So you explained the substitute. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, we're ready to vote on the substitute. All those in favor of the substitute say aye. Opposed, no. You're on your bill as substituted. Councilmember Cash.
Move the bill as substituted, please.
Councilmember Cash has moved the bills 2023-1803 as substituted for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the bill as substituted say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. You adopt. We got one more on second reading. This is Councilmember Hurt's bill, Bill 2023-1843, an ordinance providing the honor of street name designation of Pastor James H. Johnson Way for a portion of 4th Avenue North. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Yes, I'd like to move the substitute.
All right, let's get the committee report from
Oh,
Councilmember
I'm sorry,
Foley.
committee reports.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Transportation recommended approval of the substitute, 8 in favor, 0 against, and then recommended approval of the bill as substituted, 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Councilmember Hurt, back to you on the substitute.
Thank you. The substitute basically just changes the name from Pastor James H. Johnson Way to Reverend James H. Johnson Way.
All right. So,
And with that change, I'd like to move for approval of the bill.
all right. So Councilmember Hurt and Councilmember O'Connell had signed on to the substitute. Councilmember Hurt moves the substitute, properly seconded. Any discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, all those in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The substitute's on. Councilmember Hurt, you're now on your bill as substituted.
Move
Ready
for
a
approval,
motion?
please.
Councilmember Hurt has moved for approval of Bill 2023-1843 as substituted, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill as substituted? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All in favor of Bill 2023-1843 as substituted for pass on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. This one passes on second reading. Okay. All right, we are now on bills on third reading. We had already taken up 1471. All right, so we are now on bills on third reading consent. Item number 96, 1775 is on consent. 1793 is on consent. 1794 is on consent. 1795 is on consent. 1796 is on consent. 1797 on consent. 1798 is on consent. 1799 is on consent. 1800 is on consent. 1801 on consent. 1802 is on consent. 1804 is on consent. 1805 is on consent. And 1806 is on consent. Anything needs to be bumped off third reading consent calendar. I think we only have two bills after that. That's item number 95 and item number 97. Anything needs to be bumped off consent. All right. Item number 96, BL 2023-1775 by Councilmember Welsh. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS 7.5 to R8 zoning for properties located at 232 and 233 Wheeler Avenue at the western corner of Wheeler Avenue and Tips Drive. Item number 98 by Councilmembers Benedict, Roden, Suara, and Withers. BL 2023-1793. Ordinance approving a lease agreement by and between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Education, the East End Prep. Item number 99, Roden and Pulley, BL 2023-1794. Ordinance approving a contract between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and Xylem View, Inc. to provide updates and maintenance of water network optimization distribution systems and treatment plant optimization platforms. Item number 100, BL 2023-1795, by Councilmembers Lee, Roten, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to acquire property through negotiation, condemnation, or fee simple take for property located at Countryway Road, unnumbered for the Clean Water Nashville Town Village Sewer Pump Station. Item number 101, BL 2023-1796, by Hancock, Young, Roten, and others. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to acquire a portion of two properties through negotiation, condemnation, or fee simple take for properties located at 1213 and 1217 Northgate Business Parkway for the construction of the Dry Creek WRF flood mitigation system. Item number 102, BL 2023-1797, Sledge, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing water and sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, easements, except new water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assembly sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for property located at 1310 Hillside Avenue. Item number 103, BL 2023-1798, Withers and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County except new public fire hydrant assemblies for two properties located at 701 and 711 South 7th Street, also known as the Martha O'Brien Center. Item number 104, BL 2023-1799 by Murphy, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new public water mains for two properties located at 409 and 411 McAdoo Avenue. Item number 105, Bill 2023-1800 by Withers and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to accept the relocation of fire hydrant assemblies for properties located at 30 Peabody Street, also known as Peabody Union Water. Item number 106, Bill 2023-1801, Withers and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to abandon existing public sanitary sewer mains and easements, accept new sanitary sewer mains, manholes, and easements to properties located at 30 and 90 Peabody Street. Item number 107, Bill 2023-1802, Hancock, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to accept new sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for property located at 616 North DuPont Avenue, also known as Birchstone Village. Item number 108, Bill 2023-1804, Evans, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to accept new public water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for property located at Central Pike Unnumbered, also known as Tulip Grove, and Central Pike Phase 2. Item number 109, Bill 2023-1805, Campbell, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to abandon existing water mains, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements, except new public water mains, fire hydrant assemblies, and replacement of fire hydrant assembly easements at 6 properties located on Knight Drive, Tisdale Drive, Green Lane, Brickchurch Lane, offsite of the project location at 420 Green Lane and Tisdale Drive. And item number 110, BL 2023-1806, Withers and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to abandon existing public combination sewer main, combination sewer manhole, and easement, and to accept the replacement of a combination sewer manhole with new public stormwater inlet for 3 properties located at 125 and 129 11th Avenue and Church Street, unnumbered. That's by Withers and Pulley. Those are items on third reading consent. Does anything need to be bumped off? Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Item 98, 1793.
Item 98. Okay. Item number 98 is going to be bumped off. Okay. So we need a motion for everything else on third reading consent. Councilmember Nash makes the motion, properly seconded. We're on third reading consent bills. All those in favor of all bills on third reading consent, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Third reading consent passes. We've got 3 bills left. Item number 95, Bill 2023-1770 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying a contextual overlay district to various properties located north of Mormons Arm Road and west of Wedge Creek Pike, zone RS10, RS7.5, and R6. Councilmember Toombs, you are recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move the substitute.
All right. Councilmember Toombs has a substitute on the bill. Properly made, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
I did a conservation overlay for the same subdivision, but there were some properties that were left out of the conservation overlay. So this is a contextual overlay that includes those properties that were left out.
Okay. So you're moving the substitute.
Yeah.
Properly seconded. Any questions on the substitute? Seeing none, we're on the substitute. All in favor of the substitute say aye. Opposed, no. Substitute's adopted. You're on your bill as substitute.
Move for approval.
Councilmember Toombs has moved Bill 2023-1717 as substituted for passage on third and final reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Bill 2023-1717 for passage on third and final reading as substituted, say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on item number 97, Bill 2023-1780 by Councilmember Toombs. An ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 2619 Old Buena Vista Road, approximately 300 feet northwest of Day Street, 0.41 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on Bill 2023-1780.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move the substitute.
All right, so Councilmember Toombs moves the substitute on 1780, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation.
The substitute puts some height restrictions and subdivision restrictions on the property.
All right, you've heard an explanation. Are there any questions about the substitute? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the substitute say aye. Opposed, no. Substitute's on. You're on your bill as substituted.
Move for approval.
Councilmember Toombs has moved Bill 2023-1780 as substitute for approval on third and final reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor of Bill 2023-1780 for passage as substituted for passage on third and final reading say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. That one's adopted. We're on our last bill. Item number 98, Bill 2023-1793 by Councilmembers Benedict, Roten, Soar, and Withers. This is an ordinance approving a lease agreement by and between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Education, the East End Prep. Councilmember Roten, you've got this one?
Move deferral one meeting.
Councilmember Roden is moving deferral one meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Deferral passes. Before adjournment, Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized for a point of personal privilege. Yeah.
I'll be brief. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to say happy birthday to my daughter. She'll be 16 on Sunday, so it's a very special birthday, and she has been my favorite birthday gift up to this point because my birthday's Saturday. But I just wanted to say happy 16th birthday to Janiyah. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. On that note, I need a motion to adjourn. Properly seconded. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. We stand adjourned.
Everybody says happy birthday. The council has now concluded about a 5.5 hour meeting. Well, about 5 hours. Normally they start at about 6:30, but they didn't really get started tonight until about 6:45. So we'll call it about 5 hours. Actually, the good news is they actually finished before midnight. They've had some trouble doing that the last couple of weeks and have been well past midnight several times during this particular term of office. The council had a 40-page long agenda and had 110 items. A lot of those were public hearing zoning bills, and that always tends to perhaps be a little bit longer because of the number of people from the public who want to come speak about the bills. Before we got into the public hearing, the council approved a rule change tonight about the procedures regarding the council filling vacancies for public offices, in particular the state legislature. Remember, the council just recently unanimously reappointed State Representative Justin Jones after he was expelled by the Tennessee General Assembly. The rule done tonight just basically codifies a lot of the things the council has done in the past to do this, but just make sure it's all written down into the rule. Rule change will take effect in 30 days. It was passed tonight. It did receive the 27 affirmative votes needed from the council. In fact, the council didn't take a roll call on that. They actually did it by a roll call vote. They actually did it by a voice vote, and there was no dissent, so it went down as being the 27 votes or more that were needed. The most controversial bill tonight was a second reading zoning bill on public hearing. It involved the renovation and rezoning of the Bellmead Plaza Shopping Center out off of Harding Road, White Bridge Road, and also in West Nashville. The public hearing lasted about over 2 hours. We had probably somewhere just under 30 people on both sides, both proponents and opponents, speak to the council tonight. That took up about 2 hours of it. Then the council got into about a 30 to 45-minute discussion among themselves about what to do with the bill. They ultimately, by a voice vote, approved the bill on second reading. That's really not, it was much more heated than that. In fact, there was an effort at one point by one of the council ladies, Kathleen Murphy was the sponsor of the bill, but in an adjoining district, Mary Carolyn Roberts wanted to have the bill deferred for 2 meetings because that was now in Bellmead Plaza will be in what is now her district. Now she can't run for re-election because she's term limited, and the same is true for Council Lady Murphy. But at this point, she wanted to make sure her constituents have been asking her what's going to be going on with this, and so she wanted it to be deferred for her constituents, and also, I suppose, to some degree for the people who may be running for her seat as well. The council members felt like that was not a good idea. They defeated that on a voice vote, so that did not happen. The council usually is a little bit different in how they amend bills on zoning matters. They usually don't make the amendments until third reading. In fact, the Planning and Zoning Committee doesn't even meet on amendments until they get after the public hearing is held on second reading to take those up. So there'll be some more amendments. Council Lady Murphy added one tonight. She says she's going to have some more, and also Councilman Druffel, another adjoining council member, has a number of amendments he wants to look at. So I suspect the bill will be on the agenda 2 weeks from tonight, but I wouldn't be at all surprised. It'll be on third reading when it comes back, but I suspect it'll probably be postponed because there'll be a number of amendments, and not all of them may have been drafted or put together. So it's moving forward, but I wouldn't expect necessarily third reading is going to happen necessarily in 2 weeks. The council had 7 different resolutions before them tonight regarding the American Rescue Funds that Nashville got from the federal government. 3 resolutions clarified the amount of clarified exactly what the money was for, and also changed the amount of time they had to spend the previous appropriations. 4 resolutions had new ARF allocations. One of them was about $470,000 to Big Brothers Big Sisters of Nashville in partnership with Tennessee State University to provide mentoring services for first-year college students. Another one was $400,000 in rescue funds to go to WeGo in partnership with historically black colleges and universities to allow students, faculty, and staff access to public transportation. A third appropriated about $621,000 to the Nashville Food Project. And also the final one allocated $2.5 million in American Rescue Funds to 5040 to build the Bordeaux Connection Center. It's going to be a shared community space in Bordeaux with the primary tenants being 5040 and a group called Creative Girls Rock. The other resolution we talked about regarding American Rescue Funds extended the effective date and the relief that's already been allocated. That included $1 million to vendors at the Nashville Flea Market, $3 million to provide rent, mortgage, and utility payments for eligible Davidson County residents, and $20 million to set up the Nashville Small Business Recovery Fund. With those approvals tonight, the city will now have appropriated almost $256 million out of the total grant that Nashville received in rescue funds of about $260 million. First half of those funds were received back in July of 21. The second half was received back in July of last year. The grant awards must all be obligated or appropriated by December 31st of next year in 2024, have to all be spent by December 31st, 2026. Resolutions tonight the council had, they approved a grant from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to the Historical Commission. It's about almost $800,000 with no cash match required. The grant will provide funding for improvements to 4 historical buildings at the American Baptist College for historical markers as well, and signage, and a civil rights walking tour on the campus. They also appropriated $100,000 to the Pencil Foundation. The fund will be used to provide services pertaining to the enhancement of student engagement and career development. Another resolution appropriated almost $90,000 for the Nashville Public Library to work with various nonprofit groups for the provision of free and high quality summer programming through the library's Nashville After Zone Alliance. Memorializing resolutions, the council first approved a resolution honoring the victims of the Covenant School mass shooting on March 27th and recognized the heroic actions of the Covenant staff. I suspect there's going to be a presentation of that resolution at a later meeting. Council also deferred again a resolution which requests the Metropolitan Employee Benefit Board reevaluate its decision to offer a group Medicare Advantage plan to pensioners of the Metro government as their only option that they can take. The council also recognized Fisk University's All-American basketball player, Maya Buchanan, designated June 25th through July 1st of this year as Nashville Caribbean American Heritage Week, and they honored a retirement of a top official in Metro Water and Sewage Services, that being Leanne Scott. Second reading bills. There was a first reading bill. Normally first reading bills are approved in omnibus, just a voice vote. There was some talk that a bill tonight that would have changed the use of firecrackers or fireworks in Davidson County was going to be changed. Right now in Davidson County, you're not allowed to set off fireworks unless you're a professional and you have a permit from the city. This law would change that quite a bit, and there's already been some indications that the fire department's not happy about that. Has even sent a letter, I think, to council members about that. There was talk that this bill might be pulled out and voted on separately, perhaps because of the late hour by the time they got the first reading bills. That didn't happen. The bill will go on for second reading. It'll be back in the council in 2 weeks, and I suspect there'll be some controversy about it. Another bill on second reading tonight that we thought would be controversial was regarding the city's regulation of animals. There have been several bills like this. They've been deferred several times, and earlier versions have just not gone anywhere. But apparently there was a substitute bill put in tonight that all the various interest groups have coalesced around and believe this is a good bill, so it passed on a voice vote tonight and seems to be headed towards final approval in 2 weeks when it comes back on the agenda for third and final reading. Council also had a bill tonight that would regulate the discharge of weapons in Nashville, Davidson County. Of course, anytime you bring up the idea of weapons or guns, it gets people attention. The bill was deferred for 3 meetings. It looks like even the sponsors said the bill's going to have to be redrawn. Whether that means it's going to be a substitute bill or a complete new ordinance was not clear, but the council did not vote on it tonight. Finally, on third reading, the council actually again deferred the bill that amends the definitions in the Metro Code of what is a dwelling unit and what is a family. This particular bill has been before the council since last September. It has been deferred, substituted, and amended multiple times. Major sticking point remains how many unrelated people can live in the same dwelling unit. There was a substitute ordinance before them tonight, but that was not acted on. Again, the bill was deferred for another meeting, so it may come back up again. We'll see if they can get any closer to getting the 21 votes they need for final approval. The council is now in recess until not next Tuesday, but they'll meet on May 16th. That'll be this coming week. Will be the first week the council has not met in 6 weeks. The council has met for the last 5 consecutive weeks in various public hearings and regular sessions. So we'll see what the council wants to do. This is also the beginning of budget season. The budget was not before the council tonight. It has been, I think, submitted to the council. It's required under the charter to be submitted no later than May 1st, but it was not brought in tonight as a late bill. It will be on the council agenda for approval on first reading at the next meeting, and then there'll be 2 other meetings after that in June to give final approval for it on second, third reading. And the second reading bill will be on the first meeting in June, and that will be the public hearing night where we'll bring people in to talk about the budget. It does not have a tax increase in it, but these budget hearings get a lot of people to come in and talk about them, and we'll see what happens, particularly with that. The council can also take a special meeting. It has for many years, although they may not this year since it doesn't appear to be quite as controversial as the budget has been in the past. The council will spend a lot of time on that, and they won't be doing it in meetings altogether, but they'll be having budget hearings almost every night of the week, starting later on this month, to look over the budget, so there'll be quite a bit more time. This is usually the busiest time of the year for the council, but I would say you might look over the last 5 or 6 weeks, and that may wind up being the busiest time of the year, but this will be right up there next to it. We'll be here on the 16th to provide live coverage. Until then, I'm Pat Nolan, and good night from the council chambers. Tonight's meeting of the Metropolitan, Nashville, and Davidson County Council has been coming to you live from the council chambers at the historic Metro Courthouse. It's been a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.